Have you ever felt a strong presence from the woods? A feeling like you're being watched? Well, the truth is something is watching you from the trees and shadows. Monsters hide in the woods, preying on the innocent and striking quickly. They won't stop. They never will. This is my story, and I hope it serves as a warning to all about the truth of the woods and how dangerous they are. Growing up, I never had a dad. My father left me and my mom when I was young, and I haven't seen him since. Sure, I get the occasional birthday or Christmas card with money, but besides that, he's almost a stranger to me. After my father left my mother, we decided to leave the city life behind, and we moved when I was 10 to Wisconsin, where we bought a small cabin out in the woods. At first, I hated living there. The woods always terrified me as a kid. Every time I looked out the window towards the woods, I always got an unsettling feeling. Chills would run up my spine, and I would start to shake uncontrollably. I always felt something was watching me. The feeling never went away, even as I got older. I hated the walk to school I had to make every day. The looming feeling of getting watched grew ever stronger as I walked in the woods. I felt so vulnerable looking at the tall trees. The woods I lived by had almost an endless stretch of tall trees in the forest. I felt something was watching me up on the trees. My mom, though, felt completely different about the woods. She loved taking walks outside and just staring at the trees and the forest, taking all of the nature in. She was an artist, so she loved to just sit outside and paint the trees. Many of the portraits in our cabin were depicting the trees and the forest. I had asked her if she ever felt a presence when she was out there, like something was watching her. "Yes, I feel a strong presence, but it's a comforting one," she said. "I feel safe and protected." I never understood why she had such a comforting feeling from the woods, while I felt a terrifying one, one that kept me wide awake almost every night. One night, when I was about to go to sleep, I saw something in the trees. It was far off in the distance, but I could barely make out the silhouette of a figure. It was big and bulky, with long arms, and from the angle, it looked like it was staring right at me. I froze as I stared at it, and then I heard my mom walking to my room, and when I turned to see her open the door, I looked back to see the figure gone. I tried telling my mom, but she never listened. She said I was simply imagining things and that I needed to quit being scared of the woods. "The woods protects us from the outside world, Michael. They are a shield to all the bad things in the world." I knew what I saw, and I knew whatever it was wasn't protecting me. On the way to school that morning, I felt the presence, stronger than ever. Every time I turned around, though, nothing was there. Suddenly, I heard a branch snap behind me, and I didn't dare turn around. I couldn't move. Then I heard another branch snap, and I took off running. I could hear fast steps behind me as I was running, which made me run faster. I could hear the footsteps gaining on me. When it seemed they were right on me, I burst out of the woods, sweating like a pig. The day went by normally. Once school was over, I asked my friend James if he wanted to walk home with me. James was my best friend, and the only person who understood my fear of the woods. He lived close by to me, and he also could feel a disturbing presence watching him. He tried telling his parents, like I did with mine, but they didn't listen either. "Dude, did that really happen?" he asked as I told him about what happened on the walk to school. "Yeah, man. I just don't feel comfortable walking in those woods alone. I know there's something in there," I said. "What do you think it is?" James asked as we started walking home. "I don't know. I think I saw it last night, though. It was really big, with huge, long arms. It was far away, so I couldn't see anything else." He was quiet now. Then he said, "I think I've seen that, too. I saw something last night. It was a lot like the thing he described." Then we heard a loud snap behind us, and turned around to see a tree branch on the ground, snapped in half. "Dude, something's following us. We need to run," James said. "No, don't run." I did that and it chased me. Maybe if we keep walking slowly, it won't do anything. James looked terrified at me, nodding his head slowly as we started walking. We heard more snaps as we walked, getting louder and closer. I looked over at James. He looked back at me, as white as a ghost. After what felt like an hour, I could see the outline of my house in the distance. Our pace quickened as we got closer and closer to my house. The snaps and cracks quickened as well behind us. As soon as we got close enough, we took off in a dead sprint towards my house, not looking back. We ran inside and locked the door once we were inside. "Everything okay?" I heard my mom say behind me. We looked at each other, then I heard James say, "Yeah, Miss S. We just raced each other to the house." She looked at me and I nodded quickly. "Okay. Be careful though with the door. It's old and I don't want it falling off." "Okay. Sorry, Mom," I said, as James started to run off upstairs. Once upstairs and in my room, James said, "Dude, we can't walk that way to school." "I know, but what will we tell our parents? They won't believe us," I said. James was silent now. I knew he wouldn't be able to come up with anything. "I think as long as we're quiet and walk slow, that thing won't come after us," I said. Yeah, let's hope so," James said in a quivering voice. James went home shortly after that, and after I ate dinner, I headed upstairs to bed. What is that thing? I think, as I lay in bed. A person? An animal? It's fast like an animal, but it looks like a tall human. I looked out the window into the dark forest and froze. The thing was there and closer. I could make out more characteristics as I stared at it. It had a hunchback and long fingers with razor-sharp claws. I didn't see any eyes on it, but I could somehow feel its cold stare locked on me. It just stared, observing me. Then it turned around and walked back into the forest. That is no person or animal, I think to myself once it's gone. It wants me. I'm its prey. After a restless night of sleep, I woke up and walked downstairs to see my mom sitting on the counter with a worried look on her face. Hey, Mom, is everything okay?" I asked. "Morning, honey. I have some bad news," she said as she looked at me. What is it?" I asked. "Your friend, James, well, he's missing. His parents went into his room this morning and he was gone." I stood there, petrified. It wasn't following us. It was tracking us, tracking James. "Are you okay, Michael?" she asked. I could only see James's face in my mind now. The image of him looking at me as we were walking home, white as a ghost. I couldn't keep it in, and I told my mom everything. The thing that chased me and James being stalked by it, and seeing it for the past 2 nights getting closer to me. "You've got to believe me, Mom," I pleaded. "Something is in those woods, and it took James, and now I think it's going to take me." She looked at me with a sad expression, sighed, then said, "I know this must be hard for you, Michael, but there's nothing in those woods. James might have run away, or anything could have happened." "Mom, it took him. James would never run away from his parents," I said. She looked at me, and then looked at the clock behind me. "I think it's time you get to school now, dear. We'll talk about this later." I pleaded with my mom to drive me to school, begging her on my knees. She finally relented after a minute. Okay. Just this one time. We need to leave now, though, and be quick. I have to get to the studio." I thanked her and ran to get my backpack. Nothing happened on the drive as I expected. After dropping me off at the front of the school, everyone ran up to me and asked if I heard about what happened to James. Everyone was talking about James that day. They started rumors, either saying he ran away or he was kidnapped. "Do you know what happened to him?" Sally asked, frantically, as she ran up to me at lunch. She had had a crush on James since the 2nd grade, and even though James showed no signs of affection toward her, she still adored him. She was a short girl, with short brown hair and brown eyes. I debated about whether I should tell Sally the truth, but I knew she wouldn't believe me. No one would. I told her I didn't know and tried to continue eating my lunch, but she wouldn't give up. "Come on, Michael, you're his best friend. Please, if you know anything that could have happened to him, please tell me," she said with tears in her eyes. I tried to ignore her, but she wouldn't stop. Then her friends came over and started asking as well. Then more and more people came, asking if I knew what happened to James. The voices became too much for me, and I screamed. "I don't know what happened to him. Please, leave me alone," I screamed as loud as I could. Everyone stopped talking and now stared at me, my cheeks starting to turn red as I got embarrassed. The bell rang, and everyone started heading off to class, leaving me still sitting at the lunch table. I packed my unfinished lunch and started to head off to my science class, which I had next. I decided then and there that I would find James. I had to know if he was alive or not. "James, if you're still alive, I'll find you." After school, I called my mom and asked if she could pick me up. She said she could, and 5 minutes later she pulled up in her white Cadillac. As we drove home, she asked, "Feeling better, honey?" I lied, saying, "Much better." I knew she would never believe me. I was going to have to face that thing on my own. We got home, and I headed straight upstairs, where I dumped all my school supplies on my bed and started to pack gear for that night. I packed spare flashlight batteries, some water, and I put the pepper spray my mom gave to me last year in my pocket, just in case. As I was eating dinner, I came up with a plan. I would sneak out of the house when my mom was in bed, which was usually around 10, and I would head into the woods and try to look for James. I knew my chances against that thing were slim to none, so I knew I would have to be quiet and careful. After dinner, I went to my room and waited. I waited for hours until I looked over at my clock, which read 10:30 p.m. I hopped out of bed and walked over to the window, opening it quietly. I made a light rope with my bed sheets and waited, as I knew I wouldn't be able to jump off the window without getting hurt. I tied the rope against my bed and started to climb out the house slowly. Once down, I turned my flashlight on and aimed it towards the woods. It was even more terrifying now. The trees seemed endless, and I couldn't even see the moon. I took a deep breath and started to walk slowly into the woods. I noticed something that started to scare me quickly once I was walking. There was absolute silence. Not a peep. No crickets, no owls, nothing. I flashed my light around quickly, calling out James's name quietly. "James? James, are you out there?" Nothing but silence echoed the woods. I walked towards the direction of James's house, thinking he may be around there. As I'm about halfway to his house, the battery for my flashlight dies. Darkness now engulfs me as I panic. I scramble for the batteries in my backpack. Once I find them, I take the dead batteries out of my flashlight and put the new ones in. When I turned my light back on, I screamed. Standing in front of me was that thing. The fear I felt was indescribable. Even to this day, the image of it still fills my dreams with nightmares. It had no skin. It was all red muscles and tissue. It had no eyes, and its mouth was full of dozens of razor-sharp teeth as it smiled and drooled, looking down at me. It was at least 9 feet tall, and it had a bad hunch to its back. Its claws were even sharper close up, as sharp as its teeth were. Its upper body was big and bulky, while its long legs were skinny as a twig. Its arms were huge, with big muscles and bulging veins. I screamed even more as it bent down and picked me up by the head. It dragged me across the woods as I kicked and screamed. What the hell was I thinking coming into the woods? I thought. It dragged me until I eventually passed out. When I woke up, I found myself in a dark cave, hanging upside down by at least 5 feet. The cave looked ancient, with 3 tunnels that led into darkness. I'd never seen this cave in the woods. I never even knew there was one in the first place. The light that was in the cave was from a single fire in the middle of it. I could see my backpack on the ground with my phone near it. I tried to reach and grab it, but I couldn't move. The thing had wrapped ropes around my ankles to the sharp rocks above me. I was hopeless. I thought of James now, as I started to look around the cave. In one of the corners of it, I saw a single orange t-shirt on the ground. That's James's shirt, I realized. Suddenly, I heard heavy footsteps walking towards me. I saw the thing walk into the cave as it stared at me. I panicked and started screaming again. Then, it spoke in a dark and gruff voice.
Quiet, Food. Maybe I'll let you live a little longer.
I shut up now, petrified as it spoke to me. I saw something in its hand and leg. Oh God, please let that not be James, I thought. It spoke again.
I've been watching you for a long time. You've always looked the most appetizing of everyone.
It lifted up the leg in its hand, and then said,
Your friend here tasted wonderful, but I think you'll taste even better.
It said with a twisted grin on its face. I started to cry, weeping at the loss of my friend and knowing that I would follow in his footsteps. Somehow, I got out a question in a shaky voice. What are you? The thing looked down at me for a moment, thinking, then said,
I'm an ancient being. My kind is almost extinct, as there are only a few of us left. We have ruled the woods for centuries, preying on anything that steps foot on any of our lands. Over time, hunters have come and killed most of my kind. Now we hide in the shadows, only coming out when food is near.
I thought for a moment before asking another question. Do you only eat young kids? The thing, now smiling, showing off its dozens of teeth as it said.
Of course, kids taste the best. Very juicy and sweet.
It had cut off the ropes with its claws, squeezing me with its gigantic hands as it started to open its mouth. I was barely able to ask one more question. How can you hunt without any eyes? It stared at me, closing its mouth before saying,
I can track your scent. My nose serves as my eyes, as I have none. I smell my food out before I come for it at night. Lucky for me, I don't have to come for you. You came to me.
It opened its mouth wide as I panicked, starting to throw myself around, trying to get out of its grasp.
Hold still, Food.
It boomed at me. I was somehow able to move my hands into my pocket, while miraculously, I felt the pepper spray that didn't fall out of my pocket. I acted quickly as I got closer to the thing's mouth and pulled out the pepper spray and sprayed it in the face. It shrieked as it dropped me, crying and holding its face. I got up quickly and ran towards the middle entrance where the creature came from. I ran as fast as I could, hearing the creature give chase behind me. I ran until I somehow found the entrance to the cave. I saw light illuminating from the entrance as I ran with all of my might into the day. I kept running, even after I was out of the cave. I ran and never looked back. I was able to somehow navigate my way through the forest to the cabin. I gave a sigh of relief once I saw the cabin and stopped running. I looked behind me now, expecting the thing to be right behind me, ready to strike. Nothing was there. I walked back to the cabin, out of breath. When I opened the door, my mom ran towards me, embracing me as she cried, Where have you been? I called the police and they couldn't find you. I thought I lost you. I didn't say anything. I was tired and hungry, but worst of all, I was terrified, knowing that more of those things were out there, waiting for me. We moved shortly after that to Chicago, and moved in with my aunt. I grew up normally and made new friends in Chicago. I even got a new best friend named Kyle. I never forgot about James, though. He was my first best friend who had my back and died in the hands of a monster. The thought of that thing still haunts me now. I tried telling my mom what happened many times, but I couldn't. I knew she still wouldn't believe me. What scares me the most is knowing there are still more of those things out there, hunting in the shadows. I write this story to tell everyone, to warn everyone about these things. They hunt for children, feasting on them. Be careful near the woods. You never know what lurks in the shadows of the trees. Please, don't ever go into the woods at night. They are watching and waiting for you. My family moved around a lot when I was little. We usually never stayed in one place for more than a year. I never really understood why until I was older. We never had a lot of money. My dad had a really bad drinking problem. So when we moved into a new place just after my 10th birthday on Hanover Street that had 3 floors, one being a basement, I was overly excited. I'd never gotten my own room before, and even better, my parents were going to turn the basement into a playroom for me and my sister. Everything was going great, until about a month of living in the new place. I started having trouble sleeping in my room. Whenever I was about to fall asleep, I'd suddenly feel so unbearably hot that my skin would start to prickle, and I'd have to peel my damp sleep shirt away from my back. As soon as I left my room, though, the temperature felt like it had dropped 10 degrees. I was the only one who seemed to notice. Anytime my parents did decide to humor me, they'd walk in, say it felt fine, and leave. A few weeks after this, I started to feel like something was watching me in the darkness. Every time I turned on my bedside lamp to try and face whatever was watching me, I was completely alone. One night, I had snuck into the basement to play video games when I knew everyone would be asleep upstairs. It was around 3 in the morning when I finally made my way through the dark house back up to my room. That's when I saw it, illuminated by my nightlight. There was a shadow that looked like it was being cast by a boy about my age. At first I thought it was mine, but the shadow was facing my bed and looked too different to even be called a shadow. The outline was smooth, like I was staring at some weird cutout of a totally blackened out person. A sense of dread filled my body. My legs felt weak and I wanted to run, but I just kept staring. Something in my head told me if I moved, if I got its attention, it would kill me. Mustering up every ounce of courage in my 10-year-old body, I reached for the doorknob and slammed my door shut. Suddenly, my parents' bedroom door whipped open. I nearly soiled myself as I jumped away from the door. I looked up only to see my dad glaring down at me. I tried to explain what I saw, but he mumbled harshly about it being a nightmare and guided me back into my room. I wanted to warn my dad not to open my door, but he shushed me every time I tried to speak. But when he opened the door, there was nothing. He warned me about slamming doors before shutting mine behind him as he left. I pressed my back against the door, staring hard into the dimly lit room, just waiting to be attacked by what I had seen earlier. My legs finally gave out, sending me sliding down to the floor. I sat with my knees tucked to my chest, tears slowly streaming down my cheeks. I don't remember falling asleep, but when I opened my eyes, the morning sun was shining through my window. I could feel the tear tracks that had dried to my cheeks as I started to fully wake up. I was suddenly reminded of what happened last night, and I tried to quickly stand, but my body protested. My knees ached, and as soon as I tried to bear weight on them, I fell over. Now with my face smushed into the carpet, I could see directly under my bed. Glowing red eyes stared back at me. I opened my mouth to scream, but nothing came out. I startled awake, eyes wide as I stared straight ahead, trying to process what had just happened. Was it all a dream? No, I was still against the door where I had fallen asleep that night. That was the only time I had actually seen the figure. But from then on, I'd dream about the shadowy figure. about glowing red eyes that bore right into my soul. Once school started up a few months later, I begged my sister to sleep in her room since she had bunk beds. My parents weren't too happy about it, but they'd just make comments about it every so often. I didn't care, though. The nightmares had stopped almost completely now. Eventually, my parents dropped it altogether. Maybe they noticed I was myself again, or just stopped caring. Either way, I was just happy to be able to forget about what I saw that night. The only thing that still really bothered me, though, was my old bedroom. Anytime I was near it, that same feeling of dread swallowed my heart. I kept the door shut as often as I could. Anytime I saw the door open, I'd run past it as fast as my little legs could carry me, taking the stairs 2 at a time, only slowing down when I hit the first floor. Thinking back on it now, maybe I wasn't the only one who was being tormented. Maybe I was so focused on my own plight that I didn't see my parents suffering. I do remember now on occasion when I overheard my mom talking on the phone about a nightmare she had. A nightmare about a figure with glowing red eyes. After about a year of living in the house, my parents separated and sold it. I ended up living with my mom a few cities over. I still had nightmares, but they were few and far between. The feeling of dread had finally left, and I was able to sleep relatively peacefully from then on. It wasn't until I turned 19 and got my own place that things started to get bad. I started sleeping on my couch in the living room because the feeling became unbearable whenever I entered my bedroom. The nightmares became more frequent until I wasn't sleeping more than a few hours a night. I was exhausted and drained to the point where I was falling asleep at work. I ended up losing my job, but my boyfriend of the time let me move in with him. Just as quickly as it had started, the nightmares stopped again. I still felt uneasy whenever I was alone, but I was able to sleep through the night next to my boyfriend. Eventually, I got another job and things started to feel normal again. I still felt like I was being watched every so often, but that was it, and I decided I could manage. My parents ended up getting back together and moved to the same city as me. At this point, I was willing to believe I had imagined everything. I was paranoid, simply because of chronic bad dreams, and now I'd finally gotten past it. On Thanksgiving one year, me and my now fiancé were invited to my parents' place. My mom, of course, decided to bring out an old photo album to show my fiancé. I had never brought up my experiences beyond the first night because I already knew my parents wouldn't believe me. I had honestly forgotten about him at this point, but the photos stirred up all these old memories. I was almost 30 now, and without the fear of being in trouble, I decided it was worth a shot. I asked my dad as casually as I could about the house, and if he'd ever felt anything strange while living there. He told me that they had gotten the place super cheap, because the owner's young son had gotten really sick. They had tried everything, but he still passed away from his illness. My dad also mentioned that my room belonged to the son.
"What do you think you're doing, young lady? You're not supposed to be here," the strange man said as he entered the planetarium. It was a big hall with an oval-shaped ceiling. It almost appeared like a cinema, with the screen above our heads, though, instead of in front of them. Sorry," I gulped. "I must have gone through the wrong door." "More than one wrong door, I assume." "But this place looks so freaking familiar," I said, unable to keep my eyes from the interior. Despite being a big fan of space and the stars since I was little, I couldn't remember the last time I visited a planetarium, only open on Sundays. That's what the sign outside said that I'd followed. How lucky, I thought. "Everyone feels like they've been here before. Nobody has." He said those words with a smile on his face that looked neither friendly nor kind. It was a mixture of annoyance and regret. Or maybe that effect was due to his strange appearance that would rather fit inside a theater. He was dressed in a suit with black and white stripes and had dark circles painted around his deep green eyes. His face was the one of everyone and no one at the same time. Do you work here?" I asked. As I said, you're not supposed to be here, young lady. You better leave. I nodded and proceeded to walk towards the closest door. Just before reaching it, however, I turned around to the man once more. I do remember now. I came here once at school when I was 11 or 12. We watched some special show with music and... No, you did not. As I said, you've never been here before, he said in a much more rude tone now. I rolled my eyes and proceeded to head for the door. I can't even quite say how I ended up here. I have a horrible sense of direction. It's just that when you catch a memory of a long time ago and it's blurry, you somehow do your best to make it clear. He had made it more than obvious that I shouldn't be here, though, and I did feel a bit rude, so I headed for the exit. I reached for the door handle, but it wouldn't open. I turned towards the man with a helpless look, but he only sighed. Well, now you may as well take a seat. The show's about to start. We must sit when it does. I looked around the rows and rows of empty red velvet chairs with a raised eyebrow. The only other people I saw inside sat on the opposite side of the hall, leaning deep into their chairs so I couldn't recognize their faces, but I heard them whisper and giggle. Are you sure? I asked, but he was already pointing towards a seat near the door. I sat down. For some reason, it felt wrong to decline, and maybe this was a test run for a new show in here. It seemed exciting, though now I realize all those arguments were rather hollow. I wasn't supposed to be here, but that didn't matter just yet. To my surprise, the man in stripes took a seat in the big chair next to mine. He put his weight on the back and was now leaning deep behind, his gaze directed at the empty ceiling, which didn't show anything yet. He moved carefully, though, like his bones would break if he breathed too hard or moved too fast. Almost like an old man, but he couldn't have been much older than me. I copied what he was doing and leaned back. I couldn't help but grin from the excitement. Listen, girl, do not interact with anyone but me, all right? Who would I interact with? I'm not going to shout over to those people all the way over there, I mocked him. The lights turned down shortly after. We sat in darkness. The only sound you could hear was my rapid heartbeat. As absurd as the situation was, I felt like I belonged here. I felt at home, tucked in neatly in memory of my childhood. A part of me wished to see the show with the music and the dancing stars, but of course I wouldn't. I wasn't really at a planetarium after all. I walked into a sham. I suppose you're wondering what's going on. I'm trying to describe it the way I felt when I was there. You see, logic didn't really make sense in the death room. My mind was lagging. I wasn't yet able to be skeptical. The worry would come. It only took some time. However, first, the ceiling lit up. It was a spotlight shining bright right on top of us, like a sun that mesmerized your eyes instead of burning them. Everything underneath it was drenched in darkness, including us. The sun started shrinking and turning into something resembling clouds that were dripping. A few tiny wet drops were falling onto my skin. Rain, I thought at first. Maybe it was an interactive show. But when I touched my face and smelled the sharp scent of iron, I realized it was something else. It's bleeding. The ceiling is bleeding, I whispered. The man in stripes didn't speak, but he turned to my side and his eyes told me to be quiet. That's when another voice began speaking. When you feel suffocated, you need to breathe. I took a deep breath, the kind that fills you up entirely and makes you feel alive, but just before reaching the point of satisfaction, it got stuck. It didn't go in all the way, like when you're running and running until your feet become too fast for your breath to keep up. All I wanted was to breathe fully. Your lungs are screaming. Can you hear them? The voice continued. I felt panic rushing through my body. It was only a voice. It couldn't control my lungs, but it felt as if the sole fact of being conscious of the breathing act stopped it. "It's not directed at you. You can breathe," the man next to me spoke. And he was right. I opened my mouth wide, and the rush of air made me see stars for a second. But then it got better. It regulated itself. I almost felt at ease again, until I heard the noises from the other side of the planetarium. It sounded like someone was choking. I tried to shift my weight to the front to get up and check on them, but my body felt stiff. "Breathe, for now, as you did when you were born." I heard panting and whispering, then silence again. The clouds were long gone. I hadn't even realized that the ceiling was all dark until it changed again. Now we saw something that resembled the Milky Way. Darkness with a circle of light in the middle. My eyes were glued to the beauty of the projection, but slowly it turned ugly. Uglier than anything I'd seen before. A face appeared in the middle of the circle. A face filled with pain and suffering. Its eye sockets were hollow, the mouth cut in slices. And then it started to scream. At least that's what I thought at first, before realizing that the scream of damnation was not coming from the room. It was coming from the people on the opposite side. "Jen, honey, it's okay. It's just a show," I heard a man say. The other person, Jen, I suppose, started chuckling nervously. "It's so realistic, Justin. Was it like that when we came the first time?" she said. He answered something, but I couldn't hear what it was. "When you have to live through each day, the last one must come." The voice spoke again. This time it did sound as if it was coming from the ceiling. The disgusting figure was still embodied inside the Milky Way, but now the stars began to move, and its mouth opened wide. It almost appeared as if something was falling out of it. "Wasn't your first date the most lovely experience?" A man from the opposite side spoke. He didn't sound like the first one, though. His voice was deep and creaky. "You were cuddled up in the comfortable chair, enjoying the stars." A woman with an even creakier voice added. "It was the most wonderful time," Jen replied. "That's why we came back, right? To feel wonderful again," Justin agreed. "Are there more people here? I thought I only saw 2. I whispered to the man in stripes. "Were you here before? It feels right, doesn't it? Warm and comfortable and nice." This was another voice, one that sounded far closer, like right in front of me. And strangely enough, I felt like I somehow knew it. If only I could shift my weight, but I couldn't. I opened my mouth to answer, but before I could say something, I felt someone grab my hand. It was the striped guy. He was squeezing my hand so tight, it almost hurt. And then I remembered he told me not to interact, so I stayed quiet. The show continued. The figure on the ceiling had now broken almost entirely out of the fake Milky Way, and it looked hungry. My heart started racing. Suddenly I didn't feel comfortable and safe anymore. Suddenly I started doubting everything around me, including my own presence. This wasn't right. "This is wrong," I cried out. The man in stripes squeezed my hand even tighter, and I stayed silent, but the other couple didn't. The woman was now crying deeply until it was interrupted by the screams of the man. My body was shaking. That was the moment when I realized what the striped guy was talking about when I walked in here. I had never been to this planetarium before. I didn't think I'd ever been to one at all, but the memory had felt so clear. The screaming and shouting had stopped. The couple was eerily quiet. "Are you okay?" I shouted to the other side. Now that I was coming back to my senses, it felt like I was waking up from a trance. They didn't respond. The Milky Way disappeared, and the clouds were back. Now they were shedding more blood than before, the blood that tainted my face and clothes, the only proof I later would have of being here at all. The show was over. The projection ended, and slowly the normal light was coming back. I looked around to see all those people I heard, but there was no one. As I was finally able to move my body again, I fell to the front. I tried to look for the couple, Jen and Justin. They were still hanging back in their chairs, but now their bodies looked lifeless and stiff. Tears started rolling down my cheeks. I did have plans today. I was supposed to meet Vincent. It was dark when I left my home. It didn't feel like the middle of the night now. I was inside a hall with no windows, imagining sunshine outside, but it was dark and cold when I was out there. I'd forgotten all about it for the time I was here. How did I walk in here? For the life of me, I could not remember. Why am I here? I asked. A mix-up, I suppose. Maybe you made the mistake of being too close when it opened its doors. You came in a moment too late. It's lucky. It really is. I've never seen anyone else simply enjoying the procedure without being swallowed by it. We're not in a planetarium, are we? I muttered. He shook his head. It's a trick. It lures you in with a feeling of strange familiarity. You see what's in your memory, a place that feels nostalgic, yet not tainted, neutral. It. I didn't even ask him what it was. I had seen and felt its presence after all. It lured in that innocent couple. My hands were trembling with anger and fear. I wanted to jump up and run, but my legs didn't move. They weren't supposed to yet. They weren't innocent. Not all victims are. Their fate was chosen by someone, and once a week the room lures them in to perform the act. It's quite practical, actually. And you help it? This time his calm surface looked broken for only a second. I was lured in as well, though in another way. I once followed a light. Now I do what it asks me. However, this is the first time we had a visitor. A terrible mix-up of schedules, I suppose. Really lucky. We need to get help. Can someone... And send them where? To a planetarium you believe you visited as a child. As soon as you walk out the door, you won't be able to find it again, and you better hope it won't find you. What if it does? I whispered. Then your seat won't be here next to me, but where they were. I nodded, my blurry vision targeted at the ground. You will go through that door and leave. Make sure nobody sees you. And next time you are at a place that feels strangely familiar, get the hell out before the doors close. I don't sleep at night. I haven't for a month now. I can't. I mustn't. She's waiting. I know she is. It started happening on Thursday night. It was late at night, and I was really tired after working all day on a new project report for my firm. The deadline was a week later, but in my 42 years of life, if I had learned one thing, it's that procrastination will always fuck you up without a delay. I was quite happy to have been done with it and just wanted to sleep now. I went to bed around midnight, and I'm sure I must have fallen asleep less than 5 minutes after that. I don't know exactly when, but something woke me up that night. Something that has not let me sleep ever since. I like to keep a bottle of water at night with me, even though I never use it. I keep it at the bedside table, and that is what woke me up. The sound of the bottle falling from the table and hitting the floor. It woke me up, but my eyes were still closed. I was annoyed, like anyone would be, but I had to pee anyway. So I thought I might as well do it now. I reluctantly opened my eyes after doing a little full-body stretch under the blanket. The room was dark. I like to sleep with all the lights off. If there's ever a little light in the room, I feel distracted and can't sleep. I should have been getting out of bed now, but
I didn't. Something just felt wrong. My bed is placed directly in line with the door. The first thing you see after waking up is the room's entrance, and that's what I would have seen had there been any light. My eyes were adjusted, though. I had started seeing outlines of things in my room, the chair, the table, the closet, and the woman standing at the door. My eyes froze as I saw the outline of a tall woman standing perfectly still. For a second, I thought it was one of those moments when you wake up and see a pile of clothes on a chair and get scared. I wanted to believe it was just that, but I knew it wasn't. I knew exactly what I was seeing, and I couldn't look away. I couldn't just go back to sleep, obviously, and I couldn't get out of bed either. I was like a kid hiding himself in a blanket, thinking the ghosts can't hurt him if he just pretends to be asleep. I did just that. I pretended to be asleep with my eyes half open. I didn't know if it somehow got darker, but after some time, I wasn't sure if she was still there. I felt like I saw her a few times, but that was probably just my imagination. I kept looking, though. I spent the whole night looking at the door. It was only when the light slowly filled the room at dawn that I could clearly see that there was no one. I got out of bed at 8 and felt like the biggest idiot ever. I convinced myself that I must have imagined a woman in the night, and I couldn't believe that I spent the whole night awake because of something stupid like that. Even though I was so sure of it in the night, daytime me wasn't willing to believe it. I even told Brian about it. He's a friend from work. He called me a dumb fuck, and I agreed. We laughed a lot over that. The next night, I went to bed really late. I wasn't doing anything. I didn't have any work. I wasn't willing to accept it, but I didn't want to go to bed because I was scared. I wanted the night to be as short as I could make it. I went to bed calling myself an idiot for last night, laughing and scoffing to myself. I kept doing that, but even then I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't trying to sleep. I hadn't even closed my eyes. I wanted to keep lights on today, but that would be accepting what had happened yesterday, and I wasn't ready to do that just yet. So the room, like always, was pitch black. All my fears came true, and I froze again as I saw her walk into the room. She was walking very slowly and directly towards me. I did the only thing I could and just pretended to sleep. Just as she reached the bed, she turned, walked around the room, and left. This happened all night. She just walked around the house. Sometimes she would come really close to me as if to mock me, as if she knew I was awake. The next morning, there was no doubt left. I knew what I had seen. I knew exactly what had happened last night. I couldn't deny it this time. I left the house an hour early for the office. I was one of the first ones there. I told Brian about it the moment he came there. At first he thought I was joking and laughed, but his laughter faded as he saw the serious look on my face. In that moment, I could tell a multitude of thoughts were going through his head. You could see the look of confusion, fascination, pity, and judgment at the same time. He told me to calm down and tell him everything in detail. I told him about the lady and that she was walking this time. I told him everything that happened. Throughout the little story, I could see him trying hard not to call it ridiculous and tell me I'm being stupid. I don't blame him. If I was in his place, that's exactly what I would have done. Even though I knew he didn't think there really was a ghost, he assured me that he believes me. It was one of those talks that you have with a child, when they say something ridiculous, but you tell them you believe them anyway. The rest of the day at work was pretty normal, except the part that I was internally freaking out the whole time. I couldn't get the picture of her staring at me out of my head. A couple hours before the end of the day, Brian came to me and suggested that I come with him to his house for tonight. He said it'd be better to not be alone under the circumstances. Things can be hard living alone in a house for such a long time. He was using words that he would not normally use. I asked him if it was Marie's idea, and he agreed. That's his wife. Even though I'm closer to Brian, I have actually known him for longer. In fact, it was through her that I met Brian. She was my sister's friend in college, and that's how we met. Although, back then it was more of a relationship where you both know the other exists, and that's it. Marie is a psychiatrist, and you could just tell that it was her words coming out of Brian's mouth. We went to my house first, picked up some stuff, and then to his house. It was just the two of them at home. Normally, Marie's sister lives with them, but she was out for the week. The first couple of hours were quite fun. We talked about stuff, work, movies, life, all that. Then we had dinner, and after that, it got serious. We were sitting on the couch when she told me about it. Sleep paralysis demon. That's what I saw. Apparently, it happens to a lot of people. You wake up when your brain is still in sleep mode. So you can't move your body, and it comes with an added special bonus of a demon that traumatizes you. Why did it happen to me? Turns out a fucked up sleep schedule and loads of caffeine before sleep is not a good idea. She also said that what happened 5 months ago might have something to do with this, but Brian quickly changed the conversation when he saw me getting uncomfortable. All I got for treatment was a piece of advice. Sleep better. Brian told me that I had been going too hard at work these days and that I should take it easy. I do take it easy. It's just that living alone, you don't have a whole lot to do, and once you actually start working on something, it gets interesting and you want to end it as soon as you can. After that, we talked some more, and before we knew it, the small needle in the clock was closing in on the top. They told me to rest and sleep. I was given the room Marie's sister had been living in. The next day was a holiday, thankfully, so I didn't have to worry about waking up early. Brian told me the same, and then we said our goodnights and all. They went to their room, and I told them I'd do the same after I visited the bathroom. I was so sleepy that my eyelids felt heavy at that point. While using the restroom, I thought about the whole thing and felt thankful for having friends like them. Not a lot of people would do so much these days. I was also relieved that the whole ghost thing was figured out, although I was still scared that she'll come again tonight. At least this time I know she's not real and just my imagination. Now, all that was left for me was to go to bed and sleep until the next afternoon, hopefully. After I came out of the bathroom, Brian and Marie had already locked their room. I picked my phone up from the couch and headed to my room. As I opened the door, I noticed a big poster on the wall. It looked like an Asian band or something. I don't know. I didn't care. I just wanted to sleep. I threw my phone on the bed and was just about to lock the door when I saw something from the corner of my eye. She was sitting on a chair against the adjacent wall. My heart skipped a beat, but I didn't. I immediately turned around and left the room. My mind was blank, and I didn't know what to do. So, I just sat on the couch with my feet up on it. The floor was cold, and it just felt safer that way. In the hurry of getting out of there, I had left the door open. I was waiting for her to come out any second now. I considered knocking on Brian's door, but I was too scared even for that. I thought, what if she hadn't seen me? If I knocked on the door, she'll hear me for sure. Maybe I should just go and slowly close the door. But what if she's waiting for me to do that? I couldn't call them either, as I had left my phone inside. After a few minutes of panicking and living in absolute dread, I decided to close the door of that room. After that, I could think about waking up Brian and Marie. I looked at the half-opened door, and then I looked at the clock. It was 12:30. The night had just begun. I tried to control my breathing so that I didn't make a lot of noise. After assuring myself that it's the best thing to do for 15 minutes, I finally built up enough courage to do it. I closed my eyes and told myself that I can do it. I just had to take a few steps and close the door. I looked at the clock one last time, and then went for it. Just as my feet touched the cold floor, I saw the door slowly open. My heart started racing again, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't have to know, though. My body moved on its own as I quickly got back on the couch. I lay down and pretended to be asleep. With my half-closed eyes, I saw the tall woman slowly walk out of the room. She was walking right towards me. My breathing had gone up again, and I couldn't control it. I tried closing my eyes for a bit, but not knowing what was going on was even scarier. When I half opened my eyes again, she was a lot closer. She sat down on the adjacent couch, and for the first time, I looked at her face. I wasn't asleep. I wasn't paralyzed, and she was no demon. For the first time in 5 months, I had looked at my wife's face. Her pale skin, her big eyes, and the freckles around her nose. Strangely, I felt at ease looking at her, but then I realized why she was there. Her head was slightly tilted, and her eyes solely focused on my face. That look on her face, I know what it was. She was waiting. She stayed there looking at me for the whole night. Then, at some point, she moved. She got up and stood beside me. I tried to keep my breathing calm, and she touched my face with her soft hand. She traced it with her fingers from the head to my chin. And then she left. She went back to the same room she had come from. A little after that, Marie came out of her room and saw me sleeping on the couch. In the morning, I just told them that I fell asleep watching TV. Even for them, it would be too much if I told them what actually happened. They would surely start thinking that I had gone crazy. I thanked them for everything and left early. We had been married for 11 years when my wife died 5 months ago. It was the night after our anniversary when she died in her sleep. Everything makes sense now. I know why she's here. I just don't know what to do about it. I have been awake for 3 days now. I don't know if I can go any longer. Caffeine doesn't work anymore. I'm already feeling sleepy. My head feels heavy and my whole body hurts. I have to sleep, but I know she'll be there again, and I know she'll be waiting. I can't sleep. I must not sleep. The moment I fall asleep, she's going to do it. She's going to kill me in my sleep. Just like I killed her. When I was little, I had an imaginary friend, as most lonely little girls do. She lived in the wall of my bedroom, but said she lived in Paris. She was always nice to me. She comforted me when I was sad and gave me advice when I was having boy trouble. She would always tell me about Paris and how great everything was there and how, one day, I could come visit. For being from Paris, she spoke English very well. She went by Adler, but I called her Addie. We were best friends. I would even carve Jody plus Adler into trees and things, which made me a bit of an outcast at school. I would constantly bother my parents about going to Paris so I could visit Addie. My mom and I were talking about it a while ago, and she mentioned how it would always creep her out, how every day I'd seem to know more about Paris, but she never saw me with any books on the subject. It was definitely not in any class I took in 2nd grade in Manitoba. The reminder of Addie also brought back memories of the other one that would visit me. I would only ever call him the other one. He lived in my wardrobe. Unlike Addie, he never spoke to me. He just looked out at me from the wardrobe. I never saw him, never really knew what he looked like, but I always knew when he was there. He carried with him an aura of dread and a stench of rotten meat. Whenever he appeared, the world felt like static and I couldn't move. Addie saw him too, on her side of the wall. We were both completely terrified of him, but having each other made it easier. She was a mother figure to me when my real mother would never indulge in my childish fears. She always tried to be strong for me. Although one day, 3 days after my 8th birthday, she saw what he looked like. I asked many times, but she would never tell me. Every day after Addie saw him, she would get sadder and sadder. Addie told me that my loneliness is what drew the other one to me. I thought that as long as I had Addie, I would be safe, but Addie said she would have to leave me soon. After a lot of nagging, I got her to tell me why. She said that once she saw the other one, she only had 10 days left, and then she had to go away. She never elaborated further than that, and we counted down every remaining day. The last day was hard. I cried a lot. Addie made me promise to make lots of friends and create a life for myself in which I would never be lonely again. Then, she was gone. I spent years fulfilling that promise. I made lots of friends, got a good job, and I even got married to a man named Tyler Adler, of all things. I used to think that's why she chose that name, as a way to guide me to my better life. I even carved Jody plus Adler into one more tree. Before long, the other one was a distant memory. But life happens, and things didn't quite turn out as I hoped. Tyler was killed in a car accident. I lost all my friends in the ensuing grief and depression. Then the other one came back. I had convinced myself he was just a fantasy, but he was back anyway. So I had one more breadcrumb to follow from Addie, and that was Paris. I moved into a cute one-bedroom, and I was ready to start my whole new life. It was just as beautiful as Addie always said. I was convinced that it was my only chance to escape. But a few days later, I heard a voice in my wall. Only, it wasn't Addie. It was a scared little girl named Jody. She asked my name, and in a panic, I skipped my first name and blurted out, Adler. It didn't take long for me to figure it out. Wrapping my head around it is another story, and something I still haven't done, but I figured it out. Once I did, I made it my mission to do everything I could to comfort her, to be there for her. I couldn't imagine how dark my life would have been without Addie, so I became the best Addie I could be. In a weird way, it helped my life feel a bit less gray, too. Everything was going pretty well, but then it was our birthday. Her 8th birthday. I knew it was coming, but it snuck up on me anyway. That was 3 days ago. That's why I'm writing this all out now. Because today I met my boogeyman. Today is the day I finally found out what the other one looks like. Most importantly, today is the day my countdown starts. And I'm pretty sure I've figured out what happens after that. The droning of moose filled the night air as Rex took another hit of his cigarette. His marmalade-hued ember burned as bright as the morning sun. Dusk was setting in, and it was time to take the cows back to the barn. The wind swirled like whirlpools, surrounding and fluttering Rex's linen shirt. After throwing his cigarette into the dew-blanketed grass, he started to direct the cows in the direction of the barn. Rex was a farming man. He lived with his wife and 2 kids in eastern Washington, about 40 miles east of Wenatchee. Rex led a simple life, living mostly off of what the Mars-like terrain could muster. The occasional visit to the general store supplied his family with the little luxuries, such as toilet paper or the new Superman comic. Rex's son, Tommy, wanted to be just like his father and was set to inherit the farm one day. Rex's daughter, Mary, wanted to be a schoolteacher. The cows meandered into the dark and damp barn, huddling close together to shield from the cold November air. As Rex shuffled back to his homestead, he gazed up at the stars. There was little light in his town, resulting in beautiful galactical arrays projected into the night sky. The floorboards of his waterlogged patio squished and creaked as he shuffled to his front door. "Father, did you get the mail?" Tommy asked. "Not today, Tom. Say, will you go to town with me tomorrow? I've got to get a new hoe. Plus, there may be a surprise in it for you." Rex replied. The smile that waltzed across Tommy's face gave a calm pleasure to Rex as he retreated to his small study. Rex's study is where rest was had. Tobacco was smoked and drinks were drunk. In the corner of his study stood his most prized possession, the Cream Edison phonography machine, crafted by hand more than 30 years prior. As his music began to play, Rex sunk into his recliner and closed his eyes. The measly amount of light from a singular candle gave the room a calm atmosphere. Rex began to fall asleep. Rex awoke to a blood-curdling scream from Tommy and Mary's room, and then heard an even louder scream from his wife, who was now crying herself. Rex leapt upward unconsciously and began to sprint towards his kid's room. When he arrived at the door, he saw his 2 children and wife huddled in the corner of the room, pointing towards the window. "What the hell happened?" Rex asked. "They said they heard whistling. I tried to calm them down, but then I heard it too. We saw someone out there," Rex's wife, Sally, replied. "Stay here. Don't make any sound. I'll be right back," Rex whispered. Rex bolted to the closet and grabbed his rifle along with a boot knife. Still in his long johns, he peeked through the door with his eyes down the iron sights of his rifle. He did not see anyone. He stepped outside into the cold night air and started to walk towards his barn. In the distance, he saw a moving light drifting farther and farther away from him. It looked as if it was a lantern, bouncing up and down violently as if someone were holding it while running away. He called out to the figure. "Don't you come back! You come back here, you get a bullet between your eyes, you hear?" Rex yelled. The light stopped moving. Rex repeated himself. Now that the light had stopped moving, Rex could barely make out a cloaked figure holding the lantern. The faceless figure stared at Rex for about a minute before turning around and running the other way. Rex fired a warning shot to hasten the mystery figure. After about 2 minutes of standing there, Rex went back into his house. "Well, there was someone out there," Rex told his family. "Who, Father?" Mary asked. "I don't know, but they're gone now." "Let's go to bed," Rex replied. "Can we sleep with you tonight, Father?" Tommy asked, voice trembling. "Just tonight," Rex said. The family huddled into bed and laid quietly, thinking about what just transpired. As the fear began to drift away, the family fell asleep. Rex awoke, nearly falling off the bed, his arms sore. It was 6 a.m., and work was to be done. As he brewed a cup of coffee and prepared some eggs for himself, he noticed that the barn door was slightly ajar. He rushed outside in an instant with his revolver in his coat pocket. Rex came upon a scene so ghastly that he could barely keep composure. In the middle of the barn lied a skinned cow that was still alive. The cries from this cow sounded like no other animal, and it wailed as the sharp pieces of hay injected into the bare, bloody skin. The other cows were causing commotion, clearly distressed. Rex quickly grabbed his revolver from his coat pocket. He shot the cow once in the head. It screamed even harder. He shot it again. Still it was alive, screaming even more. He shot it 3 times, in the chest next. Still, the cow was somehow still alive. Nearly crying, Rex went outside the barn to grab his axe, still stuck in an oak stump. An adrenaline burst allowed him to free the axe from the stump, and he drove it as hard as he could into the middle of the cow's neck. That did the trick. Covered in blood, Rex lets out a wail. After sitting for a moment and reflecting on what had just transpired, Rex inspected the barn for further evidence of whatever was going on. In the back stable of the barn, Rex noticed that words had been painted on the wall. It wrote, "Give children or death awaits." What the fuck? Rex asked to himself. "Jesus, Rex, what did you do?" Sally yelled from behind him. "It wasn't me. It must have been that guy last night," Rex replied. This looks like a ritual or something, Rex. We need to grab Sheriff John, Sally said with bewilderment. Let's go to town. I don't want to leave you all here, Rex said. Sally woke the children and gathered them into the Ford. Rex lit a cigarette to accompany his second coffee. He turned the radio on. In other news, the Department of Defense has listed new items that will be rationed. The long list includes steel, coffee grounds, and cigarettes, said a news broadcaster in a transatlantic accent. Now for your local news. Horror had stricken a small town in eastern Washington. Police said that last night a whole family was slaughtered brutally by an unknown perpetrator. Early details seemed to indicate that they were skinned and still conscious when police arrived. They all died shortly after reaching the hospital. Police do not have a suspect as of yet, but they are warning residents of the surrounding towns, Winterset, Sunland, and Clarktown, to stay inside their homes and report any suspicious activity to their local police department. The newscaster read. Rex and Sally looked at each other for a moment. There was a look of both terror and confusion. They looked at their children, who were playing tag in the back seat. Rex looked forward as they had arrived in Clarktown. He parked the Ford in front of the police department and got out of his car. On the porch, Sheriff John rocked in his wooden chair. A large clump of chewing tobacco stuck out like a hillside on a grassy plain. "Sheriff, how are you?" Rex greeted the sheriff. "About as fine as I can be, I suppose. About as fine as I can be, suppose. I heard it may snow soon, so I'll be getting the plows ready at about 3 or so. How about yourself?" John replied. "I wish I could say better." Rex looked at his family for a brief moment. "I came to speak with you about a man I saw rummaging around my land last night." "Did you get a good look at him?" John asked. No. He was wearing some sort of black cloak and running away from me. He stopped for a moment and I saw his figure, but then he started running again," Rex replied. "Well, I wouldn't pay it no mind. Probably some teenagers trying to pull a prank or something. Could be one of Tommy's friends or something," John said calmly. "I would have thought that as well, until..." Rex paused for a moment. "Until what?" "Until I saw what happens to one of my cows. Skinned alive. It took at least 10 shots, 3 to the head and 7 to the stomach. It wouldn't die. I finally had to use the axe to lob its head clean off. That's not all either," Rex whispered. "What else?" John asked excitingly. "Whoever did it left a message. It said, 'Give children or death awaits,'" Rex whispered. There was a long pause as John and Rex looked at each other with bewilderment. Neither was breaking the silence as they thought about the next course of action. "I guess I could have some guys stay there with you for a couple nights. Do you think they could sleep in your barn?" John asked. "It sounds like a good idea. Whoever this is, I think this is more than just a prank," Rex replied. Rex and John shook hands and Rex left out the door. Upon entering his Ford, his family began to ask him what just happened. "They're going to send out some coppers to stay with us for a couple of nights. They got big guns and they'll keep us safe," Rex said confidently. The family all breathed a collective sigh of relief as the key turned the ignition over. Rex looked up in the sky and saw dark gray clouds. It was going to snow. It was just a question of how many feet. He hastened home to start chopping wood to survive the night. Perhaps he thought John's men wouldn't be able to make it. That would be the worst possible scenario. As night began to fall and the stars started glistening, only crickets could be heard in the snowy night. Silence had blanketed the town, along with a healthy helping of snow. Fog began to develop on the windows of Rex's cabin, and bright yellow candlelight painted the window against the dark and cold night. Sally was with the children making a pie, a cherry pie. Rex was in his study, thinking about what to do if the man comes again. In his head, he counted. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 rifles. Tommy can handle 1, probably. I could carry the revolver and a rifle. 500 rounds of ammunition. In the midst of this mental counting, Rex's heart sank when he heard a call from Sally. "Down to the last candle," she yelled. "Save it. It isn't the darkest yet." Rex yelled back. Rex had forgotten to get more candles. What good would 500 rounds of ammunition do if you cannot see your target? Internally, Rex felt a fear that was almost primal, a fear that was shared by cave dwellers who encountered large-toothed tigers in the dead of night. A fear that was ominous, almost as if the worst had yet come. A black mass of fear festered in the depths of his stomach and in the forefront of his mind. It was just past 8 p.m., 3 more hours of being awake, then daylight would come in no time. Rex tried to calm himself down as he went through possible scenarios. He dashed over to the window to see if John's men had arrived. They had not. Now they were late by almost 30 minutes. Stay calm, he thought. It's the snow. It's taking them extra long because of the snow. But deep inside the recesses of his thoughts was a dark voice that whispered to him his family's fate. Death awaits. Those words were laid in his head 1,000 times, each time louder and more ghastly. Rex sat down and placed his hands together. God, I do not know what will happen tonight, but I feel very fearful. Please protect me and my family. Please protect us, Rex whispered to himself. Right then, Rex heard a familiar call. "Rex, come and eat. The pie is cooled and ready," Sally yelled. "Just a moment," Rex replied softly, knowing Sally could never hear his reply. As Rex stood up from his chair, he looked outside the window one more time to see if John's men had arrived. They hadn't. "Let's all pray," Rex said as he sat down at the table. "Father, we never pray before eating," Mary replied. "I know, but tonight is different," Rex sighed, explaining no further. The family linked hands and Rex began to say a prayer. "Lord, here before you are 2 adults, a mother and a father. Here before you are 2 lambs of your doing, my son and my daughter. Tonight I ask you for your holy protection over my family and I. Protect us from the evil spirits, O Holy One." A tear began to roll down Rex's cheek. "Amen," the family said quietly. "Father, what happened in the barn this morning?" Tommy asked. "I had to put down Mushi. He broke his ankle and was suffering in pain," Rex replied quickly. "Father, what does awaits mean?" Mary asked. Rex looked at Sally and then back at Mary, his brow furrowed. "Where did you hear that word, honey?" Rex replied. "I read it in the barn. It said, 'Give children or death awaits.' What does awaits mean?" She asked again. "It doesn't mean anything, sweetheart. I wrote that there. It's just a Bible scripture I was trying to remember when I was painting the barn. I didn't have a pen and paper handy, so I just painted it on the wall. I'll paint over it when I'm done," Rex lied. "I've never seen that in the Bible, Father," Tommy said with confusion. "It's in the family Bible. I haven't read it to you yet. When you become a man, I'll read it to you. Then I'll give it to you to pass on to your own kids one day," Rex said with a smile. "I can't wait until I become like you, Father," Tommy said. The pleasure felt from hearing those words almost made Rex forget about the impending doom that hung over his head. His smile faded slowly as he took another bite of his cherry pie. "The policemen are here," yelled Sally. My prayers were answered, Rex thought. Rex ran outside to greet his protectors. Two big, fat police officers hobbled out of their Ford, the tip of their beards almost frozen from the cold. "Are you Rex?" one of the fat police officers asked. "That's me," Rex replied. "Well, I'm Rick. This here's Frank." "Hello," Frank said stupidly. "Hello, Frank. Well, let's not beat around the bush. I'll show you the barn," Rex said. The three men trekked through the foot of snow 30 paces to their left, towards the barn. Once inside, the men took their gloves off and began inspecting the scene. "Wow, that's a lot of blood there," Rex said in amazement. "That's what happens when you skin a cow alive," Rex replied. "Shit, you weren't kidding. This is fucked up," Frank said. "Well, check this out," Rex said, pointing to the back corner of his barn. "Read over what it says," said Rex quietly. "Give children their death awaits," Frank said out loud. "So what? You think this is some pervert or something trying to scare you?" "Could be. But would some pervert go through all this trouble?" Rex asked, already knowing the answer. "This reminds me a lot of the case out in Shelton. You know what I mean?" Rick said to Frank. "Yeah, some sort of deal," Frank replied. "What do you mean?" asked Rex. "You never heard of the Whistler?" Frank asked with wide eyes. "No, never," said Rex. "Story goes like this. Out in Shelton, there was a guy living about 2 miles out of town with his family. The guy kept to himself. He owned a small lumber collective. One night, while out on a walk through the fields, he heard a strange whistling. He paid no mind to it, as it was probably just the wind. Next morning, he wakes up to the same whistling, but louder this time. Must be a weird cricket, he thought. Well, that night he went into his barn to find one of his milk cows skinned alive. He had to shoot the thing about 15 times before it finally perished. Poor thing. Fella got freaked out and decided to lock his family in a room for the night. He sat on his porch with a shotgun. In the dead silence of night, once again he hears the whistling. This time it's almost deafening. Almost as if it was done millimeters away from his eardrum. And just like that, it stopped. He heard some commotion in the house and ran inside to inspect it. In that room, he found his wife skinned alive with her tongue cut out. His children were missing. He shot himself on the spot. They never found out who did it, Rick said with a crescendo of sadness. How do they know that the guy didn't just go crazy and kill his kids and wife? Rex asked. We thought that over. It's happened in 3 cities in Washington. Some say it happens in California as well, Frank said. They all stood in silence for a while until Rex finally broke it. Well, holler if you need anything, Rex sighed. Will do, they said. As Rex shuffled back to his home, he heard an unmistakable sound. A faint whistle. Almost as if it were miles away. Rex awoke to a deafening whistle. He looked to his side and his wife was sleeping soundly. He covered his ears in pain and terror. He ran to his children's rooms, only to find them sleeping soundly as well. The whistling abruptly stopped. He ran out to the barn and opened the doors. Kill me! Frank screamed at the top of his lungs. He was now pink, having been skinned alive. Next to him lied a dead Rick, who had a stake driven through both of his eyes. Fucking kill me! Frank screamed again. Rex pulled out his revolver and shot Frank square in the head. For a brief moment, Frank stopped screaming and stared over at Rex. He was able to muster out a couple of words before croaking. Just give him the children, Frank whispered. Rex kneeled over his dead body and began to sob. He grabbed a can of gasoline from the side of his barn and began to soak the bodies. He lit a cigarette, took a couple of drags, and then tossed it on the bodies. The barn began to catch on fire as well. Rex ran into his cabin to alert his family. First entering his children's room, he awoke them violently and yelled for them to gather their things. He did the same to Sally, whose initial anger subsided after realizing what was happening. In just 5 minutes, the children were in the cars with their suitcases, and Rex was the last out of the door. He took one final look at his homestead. It was ironic that he was the very man who built this cabin, and now he was going to have to watch it collapse in flames from his rearview mirror. They set out without a destination in mind, just anywhere away from here, thought Rex.
Father, it's been 2 hours. When will we stop driving?
Tommy cried. This actually seems like a good spot, Rex said with urgency.
What are we doing, Daddy?
Mary asked with a tuft of fear. Your mom says I need to be more spontaneous. Rex looked over at Sally with a fake smile. So I've decided we're going on a surprise camping trip, Rex said with a false excitement mixed with dread.
How fun! Can we hunt rabbits, Father? Please?
Tommy yelled with excitement. Of course, Tommy. But one thing that we have to remember, okay? No one can know we're here, Rex said sternly.
How come, Father?
Mary asked. Why would we want anyone to know about our great camping spot, little Miss Mary? Rex replied. All right, team, let's get this tent pitched and the fire going. It's going to be a cold one tonight, Rex said, rubbing his hands together. The children began pitching the tent while Sally gathered dry sticks for kindling. Rex took out his revolver and set out to hunt for the night's supper. This time to himself also allowed him to think about possible plans of action. He was leaning towards just up and leaving. Sheriff John would never believe his story, he thought. He would be hung as a cop killer. Montana. Yeah, Montana. No one's out there, Rex thought to himself. I'll just tell the kids I got another job. The boss won't let me take it unless I'm there pronto. They'll believe that, Rex thought.
Rex?
Said a voice from behind the trees. Yes, Sally, Rex replied.
What happened to the barn?
Same thing that happened to Moosey. I had to shoot him in the head to end it, Rex whispered.
And the other one?
Sally said with dread. Already dead.
What's the plan?
Sally asked hastily. The plan is we're going to Montana. I can't go back there. They'll think I killed them, Rex said.
We can explain it, Rex. John knows you too well to think that of you.
Sally pleaded. No. If they saw what that thing did to those men, they would want to murder anyone responsible. I don't want to be mistaken for that, whatever the hell it is. Rex yelled while still whispering.
And what about money, Rex? What the fuck are we going to do for money? How will we eat, Rex?
Sally yelled. We will make do. I'll find a way. I always have, Sally. Rex replied with passion.
And what if it follows us?
Sally whispered with darting eyes. Impossible. It never saw us leave, Rex whispered back.
We don't know that.
I suppose we don't, Rex said. Sally and Rex walked back together, hands linked in silence, held within their hands with an undying love for each other and their children, as well as collective fear for what is to come. When they arrived at the campsite, they looked at their children as they played together.
I got you,
Mary yelled.
No, you didn't. I have a super shield ability. You can't hit me.
Tommy yelled back.
Not fair. Daddy, Tommy's teasing.
Mary yelled with sadness. Sally and Rex did not reply to their children's calls. They only stared at their creations. The innocence, the naivety, the kindness, warmth, all illustrated through their children. How loud would they yelp if skinned alive? Rex thought. Does this thing want to kill them? Or worse, thought Rex. He closed his eyes for a brief moment and sighed. It's getting dark. Let's call it a night. Sally, you and the kids are going to sleep in the tent. I'm going to keep watch for the night," Rex demanded. "Can I help, Father?" Tommy asked. "Tom, you're going to be the man of the tent while I watch over you. Keep your mother and your sister safe. Tell them funny stories and extravagant tales. Use your imagination. In the morning, we can hunt for rabbits all day. Got it?" Rex said quickly.
"Yes, sir,"
Tommy said with his tiny hand horizontal to his forehead. Rex leaned closer to Sally and whispered into her ear. "Check for me in the middle of the night. If I'm not sitting right here, get the kids and run. Run until you can't anymore. Then find help. I'm going to leave a gun in the tent for Tommy," Rex whispered, giving a kiss to his wife's ear after speaking. She looked at him with tears streaming down her face. With a nod, Rex leaned over to Mary. "Little Miss Mary, well, how do you do?" Rex asked with a smile.
"I'm scared, Father,"
she replied quietly with her head down.
"Why, honey?" "Because I'm afraid of that man. Will you keep us safe?"
Mary pleaded. "Little Miss Mary, I will be here all night, protecting you. I'll be like the Queen's Guard. And you know what?" Rex said.
"What?"
Mary replied. "I will probably never even have to use this thing." He smiled, pointing towards his rifle. Mary smiled and Rex tousled her hair. He told them to get in the tent, and they did. Rex perched himself down towards the fire, using its massive flames to light his cigarette. He grabbed his mug and poured some of his finest whiskey. His gun was perched against his chair, ready for a moment's notice. In his head, Rex began to recite an old nursery rhyme his mother used to tell him. "If a boogeyman should come at night, when you're tucked in bed without a light, eyes like saucers give you such a fright. If a boogeyman should come at night." Rex's eyelids began to grow heavy. He began to drift into slumber with the warm fire roaring next to him and the whispered prayers from the tent. Rex awoke to his eardrums nearly bursting. The whistle had almost turned into a disembodied scream, growing louder each second. Grabbing each ear and nearly pulling them off, Rex screamed as his head was banging in pain. "Make it stop! God, make it stop!" Rex bursted. Rex collapsed to the ground on his knees, sobbing violently. He looked upwards towards the tent and saw the door flap was fluttering in the wind. He let out a guttural yelp that sounded like it came from Lucifer himself. Anger, fear, dread. All of these words do not even come close to describing the state of his mind. He began to crawl out towards the tent, his tears creating rivers in the soil. When he finally made it to the door flap of the tent, he couldn't bear to look inside. "Little Miss Mary, are you there?" Rex sobbed so violently the words almost sounded like gibberish. He pounded the ground with such force it gave him upward momentum. Rex lifted himself up to his knees and began to peek behind the flaps of the tent. Inside was a ghastly sight. Sally laid there, skinned, still alive and begging for her mother. Rex shot her in the head quickly without looking. He had to take her out of her misery. After killing his wife, it had dawned on him. The kids were missing. Rex stood for a moment in silence. He began to cry even harder. With the little energy he had, he lifted the pistol up to his mouth and stared forward. Behind the fluttering flap, he saw a black cloak. The wind finally blew the flap open, revealing the Reaper. The man's white face hurt Rex's eyes. He pursed his lips and began to whistle. Rex clenched his fingers, the hammer firing with an orange flash. His body falls backwards, right next to Sally. In other news, a family was found brutally murdered in what the police think was a murder-suicide. Police are reporting that wanted fugitive Rex William took his family on the run with him after killing 2 Clark police officers. Hound dogs finally picked up Williams' scent this morning, leading them to, according to the responding officers, one of the most disturbing scenes he has ever seen. Williams' wife was skinned alive. Williams' 2 children were found about 300 paces away. Both were skinned alive as well. Police said that right next to his wife's corpse, Williams decided the guilt was too much to handle and shot himself once in the temple. It is safe to say that Clark has never seen an event as gruesome as this.
Richard turned to another channel, one that was more upbeat.
Wow, what an awful man.
Richard's wife, Molly, said in disbelief. Certainly not something you want to hear when you move to a new city, Richard replied. Richard settled in his chair, drink in hand, marveling at his new home.
Honey, can you stop whistling?
Richard asked.
What?
Molly replied.
Can you please stop whistling? I'm trying to read.
Richard said more sternly.
I'm not whistling.
To be honest, I've never been a particularly motivated guy. Sure, I made it through high school all right. I never was in any advanced classes or anything, but I didn't really get held back either. When it came time to apply to university, I sat around and watched as all my high school friends got into their college of choice, or second choice, or third, but me, I didn't get into anything. I fooled around going to the local community college for a while, but eventually my parents started nagging me to pull my own weight around the house. You see, my family was never really all that well off, and to be honest, even if I had gotten into a university I wanted, I don't think we could have afforded even a semester. So, yeah, I dropped out of the community college and got a job. For a while, I took any odd job thrown at me. I delivered packages, I worked on a farm tending to animals, I even did a little construction work for a while, but never could really hold anything stable. Eventually, I thought maybe getting closer to the big city nearby might help me find a more desirable job. I'd avoided moving that way before because the cost of living was insane the closer you got to the city. All those tech bros just kept running the rent through the ceiling. But there was one city within commuting distance which still had fairly affordable rent, if you were okay with the possibility of your place getting broken into and your car being stolen. I figured, what the hell? Not like I had anything worth stealing anyway. My most valuable possession was my last generation console with an outdated first-person shooter game on it. I figured I could weather a few thefts, so I took the plunge. For a while, things were looking up. I had gotten a place near the big city. I had a pretty well-paying and stable job at some hipster coffee joint in the city that seemed to think my rugged look was on point. I actually had some sizable pocket change for once, and to be honest, I really didn't know what the heck to do with it. That's when I discovered the big city's nightlife. I got so addicted to the clubs, the girls, and the drinking that I practically went out each night. Between the cost of drinking, ride shares, and late-night binge eatings, I barely left room for rent and day-to-day expenses. But somehow I just scraped by every month.
Jesus, Sean, you look like shit.
Amy, my co-worker, took a drag from her cigarette, looking me up and down with a mildly disgusted look on her face. We were taking a quick smoke break between the busy hours. I'll be fine. I just need another shot of espresso, I said, and gave a sheepish laugh. My voice was hoarse and felt all too dry. It was the telltale sign of another late night, screaming, "I love this fucking song," wasted out of my mind to some nameless girl on the dance floor.
What's up with you lately?
She asked. I sighed and took a deep drag of my own cigarette.
You're just barely on time to work. The circles under your eyes are so deep I could mistake you for a panda, and you have this soulless stare when a customer comes up to order.
She continued. I thought the soulless stare was part of why they hired me. Isn't it very, on point? I said. We both laughed.
Yeah, I guess, but I'm serious, man. You can't live like this. It ain't healthy,
she said. Oh, it ain't, huh? I said mockingly. Amy wasn't from around here. She grew up in the Midwest and moved all the way out here, leaving her family behind.
She was following the dream to come tech macabre and get a 6-digit salary making obnoxious apps for lazy people. Occasionally, her Midwestern slang would slip out, and I'd tease her relentlessly. She groaned and gave me a death stare. Her thick black eyeliner made it especially intimidating. I decided to change the subject. "So, are you still taking that coding thingamajigger?" I asked. "Hack Academy? Hell yeah," she exclaimed. She balled her fist and shook it in a triumphant gesture, causing a few strands of her purple-dyed hair to fall into her face. "I'm almost done, and then I'll be out of this job," she said. She did a quick glance around to be sure no one else heard her, then gave me a knowing smile. "Good for you," I said. I threw my cigarette butt down onto the ground and stomped it out before heading back towards the shop to resume my shift. "Hey, you could, not litter, you know," she said. "Yeah, or I could just wait for you to come up with some app to get people to clean up my cigarette butts for me." I turned and walked away, lifting my hand in a lazy wave. "Asshole," she said, barely audible. I glanced back and saw her bending over to pick up the butt I'd left on the ground. She was such a goody-goody sometimes. I went back to the shop. It was my turn on the espresso machine, so I zoned out and got into a rhythm of making coffee until the day ended. A few minutes into my walk home from the subway, I'd pass a giant church which seemingly been entirely made of wood and glass. During the daytime it wasn't particularly special, but during the nights they would light up the interior, causing the pattern on the glass window to shine through dramatically. On my way home from work, I'd stare at it regularly, absent-mindedly. But this evening, while I was looking at it, I felt a chill down my spine. The image was always a little fuzzy and hard to make out, but what had once seemed to me surely to be Jesus with his halo suddenly looked twisted and wrong. I stopped walking down the street and stared at the image. What had once been a halo around Jesus' head looked unmistakably like ram's horns, curling off either side of his skull. What had once looked like a serene smile now looked like a twisted snarl. His hand, once formed into a blessing, now looked like a claw reaching out to me. I stared at the depiction of the church's window, and it didn't change. I closed my eyes and rubbed them furiously, and looked again. It still looked wrong. "What's going on?" I muttered under my breath while staring up at the church from across the street. I was broken from my trance when a woman squeezed past me on the sidewalk, avoiding me like I was an unkempt hobo shouting about lizard people. I shook my head and realized how crazy I must look. "Okay, I'm going home and straight to bed." I hurried past the church, glancing at the image a few more times, hoping it would return to its old image, but it remained haunting and twisted. "I'm gonna go have a smoke. You want in?" I looked to Amy, who was just wrapping up cleaning the espresso machine. "Yeah," she said. "Steve, you mind holding the fort?" I asked to our other co-worker, Steve. "Yeah, sure. I'll stay at the register while you guys go ruin your lungs. Alone. Again," he said with malice. "Thanks, bud," I said, patting him on the shoulder. He gave me a cold glance and watched as we walked out of the shop into the alley out back. "Steve's a real charmer, huh?" I said to Amy once we'd gotten out back. Amy gave me one of her signature glares. "You should be glad he doesn't report us for taking so many smoke breaks, Sean," Amy said. I looked up into the sky. It was a little overcast. People didn't have much coffee on days like this. It'd be a light day of work. "Yeah, I guess." We smoked in silence for a few minutes. "Hey, you know that church that's over near where I live?" I asked, breaking the silence. "Which one?" "The one that's practically all glass, the one near the lake." "I know of it. Have you ever seen that image that shows on the glass at night?" "Yeah," she said, taking a drag. "What of it?" "Did anything seem..." I paused as I searched for words. "Off to you?" "Off how?" Never mind, it's stupid." Amy eyed me suspiciously. She wasn't one to leave good enough alone. Spit it out, Sean. Last night when I was looking at it, morphed or something. It turned into some ram-headed creature. That full satanic shit, man. Amy started to laugh immediately. Come on, Sean. You've been partying a little too hard if you think I'm gonna believe that cliche-ass story. I'm serious, Amy. That's what I saw. Clear as day. Amy tilted her head and looked piercingly at my eyes. You're really not joking, are you? I'm not. Amy looked at me, frustration in her eyes. You seriously need to take a damn break from all this wildlife shit, Sean. It's fucking with your head. I guess. We finished our cigarettes in an uncomfortable silence, neither of us knowing what else to say. I spent my entire shift thinking about that damn image at the church. I just couldn't stop seeing its evil snarl burned into the back of my eyelids. It was my night to close down, so I was leaving later than usual. I decided I needed a distraction. I was going out tonight. I went straight to the club after work. It was a Wednesday night, so the crowd was pretty lame, so I just ended up getting shit-faced and hitting on any girl with 2 legs. Eventually, 2 a.m. rolled around and the club emptied. As I stepped outside of the hot and steamy club, the cold night air felt like a slap in the face, making me nakedly aware of my own drunkenness. I looked around at all the other partiers, stumbling around and laughing a little. This was such a familiar scene to me by now, it almost felt like home. Then I noticed her. A girl in a pure white gown, blonde hair and piercing pale blue eyes, stood at the edge of the sidewalk in front of the club's entrance. She was staring directly at me, no emotion on her face. I looked around me, wondering if maybe she saw someone she knew, or someone was doing something weird behind me, but all the club-goers had emptied out, and I was the only one standing there. She was staring at me. What the fuck? I strode up to her, full of drunken bravado. Do I know you? I asked in what seemed like a very impressive tone. The woman stared at me with her eyes wide and emotionless and said nothing. After a few long seconds of silence, without breaking eye contact, she reached a hand into the sleeve of her robe and pulled out a small white object that looked like a little credit card and extended it out to me. I stared at it for a moment and then took it from her. I looked down at the card. It was pure white, solid, like some kind of hard plastic or maybe glass. In pure, solid black lettering it read, Cathedral of Light. You're from that church? I started to ask, but as I looked up from the card, the girl was gone. I looked back at the card and flipped it over. The backside read, 3 a.m., Holy Repentant Service, in the same imposing font. I glanced around and noticed some other drunken club-goers were being ushered away by the club owners and decided it was my cue to go home. I slipped the card into my wallet and stumbled back to my apartment. The alarm on my phone beeped incessantly in my ear as I struggled to keep my eyes open long enough to enter my passcode to turn it off. I groaned as I crawled out of bed and downed some water before hurrying to get clothed and off to work. I showed up to work just barely put together, but on time. Amy was just opening the doors as I came. She shot a concerned glance at me and I walked up. Hey, Sean, I want to talk to you about something at our break today, okay? She said. Of course, I said. So serious all of a sudden. I laughed. Amy shot me a look that said, I mean business, and continued setting up the shop for the day's work. When break finally came around, Amy and I went to our usual spots and I lit up. Amy did not. So, I went to that church you were talking about last night. My cigarette practically fell out of my mouth. No shit, I said in shock. Why would you do that? I don't know. Something about the way you told me about that just made me feel like I had to know. So, did you see it? No, well, yes. Not at first.
She looked visibly shaken, speaking about it. Whoa, Amy, I've never seen you like this. You really saw it, didn't you? Amy nodded. Well, at least I know I'm not crazy, I said. Amy laughed weakly.
I was staring at it, and I just saw the same old Jesus figure I remembered. And then suddenly it started to shift, just like you said.
She shook her head from side to side.
The horns, claws, and all of it was a straight-up demonic image.
Right? I said. I still can't get the image out of my head.
Yeah, it's almost like it burrowed in there.
Suddenly, last night's images came flooding back to me in bits and pieces, and I remembered the card. I desperately pulled out my wallet and searched it for the card. There it was, right where I'd put it last night. Still ominous and pristine as the night before. Amy noticed and came closer to take a look.
What's that?
Get this. Some girl from the church handed it to me outside of the club I was at last night.
What? Like she was flyering or something?
I handed her the card to take a look at. She was, like, in this full white robe, like something out of the 1800s or something. And she just stared at me until I took the card.
What's this on the back of the card?
It beats me. Some kind of event for their weirdo religion?
This is some creepy stuff, man.
Amy handed the card back to me, and we stood in silence for a moment.
Want to go check it out?
She said, breaking the silence. You know this is literally the worst idea possible, right?
Yeah, but I already can't stop thinking about this place since last night. You know how it is. I just gotta figure out what all this is.
I'm ashamed to say that I straight up bailed. I know I probably should have had her back or talked her out of going, but all I could think about at that moment was not wanting to have more to deal with. I guess old habits die hard. You can go by yourself, Amy. I'm not interested, I said coldly. She scoffed at me and walked off back towards the shop. Amy, I didn't... I stopped as she stuck her hand back and gave me a middle finger without stopping. Whatever, I grumbled to myself and lit up my cigarette before returning to work. Amy wouldn't talk to me for the rest of the day, and even Steve seemed to be sensing something was up, and he kept glancing between the two of us. Amy left early, and Steve and I were cleaning up before he had to close the place down. Lovers quarrel? Steve asked. I laughed. Who knows what's going on in that girl's mind? I said apathetically. Steve and I finished up and I headed home. I laid in bed for hours, but I couldn't sleep. I saw the creature in the church glass, the girl in all white, and Amy's cold stare. Fuck! I shouted in frustration. I glanced at the clock. 3:15 a.m. I punched the bed in frustration and got up, hurriedly getting dressed. The church was about a 10-minute walk from my apartment, maybe a little less if I speed walked, but I was practically sprinting. My chest was pounding and something just felt wrong. A primal feeling of worry, something you just know but can't understand. When I finally arrived at the church, the creature in the glass was illuminated and towering above me. I tried not to focus on it as I circled the building looking for Amy. Before I could find her, I found a large double door, slightly ajar. A faint light seeping from inside the building into the darkness of the night. I slowly peeked inside. The building was dimly lit inside, except the glass wall where the figure was illuminated. Candles lined a walkway leading to a pedestal with a spotlight shining on a book. Something about the book drew me to it. Maybe it was just a natural instinct to approach light in a dark room. Maybe it was the mystery. Maybe it was something else. But I couldn't fight the urge to approach it. When I reached it, I saw that the book was in a language unlike anything I'd ever seen before. In the candlelight, the words seemed to shift and writhe on the page like snakes in a pit. On one page, a drawing depicted a dagger dripping with some liquid. I flipped through the pages frantically,
each page filled with that strange language and more disturbing imagery. A loud clicking sound ignited my heart and made me spin around to look at the source. A long, laborious squeak sounded as a door opened slowly behind me, seemingly on its own. "Hello," I said. I meant for it to sound strong, but instead it sounded meek and timid. "Amy?" Nothing responded. I walked to the door. I could feel my body shaking. I was terrified. As I approached the door, I could hear a dull tone, almost like chanting. I pushed the door open to reveal a spiral staircase, dimly lit but with a stronger light flickering down below. I methodically walked down the staircase, and the chanting grew louder and clearer with each step. As I approached the bottom of the staircase, I could clearly hear the chanting, though I had no idea what language it was in. The first thing I saw when I made it to the bottom of the staircase was Amy. She hung in the center of a room. Her hands were tied on either side of a large wooden cross, her legs tied to the bottom. She was gagged and completely naked. Her eyes shot open in a mixture of fear and hope as she saw me, and our eyes locked. I quickly scanned the room. Hooded figures in orange, their faces obscured, surrounded Amy. Several girls like the one I'd seen before, only now they wore no white robes, danced, spinning and jumping in jerky, stilted motions around Amy. The hooded men chanted methodically in the otherworldly language. The chanting filled the room with a cacophony of deep booms and piercing hisses. I started to speak. The chanting stopped. All the girls in unison stopped dancing in mid-motion and turned, staring at me. "Amy?" I barely managed to squeak, paralyzed with fear. I stepped into the doorway.
"Repent and be reborn."
They all chanted at once. I don't think they were speaking English, but suddenly I could understand the words. I tried to speak.
"Repent and be reborn."
They repeated.
"Repent and be reborn."
It was then that I noticed the ornate dagger lying on a pedestal next to the cross where Amy was tied. Once I'd seen it, a flood of visions entered my mind. I saw myself the head of an empire. I saw possessions beyond anything I'd ever dreamed. People respected and aspired to be like me. Clearly none of it had happened, but they felt like memories. Memories of the future. Then, suddenly, my purpose was clear. For the first time in my life, I was intensely motivated, and I knew exactly what I had to do.
"Repent and be reborn,"
they said. I walked towards Amy. She looked at me with hope in her eyes.
"Repent and be reborn,"
they repeated. I reached Amy and tears streamed from her eyes, her thick black eyeliner streaming as she stared into my cold eyes. "Repent and be reborn," I said, as I grabbed the dagger and shoved it into Amy's chest in one swift motion. She screamed violently, even through the gag, as her eyes faded and the life flooded from them.
"The ambitious fall.
The voices said in unison.
The strong shall rule,"
they continued. I stared at the blood on my hands as the people around me slowly walked towards me in unison. It's been 10 years since Amy disappeared. After the disagreement we had in front of Steve, he suspected me. But after they found a note in Amy's apartment claiming that she just couldn't take the pressure anymore after failing to finish her Hack Academy degree, the police dropped the case as a textbook case of burnout. I'm a successful CEO now. I was able to come up with a highly successful social media website, despite my relative lack of knowledge, and use that fortune to build several other successful apps on that platform. I never worry about money anymore. Sometimes I check up on my old high school friends just to laugh about what their university degrees have gotten them. It's an amazing world we live in, where a relative nobody can become a world name just by creating a simple website, just by having the motivation to do what it takes. Thankfully, the high-pressure environments in my tech bubble means no one worries when every few years the ambitious new intern just stops showing up to work one day.
Most people have a relic from their childhood they can't keep around. Maybe it's a beloved toy they can't bring themselves to throw away, or a happy memory to keep in their wallet. Maybe it's a scar from some silly mistake, or worse, the wounds that can't be seen, the ones that hide on the inside. Something that has shaped who they are. Quirks, passions, fears. We all have something we keep. Mine is a dark wooden box. I hate that fucking box. I hide it away, stuffed at the back of my bottom drawer, wrapped in a tea towel so I don't even have to look at it. And my husband doesn't know why I refuse to have walnut laminate flooring in our dining room. It's because it reminds me of that box. Well, today he found it, and I don't know what to do. I've freaked out. There are a million ways I could have handled it better, but I panicked. I saw the wood, I saw him reach for the clasp, I actually scratched his arm pretty badly without meaning to. I've managed to convince him to just drop it for now, but I know he thinks I'm crazy. And worst of all, I know that the moment I leave this house, he's going to try and find it, and look inside. And then what? I suppose I should explain. Growing up in the 80s wasn't easy, not for my brother and me, at least. To this day, I still don't know for sure what my mother did for work, though I have my suspicions. What I do know is that we were as close to poverty as it's possible to get without moving outdoors, or out of mainland Europe. Most people dismiss Liverpool because of the funny accent, but it has darker shadows than anywhere I've ever been in my life. There's a story about a man who traveled the world on his bicycle, visited every country, and then returns to England, only to get his bike nicked in Liverpool. But that says it all. Just like any city, it's got its nice parts. Then there's the underbelly, where the scroats live. Well, we were the scroats. Me, my big brother Jacob, and our occasional mother. Looking back, it was a lot like having a cat. She'd come when she wanted something, leave whenever she liked, and occasionally bring us gifts we didn't appreciate or want. Cats bring dead birds. My mother brought gold watches, cigarettes, and pool noodles. I was 7 years old, and I loved her so very, very much. With no father and an infrequent mother, Jacob had no choice but to become the man of the house. I say house. It was a one-room bedsit with a mattress on the floor. Jacob was 20 years old, and whilst he always seemed like a giant to me, he was too young and scrawny to mix with the bigger kids on the block, especially with a younger sister in tow. So we stayed in the flat most of the time, garnering annoyance and sympathy in equal measures. Our flat was 4 stories high and filled with all sorts of wonderful characters you'd cross the street to avoid. There were bad ones, like the old man we only ever knew as Mr. Creepy. There were good ones, like Miss Cooper, who would give us food whenever we passed her door. But my absolute favorite was a rather large Jamaican lady who called herself Mama Jane. She had an accent that was thick as treacle, and owned the shop at the bottom of our flat. Mama Jane's shop was the kind of bric-a-brac weirdo museum you just don't see on the high street anymore. And since she didn't mind our company, it became our adoptive home. Whilst the shop sold any type of item you can imagine, Mama Jane had a particular fascination with dolls. If it was a miniature and had anything resembling a face, Mama Jane would buy it, display it in her shop window, and pronounce it was not for sale. Even those racist little goily doilies that people used to collect. Sometimes people told her that she shouldn't put them in her shop window, but she just shrugged and said it was her shop,
and if people didn't like that, they could stick it where the sun don't shine. Nothing with a smile like that can be hateful, she'd say. If we helped around the shop, we could play with any toy we'd liked, but only one. I don't really know how much we helped, but Mama Jane would let us play with something from her shop almost every day. There was an unspoken code about it, something of a ritual. We wouldn't pick anything that looked like it would break, and Mama Jane would let us stay in the shop for as long as we liked, providing we didn't bother customers. This was an easy rule to follow, as there usually weren't any. People did bring things to Mama Jane, though. And one particular day, a tall Jamaican man with dreadlocks dangling over his shoulder brought a walnut-colored box into the shop. I know he was Jamaican, because whenever someone from Jamaica came into the shop, Mama Jane's accent would intensify to the point where a 7-year-old Liverpoolian girl could no longer gain any meaning. I was playing with my favorite vintage doll, a horrific sun-bleached thing that I called Tabitha, and Jacob was playing with his train, driving it along the stained carpet enthusiastically. "Watch the shop, children," Mama Jane called behind her as she and the man disappeared into the back to talk business. After a while, they came back, talking quietly amongst themselves. I could tell Mama Jane was excited. The man's box was gone, and as he had left the shop, Mama Jane locked the door, turned the open sign to closed, then burst into gleeful laughter, stomping her feet and swaying from side to side. "What'd you get today, Mama?" Jacob asked. "Oh, child," she said, clapping her hands together. "Come see." We both placed our toys back carefully on their respective shelves. Abandoning a toy meant you did not want it, Mama always claimed, then followed her into the back of the shop. This in itself was something of a rare treat, and her excitement was infectious, even without me or Jacob knowing what exactly we were excited about. Inside her back office, on her desk, was the dark wooden box. Now I could see it properly. About the size of 2 book bags, stacked on top of each other, it was locked tight with 2 brass clamps. Mama Jane brushed her hand along the walnut lid and looked down at us. "Do you believe in magic, children?" she asked in a whisper. Her wide eyes made me nod without even really thinking about the question. "Magic's for kids," said Jacob defiantly. That what you think, is it?" said Mama, her voice purring. She snapped one clasp open, then the other, pausing with her hand on the lid. She met our eyes and drank us in. I realized I was leaning so far forward I was close to toppling on my face. Whatever Mama was thinking, she decided to proceed, and lifted the lid. Jacob stood on tiptoes to peer inside, but I was too short to see. All I could see was the green velvet interior of the lid, and Mama Jane carefully lowered her hands inside the box. She was so tender, lifting the contents out. At first I thought it was a newborn baby. As I got my first look, I found myself disappointed. It was just a plain doll made out of a Hessian sack. It had black button eyes and a stitched-on smile made from black thread. It didn't have hands, hair, or any clothing. I couldn't see why Mama Jane was so excited about this boring doll until she placed it down. Rather than crumbling to the floor like every other doll I'd ever seen, it remained upright as Mama Jane took her hands away. Even though it was bent forwards, with its arms almost touching the carpet, it didn't fall over. Even my childlike grasp of physics told me this was strange, though I didn't understand why. Then it began to move. It lifted its Hessian arms and straightened, standing completely upright. When it clapped its little stumps together, Mama Jane started laughing in her great, big, booming way that meant something was truly delighting her. We'd seen puppets before, but they had strings. It was a game that we chose to play along with. This was something else. This was real magic. I was so enraptured with the moving doll, it took me a moment to notice that Mama Jane was clapping in time with it. When each of its Hessian hands joined together, a clap would sound from above me. At first I thought she was copying it, but then as I glanced from one to the other, I realized it was the other way around. The doll was copying Mama Jane's movements. Perfectly, as though they were twins. "What is it?" I asked. "How does it work?" asked Jacob. Mama Jane just laughed and began walking around the room. The little doll did the same. As they moved, it almost looked like a synchronized dance routine. She jumped in the air, and the doll leapt off the floor in a mirror image, landing back on its feet with ease. We both applauded in sheer, childish glee. "I want to go," said Jacob. Mama Jane leant over to him and wagged a finger. On the floor, the doll wiggled a stumpy limb. "It's not so easy, child," said Mama. Jacob scrunched up his face, eyes locked on the doll. Mama Jane ruffled his hair, and the doll reached into empty space to do the same. "What's its name?" I asked. "You don't have a name yet." That seemed a little sad to me. I waved at him to say hello. Mama Jane waved into empty space, and the doll copied her. Even though I knew Mama was doing it, I was impressed how much it looked like the doll was truly waving at me. Its button eyes were staring right at me. Mama seemed less impressed, though, and snatched up the doll, placed him inside the box, and clasped it shut so quickly I almost didn't believe it had happened. She rested over the box for quite a long time, long enough for me and Jacob to share a worried look. When Mama Jane turned around, she had stopped smiling, and her cheeks had gone pale. "I don't want you to tell nobody about this here," she said. We both nodded frantically. It wasn't like we had anyone to tell besides each other. "Run along now," she said, scuttling us out of the back office. We said goodbye, but Mama Jane didn't say it back. The door to the office slammed shut behind us and was promptly locked. Me and Jacob went upstairs, excitedly babbling to each other about the doll and what we would make it do when we had our turns. I began thinking of names for the doll, but Jacob didn't like any of my suggestions. Our real mother didn't come home that night, and I woke up a few times to Jacob accidentally jabbing me with a knee or elbow as he tossed and turned in the night. I remember opening my eyes to see him barely visible in the darkness, staring up at the ceiling. "You okay?" I asked. "I don't get how it works." "Mama said it was magic," I replied, closing my eyes again. "Magic's not real," Jacob said in a grumpy voice, throwing himself onto his side. That night I dreamt of dancing dolls, vintage Victorian ones with rippling dresses, Barbies all box fresh and pretty, goily doilies and Cabbage Patch Kids, all holding hands in a huge circle and twirling, twirling, twirling. At the center of it all, the Hessian doll, with his button eyes and stitched-on smile. I woke to Jacob nudging me. He already had his shoes on, and he was shoving mine in my face. "Come on," he said, leaping up and holding the door open for me. Still rubbing sleep from my eyes, I started walking towards Miss Cooper's flats, but Jacob pulled my arm and whirled me towards the staircase. "But I'm hungry," I moaned, grabbing my belly dramatically. "We'll get food later," said Jacob. It was difficult to keep up with him that morning. He leapt downstairs and ran across the halls, stopping and waiting for me whenever he went too far. He grinned like a Cheshire cat when the back door to Mama Jane's shop opened, and we crept inside. Mama was polishing shelves and looked up at us as we entered. "Good Lord, children, you out here early today. I'm thinking you be wanting something." She chuckled to herself and threw her duster over her shoulder. "Have you got chores for us, Mama?" Jacob asked. I watched him closely.
We did chores, sure, but we never asked for them. Especially not Jacob. He was up to something. It didn't pass Mama Jane's notice, either. She narrowed her eyes at us. That what you both want, is it? I looked down at the floor, instinctually trying to look small and pitiful. I want food, I said in a small voice. She let out a disapproving That was the sound she often made when we discussed our mother, either directly or indirectly. She held out her hand and led me through the back. As we walked away, she called to Jacob over her shoulder. You clean the windows then, boy. Keep going till you see your face in them. Mama Jane didn't make us food very often, but I was hoping for a bit of lamb patty she'd shared with us once. No such luck on that day, though. I just got jam on toast. She picked me up and let me sit on the counter of our makeshift kitchen, humming to herself as she buttered the toast and spread the jam. I told her of the names I'd thought for the doll, and she said they were pretty. After I'd eaten the last crust that Mama Jane would have never let us eat outside the kitchen, we walked back into the shop. I was ready to do some chores now, if it meant getting to play with the doll again. But as we walked around the shelves, the shop was empty. Where my brother should have been cleaning windows, there were just dingy net curtains and dolls perched on the wooden chairs. Mama Jane walked outside, bell jangling as she looked left and right, but Jacob wasn't there. She came back inside, eyes darting around the shop. I tried looking too, but I couldn't see Jacob anywhere. My eyes fell on the door to the back office, which Mama Jane always kept locked. Mama Jane seems to have the same idea and walked over to it, testing the handle. It opened. She pushed the door open, and in the center of the room was Jacob, scrambling on his knees. The walnut box was wide open, green velvet insides on show. Jacob was crying and kept turning so we couldn't see what he had in his hands. I just wanted to see how it worked, he said through tears. He turned to us, and stuffing spilled out of his hands onto the floor. There was a small gash in the side of the doll, and Jacob's pocket knife lay on the floor, still open. I began crying too. Mama Jane moved over to Jacob, but as she moved, the doll stayed still. I charged towards Jacob and shoved him as hard as I could. You killed him, I cried, eyes stinging so badly I couldn't even see my brother. He didn't even have a name yet. Mama Jane said nothing, and as I wiped away my tears on a sleeve, I saw Jacob only had eyes for her, fearfully waiting for her reaction. We'd never seen Mama Jane angry, not really. She was a woman who would give a hint of what her anger could feel like, and that made you never want to prod further. In that moment, I became afraid too. Afraid that we'd lose our second home. Afraid that we'd lose Mama. She plucked the doll from Jacob's hands and carried it over to her desk without saying a word. Mama calmly scooped up the stuffing pieces from the floor. The only sound was Jacob's choked sobs and my sniffles. Once every piece was on the table, she gazed down at the doll, shook her head and muttered something under her breath. Then she buried her head in her hands and said, "This is a very bad thing you've done, Jacob." It was the first time I'd ever heard her call either of us by name. We were always child or children. Mama Jane began to cry, and to our complete surprise, she turned and wrapped both of us into a tight hug. "I'm really sorry, Mama," whispered Jacob. "Can you fix him?" Still clutching one another, we walked over to the desk and stared at the unmoving doll. He looked so sad now, half deflated with his insides missing. "I'm not sure I should, Jacob," said Mama Jane, clamping hold of my arm and squeezing tight. "Some things in this world aren't to be toyed with." Nodding to herself, Mama released us both and began to pull out the rest of the doll's stuffing. Once there was nothing left, she placed the doll back inside its walnut box and closed the lid. She placed it high on a bookshelf that even she could barely reach and gathered up the stuffing into a pile. "I'm sorry, Mama," said Jacob again. "Run along now, children," she said, without looking at us. We skulked out without another word, walked back up into the flats, and spent the rest of the day skulking in our bedsit. Our own mother came home that night, quite late, collapsed without a word at the side of us onto the mattress. I waited until she fell asleep, then cuddled her arm. Mornings with Mother were terribly quiet. We would wait to see what mood she was in, creeping around and whispering. At the time, it just seemed like a game to me. It seems considerate not to wake her. I realize now Jacob was doing it to extend the time we had where she wasn't awake. The sirens ruined that. Police, ambulance, more police. Something bad had happened, and our mother was convinced we should stay inside until they went away. Me and Jacob peeked through the curtains, watching the street below, but we couldn't see anything other than the tops of cars and people gawking at our building. Eventually, anyone in uniform left, and our flat returned to normality. We could leave, and our mother was first to do so. Me and Jacob visited some neighbors, but kept inside the halls, too afraid to go back to Mama Jane's so soon. Miss Cooper made us peanut butter sandwiches and taught us how to tell the time, or tried to, at least. We asked her what had happened with the police, but she said we didn't need to worry about that. The next day we tried to visit Mama Jane, and our door was locked and covered with tape. It said police on it, but neither me or Jacob really knew what that meant. We went outside and tried to go to the front door, but that was locked too. It would be 2 more days before we found out Mama Jane was dead. Murdered, our mother said. Our neighbors had spared us all the gruesome details, but we persisted our mother until she spilled every last drop. Someone had stabbed her to death. They tried to make it look like suicide, but it was too obvious. They'd cut her open, then put the knife in her hands. I cried myself to sleep that night. Jacob refused to lie down and curled up in a ball near the corner of the room. Our mother got sick of our whining and left in the middle of the night. She said Mama Jane was a bitch anyway, and probably got what was coming to her. I didn't believe that. I think that was the night any love for my mother began to unravel for me. She said a lot of nasty things that night. Things I don't truly remember, but I remember how it made me feel. Days passed and we began to hear more details. Mama Jane hadn't just been stabbed, she'd been disemboweled. Her intestines had been pulled all over the floor and parts of them were missing. When we heard that, we crept downstairs the same night, and Jacob showed me a trick with a pocket knife, a debit card, and a door lock. I'd never been inside Mama Jane's shop in the darkness, and everything about it took on a dark tilt without her in the world. I clutched hold of Jacob as we made our way towards the office, where Jacob repeated his trick. Inside the room, I noticed the only thing different about the shop other than no light and no Mama: the carpet. A huge rectangle of carpet had been cut up and removed, just beneath the desk. Just beneath the desk. At the time, it had baffled us. Now I know that was where she had died. Of course, there was only one thing we wanted to check. One suspicion we couldn't let lie. Together, we moved the chair and the desk, and Jacob climbed on top to reach the walnut box. As soon as he placed it down and ran his thumbs along the clasps, I wanted to leave. I wanted to forget the whole thing. I missed Mama, and I couldn't bring her back. I was just a little girl, but I knew nothing good could come of this. But I couldn't stop Jacob. He snapped open the clasps and threw back the lid. The doll was still inside, but it was whole again. The gash Jacob had made had been stitched back together. Its stuffing was back, apparently. "Maybe Mama fixed it," I hissed, creeping towards the door. Jacob clearly wasn't happy with that explanation, and he reached into the box to pick up the doll. As he did, it squelched. I had no comparison as a child, but it was the sound that raw chicken fillets made if you squeezed them together. Disgusted, Jacob flinched and dropped the doll onto the floor. It twisted in the air, and it landed on its feet with a squishy noise. I didn't know how long we stared at that doll for. Neither of us dared move. When Jacob finally moved to pick up the doll took a step forward too. This made Jacob flinch back, yank his hand away, and the doll copied him on the floor, stumbling back, then raising its little stumps defensively. "Pick it up!" Jacob screamed. I tried to calm him down. We were supposed to be keeping quiet, but my brother was being hysterical. "Pick it up!" he screamed again, his voice high-pitched and terrifying. I did it. I reached down and picked up the little doll. It was moist and soft in my hands. It made that same sickening squelch as I placed it down in its box. Jacob paced around the room, head in his hands, babbling to himself so fast and so quietly I couldn't hear what he was saying. I couldn't take my eyes off the walnut box. It wobbled around as the doll walked into its edges, trying to imitate Jacob's movements in what tiny space it had. I didn't really understand why Jacob was so scared. I was glad the doll was back to normal and alive again. We might have lost Mama, but at least we had the doll. "Did Mama fix you?" I asked him. The doll stopped pacing, looked up at me, and nodded. To my side, Jacob let out a sheer animal yelp of fear. He toppled onto the ground, kicking himself away to curl up against a wall. "It made me move," he cried, lips quivering, tears streaming down his face. "It made me move." I looked inside the box. The doll was imitating Jacob perfectly, pushing backwards and shaking with fear. I didn't truly understand. I was just a little girl. But my brother's fear was enough to make me close the box and encase the doll in darkness. Without knowing what to say, I did the only thing I knew how and curled up next to my brother, hugging his arm as he cried like a baby. He was always the strong one, always the protector who knew what to do next. God knows I didn't. We must have sat together like that for a long time. Eventually, he composed himself and said, "We need to hide it somewhere." He stood up, sliding free from my grip, and nodded to himself. "We need to hide it somewhere. Nobody will ever find it." And he did. Jacob made me stay upstairs in the flat whilst he went out. He'd refused to tell me where he'd go, but he was gone for 3 hours. When he came back, it had just started raining, and his clothes were wet. He didn't say anything as I helped him undress, but when he lay on the mattress, I wrapped the duvet around him, as he had done so many times for me. He met my eyes, and then he smiled. "Love you," he whispered. We fell asleep again. And when I woke up, for the first time in my life, I was alone. No mother, no Jacob. The front door was still ajar. Our singular room had felt small all of my life, but in that moment it felt impossibly large and daunting. I searched the flat for him. I walked the halls. I cried. Miss Cooper eventually rang the police, and I stayed at hers until they arrived. Of course, it didn't take long for a picture to be painted. Missing boy, abandoned girl. I never saw my mother again. Turned out I had an auntie, though. I stopped with them that night, and I never said a word, especially not when I found out Jacob was dead. Years later, I would learn police found him floating face down in the canal. It got recorded as an accidental death. Just another kid who ran away from home, slipped into the waters and couldn't climb back out. but I knew the truth. Jacob wouldn't run away, not without me. It had been the doll. Jacob threw him away, so he had thrown Jacob away. Mama Jane had pulled out his insides, so the doll had done the same to her. My auntie had a huge flat, and I got to sleep in the bed while she stayed on the sofa. I had never slept in an actual bed before, but that night I didn't really appreciate the experience. My body clearly did, though. As I fell asleep not long after, my auntie wished me good night and turned off the light. I dreamed that night. A vivid dream that I was walking down a cold, wet street. The glare from the lampposts above me made me want to blink and squint, but for some reason I couldn't, and they were impossibly large, towering over me. One hand was behind me, dragging something. For a long time, I just kept walking, but some numb part of my mind wondered what I was dragging. I turned and met Jacob, staring at me with wide, glassy eyes. He was sat upright, and I was dragging his coffin. It was filled with dark, dirty water up to his shoulders. The sight of it was enough to shock me out of my dream. I wanted to sit upright, throw my covers off, and find my newly discovered auntie, but I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. Locked in position, all I could do was stare at the ceiling and wonder why it felt like there was ground beneath my feet, even though I was laying down in bed. Then, my arm moved. It's a difficult sensation to describe. It was like cramp or a spasm without the pain. My muscles were moving, but I wasn't in control. I couldn't even try to wrestle with it. I couldn't strain or fight it. I could only watch as my right arm lifted, bending at the elbow. My hand formed a fist, and as though I were knocking on a door, my hand knocked the air. There was the faintest little tap-tap, perfectly in time with my gesture. Then my paralysis melted away, and I was back in control. After flexing my fingers and wiggling my toes, I threw back the covers and looked around the room. Something had made a noise, and I couldn't figure out what it was. I looked under the bed and inside the drawers, opened the cupboard and climbed the table to search the shelves. As I walked back to the bed, something took hold of me, and my entire body went rigid. Again, my hand made a fist and raised to knock on nothing at all. I let out a little whimper, not wanting to scream and wake up my auntie. As my knuckles rapped on the air once again, I heard the faintest tap-tap. This time, I realized where it was coming from. The window. I was released again, and almost fell to the floor as my muscles struggled to adjust to my sudden regained control. The curtains were drawn over the window, and I made my way over, slowly peeling them back. It was so dark outside it was hard to make anything out, but the dim orange haze from the street lights at least let me see there was something on the exterior window still. A walnut box, open, and staring through the window at me were two glinting black button eyes. My brother's killer, Mama Jane's killer. The doll had come back for me. How had it got here? Had it been controlling me while I slept? Walking down the dark streets of Liverpool, dragging its wretched box and made me dream of coffins? Dragging its wretched box and making me dream of coffins? We watched each other for a long time. It didn't take control of me. That made me think it was waiting to see what I did. Jacob and Mama Jane had been retaliation for the way they treated it. As quietly as I could, I opened the window and carefully pulled the box through, doll still standing inside. My hands were shaking so much that any normal doll would have shaken too. But even though the walnut box trembled in my hands, the doll stood completely still. The doll was drenched from rainwater, and with the window shut, I could almost feel the stench rising upward. I lowered until our eyes were inches apart, and kissed him softly on the top of his Hessian head. It was wet on my lips, and the smell was unbearable. "Good night, Mr. Buttons," I whispered. Picking the doll up, I laid him tenderly down in his box, trying my best to ignore the squelching, and found a little dust cloth to wrap around him like a bedsheet. Closing the box, I hid it under a few papers in one of my auntie's drawers. I went to bed, but didn't sleep. By the end of the next day, when nothing bad had happened, I repeated my actions of the previous night. Open the box, take out Mr. Buttons, wish him good night, tuck him in, close the box. The kissing was the hardest part, and the smell, but I'd hold my nose and keep a tissue to wipe my lips. When it kept working, I kept doing it. I've done it every night since Jacob's death. On Christmas Eve, after nights out with friends, my wedding night, I still do it to this day. Jacob's birthday is always the hardest, but I don't even need to force myself to do it anymore. In fact, I think it will feel strange to stop. I never told anyone about any of this because even as a child I knew nobody would believe me. But now my husband has found the box. We want children soon. But what if they find it one day? It's too horrible to even think about. I've been trying to decide what to do all day, but my mind is finally made up. Jacob and Mama hurt the doll, but they didn't destroy it. It only took revenge after they'd done something to it. But if I destroy it, completely and utterly remove it from this world, it wouldn't be able to take its retribution against me. That's my plan, anyway. If it doesn't know what I'm planning, it won't be able to get revenge. But I don't know how any of this works. I never have. I have to try. For my husband. For my future children. Tonight, I'm going to kiss the doll goodnight, as I always do. I'm going to tuck him in and close the box. I'm going to wait for my husband to fall asleep and creep downstairs. And then I'm going to burn that fucking box with the doll inside. I'll wait until it's nothing but ashes, and then I'll pour more petrol on the flames. I'll watch it burn all night. For Jacob, for Mama. I'm going to end this horrible doll once and for all. Good night, Mr. Buttons. With so much time on my hands, I suppose I should tell you the whole story, and start it where it should be started, the beginning. When I was young, and I mean roughly 5 or 6 years old, I thought it was my imagination. The voices speaking in sinister tones were nothing more than the sounds of my young conscience. I thought they kept me safe and helped me understand what I should be doing to keep up with my friends since they were all I had. See, I was an only child, raised in a home where my parents did what they had to keep me alive, but they never really wanted me. So they gave me a room and food and drink, basically just what they were required to that would keep DHS from showing up. But they never played with me or really showed me any affection. I was more like a pet to them, or a houseplant. I barely spent any time in my house, always playing in the woods just beyond our backyard. I would play by myself mostly, but sometimes I would have one of the neighbor kids to play with. We would build forts and set booby traps to keep people out. The trap-making skills of a young child my age was always much more of a concept than any form of actual danger or deterrent, but it did help me pass hours and hours of time as I played alone in the forest. I think my solitude is what brought the voices to me in the first place. As I grew, most of what I learned about the world was from the neighbor kids. Going to school for me was difficult because I could hardly concentrate with the screams and shouting echoing through my head. They always seemed to get louder the farther I got from the woods in my backyard. By the time I turned 10, The dull roar inside my head had turned into actual sentences, and sometimes commands. The voices began to teach me things, and when I didn't understand something, the voices would often explain it. When I first learned that not everyone had the voices, I thought that it was some sort of superpower, that I was somehow more important or special than the other kids, or adults for that matter. The first real problem I had with the voices was when I was 11, and they taught me how to make real traps, ones that were actually dangerous. They instructed me on how to dig a hole and sharpen sticks to put at the bottom, then how to cover it with leaves and twigs so you couldn't see it. I was so proud of myself once I had it complete. I made sure there were only 3 or 4 sharpened sticks at the bottom, but it took a lot of work to scrape them on concrete or rock till they were pointy. A few days went by after I made it, and I had all but forgotten about it, when the voices told me they were bored and that I should see if the neighbor kid wanted to play in the woods with me. To my surprise, the neighbor did. The voices led me into the forest, but even as I followed their commands, I was still confused as to where they were taking me.
Stop.
The echoed yell of the voices boomed through my skull, and I held in place. I stood just curiously looking around, trying to figure out why they had told me to stop here. My friend walked ahead of me, and I suddenly realized where we were as the branches broke and he fell into the pit. I ran to the edge of it and tried to help him out. The voices in my head exploded with laughter when I saw that one of the sharp sticks had pierced the meat of his calf. The other sticks looked like they had long before fallen over, and thus were thankfully completely ineffective. My friend howled in pain as blood began to run down his leg. In a near sense of panic, I jumped down the 3-ish feet to the bottom and helped him out of the hole. I didn't really know what to do at that age, so I left the stick in and helped him hobble back to his house, where his parents called an ambulance. The voices couldn't stop laughing in my head for nearly an hour, and his parents were extremely mad, but I never was completely sure who they were mad at. I didn't know if they were mad at me for taking him out there, or him for being out in the woods screwing around like that. I do know that he was never allowed to play with me in the forest again. After that, the voices began asking me to do more things that I didn't really care to do. They would either find a way to trick me into doing it, or hound me inside my mind until I gave in and did whatever they were commanding. They began small, simple things that were easy to talk me into because it felt almost like typical childhood playing, like burning bugs and ants with a magnifying glass. The ants always smelled so badly when they burned. Sometimes they would find a way for me to play that was a little more unorthodox, like finding a dead bird and hitting it with a baseball bat, like some sort of cruel and demented home run derby. Those games I never would have thought to play on my own, but the voices always made it seem like it would be just fun enough to make me feel like I was playing a sport like the other kids. The voices would howl with laughter each time, and I would smile, feeling like I was making someone happy or, in a sense, proud of me. As I could imagine when my interests, if you could even call them that, were activities like playing with dead birds and burning insects, that I was very quickly losing friends, or, in the very least, I wasn't making any new ones. This led to a rather lonely childhood. Yet, I still did have a few friends that I would play with on occasion, but for the most part, the only thing that ever kept me company were the voices in my head. When I grew into my mid-teens, the voices took more shape. I mean this in 2 different aspects. The first being that the voices slowly melded together into one deep, echoed voice, almost like a large group of raspy, deep-voiced old men saying the same sentence at the same time, only their timing had gotten better. The other aspect was that now the voices truly had a shape, and by that, I mean they had become the blurry shadow behind me in the mirror, or the distorted figure reflecting in the ripples of a puddle. It followed me wherever I went now, just hiding at the periphery of my vision, lurking just out of focus, taunting me, guiding me. They always seemed to be just over my shoulder, touching me, yet I could feel nothing. It was like that voice in the back of your mind, except mine had a much stronger and more malevolent opinion on everything around me. When I got my first job at the age of 14, I saved my little heart out so I could buy a car when I hit 16. I knew my parents weren't going to help me, other than the food and shelter they provided. I basically raised myself. Come to think of it, if it weren't for the guidance of the voices in my head, I'm not entirely sure I would have made it this far. When I hit 15, my voices started demanding that I do things that, if I think about it now, would be what I would call sacrifices. They pressured and begged and threatened to make my life a living hell with unrelenting screaming inside my skull, until I finally relented. At first, the offerings were small. I felt like it was a way for them to ease me into the idea of fulfilling these horrible requests that I had no desire to complete. They started by having me catch frogs or other small palm-sized animals and mutilate them or torture them to death. I could feel my own sanity begin to crack as horrible suggestions screamed through my head with each animal I found.
Throw it in a blender.
The voices would say, following it with malicious laughter.
Put it in a Tupperware container and watch it cook in the hot sun.
Another would echo through my mind. I never thought any of the poor animals deserved it. A few times I would yell back at them, resisting and announcing that I was in control and for them to shut up. However, if I didn't do what they asked, no matter how much I refused, they would begin to scream in my mind until I was driven insane. Not being able to escape their incessant screaming, I would finally relent and follow their orders, for nothing more than to make the screaming stop. Each time I relented, and as soon as I completed their gruesome tasks, they would roar with laughter for hours, commenting and making jokes about whatever poor creature they had just made me torture before finally leaving me alone for another week or so. At this point, I no longer believed that they were my superpower. I no longer believed that they were trying to help me. No longer thought that they made me feel special in any way, but instead knew that I was being haunted by something. Some malevolent force that I wasn't truly sure what it wanted. As things escalated, not only did I question what it wanted, but also why it had chosen me to put through this psychological torture. A week after I turned 16, I got the car that I had saved so hard for. It was an older Toyota Corolla, and I knew that it wasn't much, but it was mine, and it ran well enough to get me around. It was another well-deserved sense of freedom that I had not experienced before. As I drove through the streets in my town, the shadow remained in my rearview mirror. It had been silent for months now, but it never left the edges of my vision. I was never truly alone. The presence was always there, just looking over my shoulder, whispering into my ear, suggesting various things as I tried to go about my day. None of it was ever anything helpful anymore. Always malicious, always sadistic, and forever begging for that next sacrifice to it. Sadly, and suddenly, a small white dog ran into the road. I hit the brakes and began to swerve around it when the voices interrupted in my head, startling me as the force spoke to me for the first time in so long.
Hit it.
The voices screamed through my mind so loud I had to wince in pain. What? Hell no, I thought as I continued braking.
Do it now.
The voices boomed in a much deeper and much more demonic pitch than the first time.
We will not command again. Hit it now. We demand it.
No, I won't do it, I shouted out louder into my rearview mirror in an empty car. I knew it heard me. It always heard me, even when I wasn't saying things out loud.
Hit it, hit it, hit it. Do it now.
It yelled over and over, sounding like a choir of infinite voices demanding the same hellish command. "No!" I cried out, only causing them to get angrier and louder as they repeated the order. I yelled out in agony as my foot slipped from the brake and mashed the gas pedal. I cried as the thud sounded and the car bounced with the dog rolling beneath the tires. The voices rang out in a cacophony of sadistic laughter in my head and abruptly stopped and went silent again. Tears welled in my eyes as I looked in the rear view to see the dog's lifeless body lay in the street. I saw it only for a second before my view was obscured as the dark shadow formed in my rearview mirror. It had become much clearer now, and as it formed, I noticed that for the first time it had a face. Sinister and dark, smiling far wider than made sense, and the eyes held evil in them to the likes I had never seen. I quickly trained my eyes back on the road, and through the silence in my tear-filled eyes, I turned and headed back home. After that, I tried my best to continue fighting the voices and the figure, but it just brought on more cunning ways to gain its sacrifices. With each one, it gained more of a presence and more clarity in my world and in my life. I would come outside to start my car for school, only to find that it had lured a cat into the engine. The start of my car would kill the cat, forcing me to murder it with no option to fight the sadistic orders. I no longer had a choice. It just set up scenarios that would get it its sacrifice without me having a chance to refuse. I had become nothing more than a vessel, just an engine for the demon's sick and twisted game. It was hell-bent on some grand plan, some behind-the-scenes goal that I was unaware of. Once I was in tune with the voices, they helped me survive my early childhood, but now I was no longer in control, and the voices just used me to interact with things in my world. People and animals were mere playthings to the demon, and it had decided that the only way to rip the heads off the dolls was to use my body and my arms to do it. This continued as I made my way into college. My friends and roommates all thought it was just that I had the worst of luck, but I couldn't correct them. I couldn't let them know the constant turmoil raging beneath my skin. I was constantly surrounded by death, traps and situations that had been set up for me to fall into, but ultimately ended with it appearing to be my doing. The demon had gained so much power over me, and I was completely helpless to stop it. I could barely recognize myself when I looked in the mirror anymore. The person I was as a kid was no longer the person I am now. To myself, I felt like I looked emaciated, gaunt. It looked like I had a life filled with beatings and starvation. However, it was always hard to see myself in the mirror clearly, because the demon no longer stood over my shoulder or behind me. When I look in the mirror, I see my own sad and weak form, but the demon is now a faded overlay in the reflection. With each new death, my reflection fades as his gains more opacity. I don't know if he is the replacement me or if we are melding together to become the same being, but there is nothing I can do to stop it. My next big turning point was during my senior year of college. I had been lured into the woods near campus by the voices. I fought them the whole time in my head, and with every step, but I could no longer get my body to respond to how much I didn't want to go. The darkness of the night had no effect or meaning to the voices as they walked my puppet of a body deeper into the woods until I came to a clearing. In front of me sat a group of other college students, none of which I knew from classes I had. 3 girls and 2 guys sat around a small campfire as I stumbled into the clearing, still trying to resist what the demon was making me do.
Perfect.
The grumble of voices said as I saw the people. It followed me with a soft, sinister chuckle inside my head. "Please, leave," I said as I got closer to the campfire, trying to do my best to prevent whatever the demon was planning. "What? Who the fuck are you?" one of the guys said, confused and offended at my sudden order. "Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. Why don't you get the fuck out of here?" said the other guy with heavy sarcasm and a false sense of confidence, just as my body had entered their circle around the campfire. He may have been trying to mask it, but it was obvious he was just trying to look tough in front of the 3 girls they were with. "Please, just go. I don't want to do this," I cried out to them, my voice filled with pain and regret. A deep, sinister laugh began to build in my mind, and the voices began to speak again.
Kill, 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 kill.
A chant rose in the background while the main voice of the demon began speaking.
I require their blood. You can get it for me willingly, or I will force you to take it. But it will be mine.
Horror flashed in my eyes at the sound of this command, and I could tell that the people around the campfire could see it. I stood stunned, still fighting with every fiber of my being, just trying to avoid this situation. I just wanted to go back home, to keep to myself, go to bed. I wanted to become a hermit and live where I couldn't hurt anyone or anything anymore. All these thoughts raced around in my mind as the sinister laughter and chanting began to echo louder in my ears. "Yo, what the fuck is your problem, bro? Get out of here," the first guy said to me. He broke my train of thought as he did his best to try and establish dominance over the situation. "Ew, what's his deal? Is he some sort of perv?" one of the girls said to the other 2 in a whiny, annoying tone. Just then, the torture from the voices screaming in my head became too much, and my mind broke. My eyes glazed over, and the demon began to laugh loudly in my skull. I ran to the fire and pulled a burning log from it, smashing the first guy in the face, catching his beard on fire, and knocking him out cold at the same time. Moving with speed and strength I had never before possessed, I ran to the girl who had spoken and lifted her out of her seat by her throat, crushing her windpipe. I tossed her onto the fire and her clothes quickly caught and began to burn. The other guy broke from his shock and ran to me, swinging his fists, slamming them into my head and stomach, but to my surprise, having no effect. I grabbed him by the throat and headbutted him, crushing his skull and sending blood spatter over my face. I then dropped his suddenly lifeless body, letting it slump to the ground like nothing more than a loose sack of meat. An animalistic roar erupted from my throat, a sound I didn't even think was possible for me to make. The other 2 girls began to scramble as the surprise and shock wore off. I grabbed one by the leg and swung her into the other, knocking them both on the ground. I dove my hand into the stomach of one of the girls. My fingers tore through her flesh into her insides. My fingers wrapped around the inside of her ribcage, and I threw her against a tree. A loud crack sounded as her spine shattered and her body fell to the ground. The last girl did her best to crawl away, her leg broken from being thrown by it into the other girl. I slowly walked towards her as an unusually large grin began to form on my face. "Who the fuck are you?" the girl said. Her voice was so full of terror it was hard to even understand her words. I walked over her and knelt by her face, my eyes still glazed over in solid black. A voice that was no longer my own came from my throat.
I am everything.
The demon shouted through me as I raised my foot and slammed it down on the woman's skull, crushing it against a rock. Another howl and roar emitted from my chest, and the voices screamed with laughter and cheering. An eruption of glowing embers looking like a firework showered around me as I was hit in the back with a burning log. I quickly turned to see that the first guy had regained consciousness. The glaze in his still focusing eyes and his singed and half-missing beard told me that he wasn't fully sure of what had or was happening around him. As I turned and saw him, the demon began to laugh through me. a deep and billowing laugh at this man's feeble attempt to take me down. I could feel the hot, rage-filled blood course through my veins as I took 2 steps towards him and kicked him in the center of the chest. The man flew back and hit a tree before sliding down and onto the ground at the base of it. A final roar exploded from my chest as I stepped on his leg. My thumb pierced into his eye sockets as my fingers pressed into his mouth. As I gripped the roof of his mouth, I gave an effortless tug and pulled his head from his body. Veins still dripped, while tendons and muscle tissue dangled from the bottom of his neck. The muscles in his body instantly relaxed, and his torso slid over and toppled onto the ground. I tossed the head into the fire, and the choir of voices laughed and screamed with excitement. Slowly, I walked back to my apartment. When I got there, I did nothing more than take a shower and pass out on the bed. The demon's bloodlust seemed to subside for the rest of that school year. The authorities chalked it up to an aggressive bear attack because they could come up with no better excuse for the ferocity and strength needed to inflict some of the damage. I dropped out of college at the end of that year and decided to move out west into the hills and forest. Being in college kept me around too many people and too many opportunities for the demon to satisfy his urges for death. On my road trip to move was the final moment of control. I had stopped at an overlook in the mountains in Arizona. In my car were any and all my possessions in life, so I decided to drive around in a very erratic path across the country. I had gone up to Montana and then down to Arizona, and I figured that my ultimate destination would be somewhere in the woods of Wyoming or Oregon. As I stood at the edge, looking over the cliff of the overlook, contemplating if I should continue my plans so I could have some form of life, or if I should stop the demon from taking full control and throwing myself over the edge. The hairs on the back of my neck began to tingle, and just as I began to notice it, a jeep pulled up to the overlook behind me. 4 college-age guys that looked to be football players. You know, muscular, athletic builds, either blonde or frosted-tip dye jobs, very boy-bandish, got out and immediately began to be obnoxious. 2 of them began running back and forth, passing a football to each other, while the other 2 opened beers out of a cooler and walked to the edge of the overlook, bragging about some frat party or something of the sort that they had recently been to. It started off soft, but quickly boomed and echoed in my mind. The voice that I so dreaded spoke again for the first time since the campfire.
Them.
Was all it said. 1 word. 1 time. I knew what it wanted me to do, but instead, I chose to walk to my car and leave. I didn't want to kill or hurt anyone else. As I got close to my car, one of the guys came barreling past me and dove onto my car to catch the football. When he hit the car, he left a huge dent and cracked my rear window.
Hey!
The demon's angry voice exploded from my throat before I could even react. Whoa, look at you, you little fuck. What are you gonna do about it? I felt my own rage build inside me along with the demon's lust for violence. Blinded by my own anger, it started to feel powerful. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I almost started to like how strong and invincible it made me feel. Please don't. Just leave me alone so nobody gets hurt, I finally said, still holding on to the hope that I could just leave without letting the demon get any stronger than it already was. Oh wow, leave me alone, he repeated me, mocking my words. Chad, look, I think this little bitch is gonna start crying. Chad let out a chuckle and started walking over. The other 2 just sipped at their beers and watched from the edge of the overlook about 20 feet away.
End them, or I will. Now.
The demon screamed inside my skull. No, please. I won't do it, I said out loud, responding to the voices in my head. What? You won't do what? The guy began to say, then shoved my shoulder, nearly knocking me to the ground before finishing his taunt. Yeah, that's right. You won't do shit, you little bitch. Chad had made it within 15 feet from us when the demon spoke again.
Fine.
The single word, so simple, but carried so much weight, so much meaning with it as it echoed through my mind. The guy went to shove me again, and just as he touched my shoulder, my own anger clashed with the demon's bloodlust and created a hurricane of power inside my body. The demon began to take me over, but this time was met with absolutely no resistance. My mind, tired of fighting it all these years, finally snapped, and I welcomed its control. My arm shot up, grabbing the man by the throat. Everyone froze in shock, including me, as we watched my own emaciated form suddenly swell. I felt the blood in my veins pulse with heat as I watched my virtually muscleless body transform in a brief second to look like I ate 3 meals a day consisting of nothing but steroids and protein shakes. What the fuck? I heard Chad say as he began to run towards me. The other two grabbed the bottles they were holding as clubs and began to run towards me as well. I watched as the sudden fear swelled in the man's eyes and a grin grew on my face. Suddenly I spun, throwing the man by his throat through the air, snapping his neck and crashing into Chad, knocking them both to the ground. One of the other guys threw his bottle at me while they ran towards me, but it missed and shattered on the ground near my car. A demonic roar exploded from my chest as my eyes blacked over, and I released any last semblance of control I had. The one still holding the bottle swung it at me, and it connected and shattered across my face. I kicked him in the chest, sending him to the ground and sliding along the gravel on his back. Chad got up and began to run towards me. Blows connected as one of the guys swung at me with all his might. I grabbed both arms and kicked him in the chest, ripping both arms from his body and sending sprays and acres of blood through the air. I swung one of the arms around as I spun just as Chad got within reach, and it connected with his head and sent spatters of blood across his face and body as he fell to the ground. The now armless man remained conscious and lied screaming in pain as the others stood up. He ran towards me and attempted some form of jump kick, but I caught his leg and spun, releasing him and sending him flying towards the edge of the overlook. His body slowly spun upside down in the air before his head and neck caught the brick wall edge, causing his suddenly limp body to cartwheel in the other direction as he continued off the cliff. What the fuck? Chad began, but was cut short as I grabbed the back of his head and slammed it into the ground with such force his skull shattered and caved in. I picked up Chad's now lifeless body and threw it at their Jeep. The vehicle rocked and nearly lifted 2 of the tires off the ground with the force of the impact. Next, I walked to the first guy and swung him by his leg onto the side of the Jeep. The lifeless ragdoll body slumped into the lap of Chad's body after it made impact with the Jeep. Finally, I walked to the armless man, slowly bleeding out and screaming in pain. Laughter erupts from the background choir of voices in my head at the sound of the man screaming. I lean down next to the man and see nothing but pure, unbridled terror in his eyes as he looks at me. "Why?" is all the man could get out through sputtered breathing. A huge, billowing laugh explodes from my throat in the man's terrified face, and I grab the man by the throat and toss him over the edge of the overlook and off the cliff. Eventually, I found a cabin in the woods. I won't say where, don't need anyone trying to find me. My physique never returns to its weak state that it was in before the overlook. My eyes never returned to normal either. My skin has also begun to take on a dark tint, but that could just be because of how much time I've spent outside in the sun lately. Now, when I look in the mirror, I no longer see a demon reflected over me, because now I am the demon, and he is me, and we are everything.
I don't recall how old I am. It's been so long, time has moved at such a rapid pace that the past few centuries seem to have gone by in an instant. I know that Grace only died a few days ago, but it could have been last century for all that time matters to me. Even if it had been 100 years, the grief is still raw and painful. I suppose I shouldn't be expected to cope with her death very well. After all, she'd been one of my only companion in life for millennia. Our bond was formed over hundreds, if not thousands of lifetimes. It is not a bond one can forget so easily. I'm sure you must wonder just who I am. A vampire, perhaps? Or maybe a demon or evil spirit. I can assure you I'm nothing so malignant or interesting. What I am is simply an old man who has lived for far longer than he has any right to. My biography is long but not particularly interesting. I was no great hero, I partook in no historical events, and I committed no great atrocities. I simply lived the quiet life most of humanity seems to have aspired to since its dawn. I stayed by the side of my beloved, and together we drifted through time, making the most of our infinite lives. I was born in a city called Ur. My father was a farmer outside the city, and he raised me to do the same. The woman I would marry was named Amaritum. She was beautiful in her youth. We did not marry out of love, but out of necessity. Her father was a wealthier farmer than I, and he had no sons. He needed his heir, and so my marriage to Amaritum was meant as a means of binding our families. Less a labor of love and more a formal business contract. Still, we were happy together. We had children. We lived our meager lives, raising crop and cattle. Amaritum was as good as a wife as I could have asked for. I'd say that she was before her time. Back then, her intelligence would have meant little to anyone, but I found it impressive. Perhaps some people these days may have called her a genius. She devised more effective ways to tend my crops and animals. Under her instruction, I dug channels to use for irrigation and watched my crop flourish. During a drought, a few years after our marriage, she saw us through it, and while the other farmers around us struggled, we endured all because of her. I would have been content with just that, but Amaritum was not. Her father died relatively young. He'd contracted an infection a few years after our marriage, and I had inherited his lands. While his death was a stroke of good fortune for us, it didn't come without a cost. Pain has remained unchanged throughout the duration of human history, and the loss of her father hurt Amaritum in a way I'd never seen in anyone before. She was different after we buried him, quieter and focused. When she began to take a greater interest in the world around us, I did not stop her. I thought it might be better to allow her to mourn, but she was up to far more than that. She began to study my crop closer, taking samples to prod at. I can't even begin to describe just what she was doing with them. Until the end, she refused to disclose what her process had been. What I do know was that her obsession was with life. We'd had several children during the course of our marriage, although only a handful had survived. Others had either died in infancy or been miscarried. It's the miscarried ones I remember the most. I remember that some of the things that had come out of her seemed properly shaped. Those were the ones she'd kept and worked on. She'd used small knives to cut the miscarried fetuses apart, studying their half-formed bodies. I never watched just what she did to them. Her work was gruesome and it frightened me. At the end I had considered stopping her, but I truthfully wanted no part of it. 4 years, I ignored her experiments and led her to her own devices. I never questioned any of it, even when she began to leave during the night and return during ungodly hours of the morning. I never questioned any of it. When our home began to stink with the strange things she'd boiled together, I stayed out in the fields. I knew she was working towards something, but I did not know what. My cattle began to die, never more than one at a time, always the oldest of my flock. One death would occur every few months, and when it did, Unearthed would ask me to dispose of the animal.
"That meat is tainted," she'd say. "Bury it. Give it back to the earth."
I'd never questioned her on that either. Only once did I see just what she was working on during the later stages of it. I was on my way into the house to rest, and I saw her outside, sitting by a fire as she set things into a clay pot. Several strange roots set around her, but those were not what interested me. I spotted something red and small in her hands. It took me a moment to realize that it was a human arm. She'd miscarried every few months at that point, and I knew what that severed arm had once belonged to. I turned to leave her. I can't imagine she saw me. I prayed she didn't. Yet, at that moment, I began to fear my wife. Then, it stopped. Her strange experiments, her late-night disappearances, and the cattle deaths. Occasionally, she would still engage in whatever secretive work she had undertaken, but it seemed almost as if she'd gotten whatever answer she was looking for. Our small farm continued to flourish. Our cattle seemed healthier than ever before, and I prayed that things might return to the way they had once been. I'd been working in the fields on the day I became eternal. I came into the house and joined my wife and my son for supper. When we were done, my sons were sent out to watch the animals as they grazed, and I was left alone with my wife, my Unearthed. So many memories of mine have been lost to time, but I'll never forget the way she looked at me that night. Nor shall I forget what she said to me. I haven't spoken Sumerian in so long, I no longer knew the language, but I remember the meaning.
"We've made a life for ourselves, haven't we?"
she asked me. She brought some wine and poured a cup for both of us. "As much as we can," I'd replied. She smiled at me and I drank the wine. It tasted sweeter than usual. I watched as she did the same, drinking deeply. She seemed to savor it, and yet I thought nothing of the reverence behind the way she held that cup. She said,
"You know, we're almost as old as my father was when he died. I still can't believe how sudden it was. It was terrifying, wasn't it? I don't think I ever want to die like that. What about you, Ashmadu?"
The tone in her voice had given me pause. The way she'd smiled, her eyes glowing with triumph, both warmed my heart and unnerved me. "I'd rather die on my own terms," I said softly.
"As would I," she replied. "And we shall."
At the time, I didn't understand her meaning behind that, nor did I grasp the meaning behind her smile. Now, though, now I understand everything. There was no immediate change. Our sons and daughters were married off. Meridium and I grew older until one of our sons took over the farm, and we waited for death. But death never came, and that gleam never left Meridium's eye, even as her beauty slowly devolved into wrinkles. She never outright admitted to me what she'd done. We never spoke of her strange experiments or the wine we'd shared. I suppose once I figured out what I was too afraid to confront her. I can't say if I was afraid she'd taken it away from me or what. She was so sure she'd defeated death. But I wondered if she really had. Years became decades. Our sons were replaced with grandsons, and in time we left them behind to start anew. Our bones were old, our skin was wrinkled and leathery, but we were still alive, weren't we? We never went back to Ur. Instead, we traveled. We saw the rise and fall of empires and new civilizations. We saw human history unfold before us. It was a privilege, and yet it did not change the fact that our bones continued to ache more and more with each passing day. And with each passing day, we grew more and more numb to the pain. We changed our names so many times. Aphius and Lelia, Harold and Emily, Thomas and Grace. We lived as best we could. Even under the strain of age, our bodies could still do that much. Whatever concoction my wife had slipped into our wine that night kept us intact enough to do that much. But the pain was still so mind-numbing. While my wife seemed to enjoy the gifts of her immortality, I found myself tortured by it. Even as a young man, the agony I felt in my bones from the simple act of being would have driven me mad, but this agony was as eternal as I was. At times, I wondered if my wife did not feel it too. In thousands of years, she never once said, "I loved my wife, Meridian, Grace, whatever name she went by. I loved her so much, but I don't think she realized the hell that existence was to me. I don't think she cared either. She'd won, she'd achieved her goal, and the fact that our bodies continued to age was of no consequence to her. The past century was the hardest. Moving my body became torture. At thousands of years old, Grace still zipped around like she did back in our old farm, and I resented her for that. The inhale and exhale of my breath was agony. The passive ache in my rotting muscles was too much to bear. In 1892, we had been living in Germany. Our house was modest. We weren't farmers, but we'd accrued enough money to care for ourselves. We had been sitting down to dinner when I looked up at her. Underneath the leathery skin and gray hair, I still saw that eternal twinkle in her eye, although I was sure I saw her wince as she moved her arm to cut her meat. "Do you think it's been too long?" I asked her. She looked back at me, still smiling, and she laughed. "Too long?" she asked. "Can life ever really be too long?" I hadn't said my answer. I knew she would not have accepted it. She never would have. In the end, it was the simplest thing that killed her. A fall down the stairs. Moving my arms to push her was no easy feat. But then again, nothing is easy these days. The mercy is, she died before she'd reached the bottom of the stairs. I remember the way she'd lay there, crumpled and broken. I remember trying to talk myself into throwing myself down after her, but even after thousands of years, I still did not have the courage. I think I do now, though. We were not meant to be eternal. Even committing this paltry autobiography down on paper has been a chore. I'd like the pain to stop now. I'd like to finally rest. I just hope that my wife understands why I did what I did. And when I answer to her in the next life, I pray she forgives me. I would have never thought that an object as mundane as a chair could cause so much terror in a person's life. Superstition often speaks of cursed objects, but I always found the concept to be laughable. However, the events that transpired the week of October 2nd, 2016 are something that will sit in the pit of my stomach until the day I die. My fiancé and I had just signed the lease on our first home, a modest one-bedroom apartment in an old building. There was nothing particularly amazing about the place, but it was ours, and that alone was enough to fill us with excitement. With my management position at the local diner and Alice part-time waitressing in between college classes, going out and buying brand new furniture was not an option. Luckily, Alice loved thrift shopping and typically knew where to get the best deals. She led me by hand through the aisles of clothes at the Good Finds thrift store near our new place. Against the far back wall sat a myriad of mismatched furniture. Worn wooden tables, couches with ripped cushions, dressers with half the drawers missing. I scrunched up my face at the smell of the dust and the thought of picking up someone's used, dirty furniture. Still, we were going to need more than just the furniture we currently had. "Seth!" I heard Alice yell from the other side of the furniture section. I headed towards the sound of her voice and found her standing in front of a large armchair. She pointed towards it. "Look how nice this is." It was made of a deep, blood-red leather,
with delicate accents of black running along the edges. The black cushion was studded with a crisscross pattern of polished gold buttons. The buttons curved down the front of each arm as well. It sat upon 4 square legs made of a dark cherry wood. It was beautiful, but had a sense of darkness to it. I chalked that up to the color of its leather and vintage style. Most importantly, it was in perfect condition. Didn't even look like it had ever been sat on. Alice bent down and peered at the yellowed paper price tag. $20 was written in black marker. She glanced up at me with big eyes. The chair seemed to have some sort of pull on both of us. We knew we had to buy it. After some finagling, we had it in our car and on its way home. Carrying it upstairs to our 4th floor apartment was not as easy as we had hoped. "This thing must be really well made," I grunted, trying to hold its weight as we rounded the 3rd staircase. "It's so fucking heavy. I can't believe how cheap it was." Alice was equally out of breath as she held the top of it, walking backwards up the final staircase. We put it in the corner of our living room, facing the television. It looked like it was meant to be there. The next few days went on without incident. We continued to unpack and decorate on our free nights after work. We explored our new neighborhood when we had the energy to go out. Caught up in the novelty of our new place, the chair went mostly unnoticed. It wasn't until the next Friday night that I was given the first sign that something was wrong. Alice and I had settled in for the night, bowl of popcorn in hand and ready to pop in a movie. One of those classic black and white horror films she loved so much. I plopped down into the chair and immediately sprang back up. "What's wrong?" Alice asked. 2 things had happened the moment I had sat down. First, the air around me grew incredibly cold, as if the room had fallen to a frigid temperature in mere moments. Second, the skin on my arm where the chair had touched burned like they had been pressed against hot metal. I dropped the popcorn to the ground without thoughts and began examining my arms where they had been burned. But there was nothing there, not even the slightest bit of redness. "The fuck?" I mumbled. Alice came over to me, gently putting her hands on my arm and looking me over. "Did you hurt yourself?" I don't know. I sat down and it felt like something was burning me." She paused, not exactly sure how to respond. "Well, I don't see anything on your skin. The chair is in front of the window. Maybe the sun was beating down on the leather today." Yeah, maybe." Although I didn't believe that was the case. The sun had set hours ago. There was no way it should have retained that much heat. "Let me see." Alice hesitantly lowered herself down onto the chair, lightly touching her fingertips to the leather. "I don't feel anything." I put my hand to the cushion and felt nothing. No cold air, no burning sensation. It was just a chair. I shrugged and assured her I must have had a weird hot flash or something. I cleaned up the spilled popcorn and changed the subject to turning on the movie. Alice still seemed uneasy by what had happened, but was happy to not dwell on it. We watched the movie in silence, both opting to sit on the futon. It wasn't more than a day or 2 after that when I noticed the chair began to move. It was subtle at first, seeming to be at a slightly different angle than it was the last time I had been in the room, or a few inches forward or back from the last time I had looked at it. I told myself I was just imagining things, that my paranoia was getting the best of me. But when I woke up one morning to find that the chair had moved from the corner and now sat in the dead center of the room, I could no longer play it off as my imagination. "Alice," I called. "What?" She yelled back from the bedroom, seemingly annoyed at the wake-up call. She groggily stumbled out into the living room. Her eyes widened. "Did you move this?" I asked. She furrowed her brow and shook her head. "No, you didn't." No. We both sat, unmoving and silent, just staring at it. Alice's breath grew deep and uneven. Did something, break into our apartment in the middle of the night? I looked around the room. I don't think so. Literally nothing else looks touched. If something had come in, they'd have robbed us. Nobody's going to break in an apartment and just move a piece of furniture. I searched the apartment top to bottom, ensuring there were no unwanted visitors lurking anywhere. There was not a single sign that anyone had been there. I came back into the living room, where Alice still stood, too confused to do anything. My eyes shifted from her to the chair, still sitting feet away from where it had been the night before. I never considered myself a superstitious person. However, I had seen enough horror movies. I knew the trope of the oblivious couple given 1,000 red flags that something wrong was happening, but never do anything about it until it was too late. Yeah, we're getting rid of this thing. Alice nodded without a word. We agreed to get it out of the apartment into the dumpster that evening, as neither of us had time to carry it down the steps before work. Given that we were already living from paycheck to paycheck, we couldn't afford to be late. That night, I finished my shift and went to pick up Alice from her job, as we always did. We didn't say much on the drive home. I think we were both eager to just get there and get rid of the chair. As we climbed the stairs to our apartment, I groaned thinking of having to carry that heavy thing all the way back out. Once we reached our door and I slid my key into the lock, we heard it. A high-pitched, blood-curdling scream coming from inside our home. It sounded like a child. I swung the door open as quickly as I could and rushed through the hallway into the living room. Alice quickly followed behind me. The screaming stopped upon us running in. There was the chair, tipped over on its side. Again, not a single other thing was out of place. No sign that anyone had been here. I stormed through every room. "Who the fuck is here?" I screamed, checking every closet, every dark corner, every single fucking inch of that house, but found nothing. I came back to the front door. Alice stood out in the hall, too afraid to come inside. "All right, we're getting this fucking thing out of here, now." I grabbed her by the hand and led her in. Without another word, we picked it up and began our descent to the dumpster. I spent the whole trip down, grasping the chair until my knuckles turned white, scared that it would somehow slip out of my hands and go plummeting down the stairs, taking one or both of us with it. I think Alice was scared of the same thing. We managed to get it outside, both of us throwing the thing on the gravel next to the dumpster and letting out a sigh of relief. It was then that I made the discovery, which still haunts me. I noticed a lump in the bottom cushion that I had somehow not seen before. Desperate to find out if something was actually going on with this, or if we both were simply going insane, I took my pocket knife from my keychain and began to slice the leather cushion open. Shoved within the stuffing, I found the source of the lump. I pulled out a small, white silk bag, tied with a drawstring. I looked to Alice, who was visibly terrified. My hands were shaking. I didn't want to open it up, but I could feel that something was inside. I pulled the drawstring apart and peered through the opening, immediately dropping the bag onto the ground, the contents spilling out. Alice gasped. There was hair, several different colors, clearly from several different people. There were teeth. There were beaded bracelets and plastic rings made to fit tiny wrists and tiny fingers. There were the bones of the hands that once wore them. We called the police before even saying a word to each other. The cops came. They took the evidence, chair and all. We got a call from a detective the following week. The objects found were at least a decade old. The teeth were from 8 different children, all between the ages of 5 and 7. They tested the victim's DNA, but none of it came up as a match in their system. They took the whole damn chair apart, searching for any evidence they could find from the attacker. But there were hundreds of fingerprints on it. Mine, Alice's, few workers from the thrift store that it had been dropped off at, and any thrift shopper who had touched it. The police investigated what they could, reached out to the thrift store employees to see if anyone remembered who brought the chair there, and questioned any of the shoppers they could identify through the fingerprints. All in all, they came up with nothing. Nothing else strange happened in our apartment after that, but the presence of the chair still hung in the air. We moved out after our lease was up. I think the children that were killed were trying to tell something, trying to get someone to find what was hidden in that chair. It hurts to know that the victims couldn't be identified. No closure to weeping parents. No honoring the dead with a picture or a name. But the thing that eats away at me the most is that the murderer could still be alive, still taking children from their homes. He might never be caught. I'd been looking forward to Friday all weekend. It was Diane's 14th birthday, and we were going to have a slumber party at her house. Mama offered me a ride, but Diane only lived about half a mile from town, so I walked. Fact was, I liked walking. It gave me a chance to be alone with my imagination. I got to Diane's house about 5 in the afternoon. Casey had already been there a little while. Gail showed up about half an hour after I did. Diane's parents had planned on going to dinner and a movie, so we were going to be left to our own devices for a while. Not that we couldn't be trusted. I mean, we were pretty good girls as a rule, but we all knew that we had it in us to be bad. Whether we'd do anything our parents wouldn't approve of was yet to be seen, but personally, I liked the idea that we might. If we were going to do anything that might get us in trouble, though it was probably going to be something initiated by Casey. She had always been the instigator in our little group, the brave one, the one who would step across the line first and then coax us over. In fact, she had said that she was going to try to steal a bottle of vodka from her stepbrother's stash and bring it over for us to drink. Once Diane's parents had gone for the evening, though, Casey announced that the son of a bitch had drunk it all himself. There hadn't been anything for her to take. Frankly, I was relieved, but like everybody else, I acted disappointed. After Casey finished insulting her stepfather, though, she got that devious look on her face, the one that let us know there was something going on in that wicked little brain of hers. I asked her what she was thinking. She grinned and said, "Maybe I've got something better than vodka." "What could be better than vodka?" Gail asked, trying to sound tough. She was the most timid of our little foursome. "This," Casey said. Then she reached in her backpack and pulled out a book. It was an old-looking book, too. Very old. The cover was dark and dirty, and its edges were frayed. The title was hard to read, but I finally made it out. It said, "Incantations and Their Defenses." We all looked between Casey and the book, and Casey was looking between the three of us, still wearing that devious grin. "A book?" Gail queried. "Really?" "I'm sorry," Diane said, "but are you really planning on reading us a ghost story or something?" Gail added, "Don't you think we're a little old for ghost stories?" "I don't think you're ever too old for ghost stories," Casey said with that familiar edge in her voice. "But this isn't a storybook." "What is it then?" Diane asked. "It's got spells in it," Casey replied. "Spells and incantations." "You mean like witchcraft?" Diane asked. Casey sort of shrugged, as if not wanting to be bothered with labels. I don't think it's a very good idea," Gail said. "I mean, that's devil worship kind of stuff." "Good Lord, Gail," Casey said. "Get a hold of yourself before you faint or something. It's just a book." but it's from 1791. 1791? I asked. Casey opened it to the title page and showed me. Sure enough, it had been published in New York City in 1791. Where'd you get this? My stepfather's library. You stole it? Gail asked. Borrowed is the word I believe you're looking for, Casey said. As retribution for the old bastard drinking up all his vodka. We all laughed a little, but then Gail asked, Well, what do you mean to do with it? Not me, Casey replied. Us. Okay then, Diane said. What are we gonna do with it? I thought you'd never ask, Casey said. Then she turned on Diane's bedside lamp to fight off the gathering darkness. I took the liberty to go through it ahead of time, just to see if there was anything interesting. We all waited, and finally I prompted her. And I found this here, Casey said, then opened the book to a marked page and laid it on the bed. We all gathered around so we could see. The thing that struck me the most was the smell coming from the book. It was dank and moldy. It smelled of something very old that didn't want to be bothered, like Granny's storm cellar used to smell when we'd sneak off in it. What's this? Diane asked. The title at the top of the page read Summons of Corson, and it was followed by what appeared to be a list of instructions, all written in a very legible hand. Who is Corson? Gail asked. Not who, so much as what, Casey replied, her grin returning. Corson is a demon, apparently. I knew it, Gail said, sounding more than a little scared. It's devil worship. Calm yourself, Gail, Casey teased. You're not the Virgin Mary. And besides, it's not devil worship. It's a demon. I don't like demons much neither, Casey rolled her eyes. Corson is one of the 4 kings that have power over the 72 demons constrained by King Solomon, Diane said, reading from her phone. And it says he's not to be conjured except on great occasions. This is a great occasion, Casey said to Diane. It's your birthday. I'm not worried about who or what Corson is, I said. I'm more worried about this book. As old as it is, it's probably pretty valuable. I don't think it's a very good idea for us to have it here. What if something happens to it? I don't want to be responsible. Of course, that led us into an all-out debate about the merits of us having the book, which Casey quickly turned into a referendum on our bravery. And sure enough, just like always, before long she had convinced us that we were just being silly, and that we were obligated to see things her way. It was all nonsense anyway. There was no reason at all for us to not go through the motions of summoning up Corson, just for fun, of course. And also, just like always, Gail didn't so much agree as she found herself overwhelmed by the momentum of the group. The book directed us to sit around a lit candle and to pour a line of salt around us, for our own protection. Diane went and got the salt from the kitchen and drew a large circle on her bedroom floor. Casey took a large candle from Diane's dresser, one that was about 1 foot in diameter and had 3 separate wicks, and set it in the middle of the circle. We all took our places in the circle, and I lit the candle, all 3 wicks. I don't think it's a good idea, Gail half-whined. Really, guys, let's not do this. By then, our motivation was probably mostly about scaring Gail. It was clear she was very uncomfortable with what was going on. I'm not sure why we found it so entertaining to make her uncomfortable, but we did. I admit that I wasn't very nice, but that's how it was. Casey set the book next to the candle so we could all see it. And then she took the first step as listed in the instructions. She called upon Satan to hear our plea The lamp on Diane's nightstand sort of flickered. Just a little, but it got our attention. "That's enough," Gale demanded. "This is foolish. We're just asking for trouble." "The book says we all have to be engaged," Casey scolded. "Stop your whining and concentrate." Diane sort of laughed, but I couldn't tell for sure if she was making fun of Gale or if she was trying to convince herself that she was okay. As for me, I watched the lamp. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, it stayed steady. "We have to all read the incantation," Gale said, looking mostly at Gale, "or it won't work." Gale said, "I don't want it to work." "I swear, Gale," Casey scolded, "you have to be the biggest baby I know. I don't hear anyone else complaining." Gale looked down at her lap and sort of fussed with her fingers. She looked so small all of a sudden. There in the flickering candlelight, trying to be brave but not succeeding. Just then, a low growl came from Diane's bedroom door. I won't lie, it scared the shit out of me. I whirled around and was more than a little relieved to find Diane's dog, Buster, standing in the doorway. We were all relieved, I could tell. "It's just a dog," Casey hissed. "Are we gonna do this or not?" The breeze had picked up and was blowing through Diane's open window and licking all the flames on the candle. A little voice in my head said to tell Casey that no, we weren't gonna do this. It was foolish, and she was starting to sound a little too enthusiastic about it for me to feel comfortable with. I didn't say that, though. Neither did Gale or Diane. We all just sat there, as though Casey truly did have some sort of power over us. I saw a tear trace down Gale's cheek. This was wrong. We should have quit it right then, but we didn't. "Like I was saying," Casey finally said, "we all have to read the incantation 3 times. She looked around the circle at each of us as if to drive the point home, and then she looked back to the book and started to read. Like the lemmings we apparently were, we read right along with her. "Fire est bon an enwamb, die drustum morum biforen kom, an brist o colin seperta faren, lot corson arebi farestin beren." We all read slowly, phonetically, and after the first time, though, the wind picked up and blew out one of the wicks. We kept going, though, faster than the first time, like a rock starting to gather speed rolling down a hill. After the second time, though, the lamp flickered again, and then went out. I don't know why we didn't stop then, why I didn't get out of the circle, but I kept on reading with everybody else. The third time, though, we had sort of found a rhythm, like a chant, and I could feel tingling all over my back as we spoke the words, like tiny fingers were moving across my skin in waves. No sooner than we'd finished reading, the wind stopped blowing altogether. Everything became still and quiet. Buster, who'd been standing in Diane's bedroom door this entire time, let out with a little whimper and scampered away. I could hear his paws clacking as he descended the staircase to the first floor. I didn't feel right. This situation didn't feel right. I couldn't have said what it was, but something was wrong. Something was really wrong. Just then, Buster started barking wildly, like maybe there was an intruder in the house or something. Then I thought I heard another little whimper, and Buster stopped barking. By then, I was so scared I could hardly breathe. I didn't know what to do. "You bunch of babies," Casey said, and then she stood up. "Where are you going?" Gale blurted out. "You can't leave the circle. You'll destroy the protection." "What protection?" Casey laughed. "It's a circle of salt." No sooner than she'd stepped across the line, Diane's bedroom door slammed shut with such force I thought the hinges would break. All of us screamed. At least I think we all did. Maybe it was just me and Gail. Regardless, after she'd composed herself, and over Gail's protests, Casey started for the door. She said, "I told Tommy to come over if he could." Tommy was her boyfriend, her 16-year-old boyfriend. "It's probably just him and his friends messing with us." No, don't go," Gail protested, but it was too late. Casey opened the door and headed out of our sight. I looked at the other two, still sitting there in the circle of salt with me, and it was plain that they were every bit as scared as I was. Then there came a low, malevolent-sounding growl from the first floor. It wasn't loud, but we could all hear it, and it filled me to the top with fear. Not 2 seconds later, Casey reappeared in Diane's doorway, and she was white as a sheet. I don't think I'd ever seen such a look of terror on somebody's face, not even in a movie. I'm so sorry," Casey managed to choke out through her fear. I had no idea." Right then there came a heavy footstep on the stairs, then another, and then another. Casey looked over her shoulder, tears forming in her eyes, and then, without saying another word, she sprinted across Diane's bedroom floor and went out the open window onto the roof of the front porch. She bounded across it, and without even hesitating, leapt from the roof to the ground. The footsteps from the staircase stopped, and then seemed to reverse course. We could hear them echo from downstairs, as though passing through the den. And then we heard the front door squeak open. I wanted to get up and look out the window, to discover what it was that had just apparently let itself out of the house, but fear had a grip on me. I couldn't make myself move. I didn't want to leave the circle. "What are we gonna do?" Gail whispered, laced with tears and fear. I only managed to shake my head slowly, and then she began reciting the Lord's Prayer, rocking back and forth as she spoke the words. I looked at Diane. She seemed as dumbfounded and as uncertain as I was about what to do. In the name of God, I kept thinking. What had we done? What had our silliness unleashed? It wasn't long, probably less than a minute after we'd heard the front door open. There came another sound wafting through the window. It was almost like a scream, but maybe mixed with laughter somehow. How odd. Had it been laughter, though, or something else? I couldn't tell for sure, but whatever it was, it didn't last long. Like Buster's barking, it just stopped. Like somebody had pushed a button and turned it off. "Call somebody," I said to Diane. She was the only one of the three of us who had a phone. "Call somebody. Call 911. She sort of froze and then looked towards her nightstand. "You left it over there?" I asked, exacerbated that she would do something so foolish. But then, of course, I realized it hadn't been foolish at all. I mean, it wasn't as though a reasonable mind would have concluded that a little interaction would work. Regardless, it was clear that she wasn't inclined to leave the circle, so I forced myself to do it. I grabbed the phone off the table and hurried back to my spot by the candle. "Here," I said, thrusting the phone towards her. She took it from me, and after looking at it for a few seconds, pressed at the screen. She looked back at me, fresh fear on her face. "What's wrong?" I asked. The battery. It's dead." Of course it would be dead, wouldn't it? "Where's your charger?" "Downstairs." No sooner than she'd spoken the word, we heard it. The heavy footsteps on the porch, then in the den, and finally to the staircase. My heart was racing so fast I could no longer feel the individual heartbeats. It was more like a constant hum in my chest. It didn't take long for the footsteps to reach the top of the stairs. Then they started down the hall, towards Diane's bedroom. Our eyes were all glued to the doorway. Our collective terror escalated with each new footfall. We were unable to move, just as we were unable to believe what appeared to be happening. I became aware that Gail had latched herself to my arm, squeezing so hard that it hurt. But I didn't care. All I cared about was whatever was walking down the hall towards us, and why we couldn't seem to move. It felt like it went on forever, the heavy footsteps moving even closer. There wasn't much light at all coming from the hall, barely enough to detect. There was enough, however, for us to see it as it entered the doorway, or rather, for us to see its outline. It was like a shadow, all dark, and its form largely filled the space from side to side and top to bottom. All of a sudden, a wave of stench wafted over us, so putrid I almost gagged. It smelled like rotted meat packed with maggots, like old and insistent decay, like my granny's storm cellar, only 1,000 times worse. Gail had started praying again. I tried to remove my arm from her grasp, maybe because I thought I needed it to defend myself or something, but she wasn't inclined to let me have it. We heard the low growl again, and the stench in the room got worse. All of a sudden, Diane bolted up and into the bathroom, a Jack and Jill bathroom leading to another bedroom, and the entity disappeared from the doorway. Before I'd even managed to wrap my arms around what Diane had done, Gail shot up as well and headed for the door the entity had just vacated, probably because I was thoroughly petrified and had lost the ability to think clearly. I followed after Gail. It was almost too dark to see, but I heard Gail head down the stairs. I chased after her. I thought I saw Buster lying on the floor over by the fireplace, but I didn't even consider stopping to check on him. Gail flew out the front door, screaming and crying by then, and I kept following after her. She leapt over the porch steps all the way to the ground and kept running. I tried to do the same, but managed to trip when I landed and crash hard into the ground. I could still hear Gail screaming as she ran away from me, farther and farther away as I struggled to my feet, only to discover I had sprained my ankle. The pain was excruciating, and I fell right back down. And then I heard another scream, but it wasn't coming from Gail. It was coming from inside the house, from Diane. It was shrill and sharp. Then there was a choking sound. And then there was quiet. Oh my God. I scrambled back to my feet and started to limp along best I could, chasing after Gail, but she was already gone. Not only could I no longer hear her, but I couldn't see her anymore either. She had disappeared into the darkness, and I knew that I wouldn't be able to find her. I knew that I was alone, and I knew that whatever that thing in the house was, it was coming. I couldn't move fast enough to escape. I knew that too, so I made a sharp left and headed into the woods. Just then, I heard something walk out onto the front porch, something heavy sounding, so I dove down into a little stand of bushes and tried to be as quiet as I possibly could. I was terrified. It was like everything I'd always known about the world had gotten turned on its head. Monsters were real, weren't they? It wasn't like I'd come to believe at all that they were just stories people made up to scare each other. They were real. Whatever was on the porch began to look my way. At least it seemed like it did to me. I just closed my eyes and tried to lie perfectly still. I was praying inside my head, but I didn't make a sound. Just then I heard a car turn into the driveway, its headlights flooding the yard and then the front porch. To my shock, to my amazed relief, I saw that the thing on the front porch, the thing I'd been so terrified of, was in fact Diane. Seemingly in a daze, she found her way down the front steps and waited as the car pulled up right in front of her. It was her parents, home from the movies. Thank God. I scrambled out from underneath the bushes and limped my way to the front of the car, to where Diane's parents were examining her. I was still frightened out of my wits, mind you. thinking that there was a demon named Corson somewhere in the house, and that we were all in mortal danger. But there was something about being in the presence of grown-ups that always made things better. They could handle it. They could fix it. It took me a moment to see why Diane's parents seemed so concerned, though. Why they kept looking at her and asking her questions. Diane's neck was bruised all the way around, reddish and turning blue. It was like someone had choked her hard, like they'd meant to do her real harm. I shuddered to think what had gone on in the house once me and Gail had run out the front door. Things got a little sketchy for me from there. As far as Diane's parents were concerned, Casey was missing, Gail was missing. I'd been hiding in the woods, and Diane looked as if she'd been choked half to death. The police came, and that's when they found Buster. He was lying by the fireplace where I'd seen him, and he was dead. They ultimately decided that he'd stumbled down the stairs and broke his back. Of course, that didn't explain how he'd gotten all the way across the room from the base of the stairs to the fireplace. But I guess they had bigger fish to fry. The police found Casey. She was lying in a drainage ditch out by the road, unconscious and badly bruised. They speculated that she might have gotten hit by a passing car, maybe by someone who hadn't even known they'd hit her, because they never did find the culprit. Fortunately, though, her injuries weren't life-threatening, but she did have to stay in the hospital for a while. They didn't find Gail until early the next morning. She was sitting in the front pew of the Catholic church, naked as a jaybird. After a number of interviews by people in the psychology world, they determined she was badly traumatized, to the point of having broken from reality just a little. Her family decided to send her to a convent to convalesce. I didn't understand that at all, but it wasn't for me to say. My dad is an atheist, so I pretty much know how he was going to react to all of this. If he didn't believe in God, it was unlikely he believed in demons. He was concerned, though, just like everybody else. I do think he thought there might have been a reason other than my imagination I told him the story I told. I'm pretty sure all the grown-ups believed we'd gotten hold of some bad dope, but I know that's to be untrue. Because of Diane's and Casey's injuries, though, they drug-tested all of us. As it turns out, Diane and Casey had been smoking pot before me and Gail showed up that evening. I'm pretty sure that hadn't had anything to do with what had gone on, but in the end it made us all sound less than credible. So, because they found drugs in her system, nobody really believed what Casey had said about the events of that evening. As for Diane, she conveniently developed a case of amnesia. Couldn't remember a thing from the time Casey had gotten there until her parents came home and found her on the porch. I don't believe her, though. I think she remembers everything, just like I do. For whatever reason, she just doesn't want to face it. I guess I can understand that, but as for me, I can't forget. I know in my heart that something abnormal went on that night, and it scares me to death to think that it could happen again. I had to talk to the police a lot. I must have talked to them a dozen times in the weeks after, and I almost told them the exact same story. I knew I always told them the same story because I always told them the truth. Curiously, though, they never found the book. We had all told them about it, but they never found it, or at least not that they admitted to. It could have been that one of them was a less-than-honest book aficionado, and he decided to add it to his collection. I don't really care. As long as I never have to see it again, that's fine with me. Finally, though, the police stopped coming around, and things started moving back towards normal. But they never would be the same, would they? I mean, how could they? My therapist doesn't think it's strange for me to believe the story I keep telling, but just like the police, she doesn't know what she's talking about. I'd seen what I'd seen, and I'd heard what I'd heard. Maybe we'd been a part of something we weren't intended to. Maybe that's why the book disappeared. Obviously, there are things in this world beyond my ability to understand. All I know for sure is that I'll never go out to Diane's house again. and for the foreseeable future, I'll be sleeping with the light on. My brother Colin and I always got along. Sure, we occasionally had fights like most siblings do, but when it came to what we enjoyed, we had a fair amount in common. However, it wasn't until our father took us to a popular caving spot in our town that we realized our favorite thing to do was to go splunking. Even as the years went on and hobbies came and went, there was just something about the exhilaration of exploring caves that just made us love it more as the years went on. The two of us loved it so much, in fact, that when we were adults, we got side jobs giving tours at a local cave. Once we were finished up for the day, we dropped off our equipment and went for a walk in the forest, sharing stories and having a laugh. We didn't see each other too often throughout the year due to our boring office jobs, so getting to do this was a great way to catch up. However, although we knew the woods well enough, we weren't cocky. Even people who knew a forest like the back of their hand could get lost if they weren't careful. Because of that, whenever we went out for walks, my brother brought an orange highlighter with him. So if we ever went off the trail, he'd draw thick lines on the trees so we could retrace our steps. It had happened on a Friday. When Colin and I were walking down the trails and chatting, we absent-mindedly played catch while we chatted, tossing a ball Colin bought at a gift shop for his kid. It was when he accidentally tossed it too far and I went off the trail to get it, that I ended up finding a cave. It was a small open area, where the trees briefly parted for a small field of grass. Its entrance almost looked like that of a jagged mouth, the rocks hanging off its roof ending in sharp points like a set of sharp teeth. We were confused, as we had never seen a cave in this area before, but figured we probably were just in a spot that happened to look similar, with the only difference being that there was a cave. We tried to peer inside it, but found it was too dark to see anything. After a bit of debating, we eventually decided against exploring it. It was getting late, and neither of us had brought any equipment. It wasn't a good idea to go into an unknown cave without the proper supplies, especially when it was almost night, so we decided to head home. To make remembering the spot easier, however, Colin took out his highlighter and marked a couple of extra trees, so we would be able to get back to the spot without much hassle. We met up the next day in the morning, this time with proper equipment. I wasn't too fond of walking all the way back to the cave, now that a bunch of gear and a backpack my spine was getting crumbled under was weighing me down, but I was super excited to check out a new spot. As we reached the first tree with an orange line and began tracing our steps back to the spot, the two of us just couldn't help but ramble about how excited we were. I mean, this was potentially a cave that no one else had gone spelunking in before. For us, two brothers who had been doing this for years, the thought of getting a cave named after us, while probably unlikely, was exciting nonetheless. However, when we finally got through the cluster of trees and into the open space the mouth of the cave rested upon, that eagerness was snuffed out, as well as our happy smiles and joking attitudes. Instead, it was replaced with confusion at what was before us, or rather, what wasn't before us. The entrance was gone, and I don't mean there was a cave-in or anything like that. The entire cave was gone, replaced with nothing more than bundles of dandelions and unusually vibrant green grass. At first, after the confusion cleared away, we tried to be practical about it. Maybe we took a wrong turn, maybe the lines on the trees were from a different trip and just hadn't faded yet, etc. But each reason ended up falling flat. We didn't see any faded markings on the trees when we first went into the trail yesterday, and the ones we used to retrace our steps still looked new, so we couldn't really have taken a wrong turn either. Still, we searched around, looking to see if we were just being stupid, but after hours of walking, exhaustion took its toll on us, and we decided to call it quits.
As I told my wife about what had happened over a cup of coffee, she suggested that it was something else we just happened to mistake for a cave. Had we only glanced at it from afar, I probably would have agreed, but we were right up close to the cave's entrance, trying to see if we could make out anything in its darkness. There was no way it wasn't a cave. Cut to a few weeks later in August, Colin and I are still on good terms, and splunking is still one of our favorite activities. The cave incident, while weird, faded in the back of our minds and became nothing more than something we'd sometimes tell folks during guided tours, occasionally fabricating some stuff about seeing ghosts just for fun. Both Colin and I had an annual thing we did every summer, where, while visiting our hometown, the two of us would head over to the first cave our dad took us to and go on a guided tour in memory of him. We were halfway to the site, gear in hand, when I saw something off the trail and stopped my brother. I went up to it, and my brother followed soon after. Once I got up close enough, I felt a funny feeling in the pit of my stomach when I realized what it was. It was a cave entrance, one I was almost certain I had seen somewhere else. I turned to Colin, seeing that, by his expression, he'd shared the same confusion that I had. This cave looked almost identical to that bizarre cave we saw all those months ago. But that was impossible. Our hometown was an 8-hour drive away from where we saw that cave. There was no way that this was the same one. The idea of checking out the cave came to mind, but at the same time something felt off. I took a step forward, but my brother stopped me. He wore an odd expression, seeming like he wanted us to check it out, but a part of him was saying no. Eventually, after glancing back and forth at me and the cave a couple times, he'd suggested that he'd go and check it out himself for a couple of minutes, then let me know if it was safe so we could go exploring after our guided tour was done with. Part of me was fine with it, but another part of me was screaming no, that I needed to tell him to get away from the cave, that it wasn't safe. But he ignored it, figuring I was just making something out of nothing. I watched as Colin turned on the light of his helmet, smiling at me and giving me a thumbs up, which I returned, before he turns back to the cave and descended into the darkness. It was at this point that I glanced down at my watch and realized that we had been debating over checking out the cave a lot longer than I thought. We didn't really have enough time to check out the cave before the tour started. For moments, I felt relieved, glad that the things I was worried about, whatever they were, wouldn't come into fruition. I looked up, about to call out to my brother to come back and forget about the cave for now. I never made it past the first word before it was caught in my throat, like a fly in honey. The cave was gone. In the few seconds I had taken my eyes off of it to look at my wrist, it had vanished, replaced with a familiar patch of daisies and vibrant green grass. For a moment, I just froze, like a deer in headlights. I stared at the flowers and grass, my brain trying to process the fact that there was a cave here just a few moments ago. The cave was gone, as was my brother. That's when I panicked. I started calling out to my brother, hoping he was nearby and safe. The quiet callings of my brother's name soon grew in volume, growing louder and louder until I was practically screaming it, praying that he was okay and that this was just a prank, that any second now, he'd sneak up behind me and give me a good fright, and then a good laugh afterwards. When there was no response, my franticness increased. I ran up to the patch of daisies and grass and ripped them out of the ground, putting my ear to the earth and trying to see if I could somehow hear Colin's muffled voice underneath the soil. But there was nothing. It was then I thought I was dreaming. I scrunched my eyes and gave my arm a hard pinch. I opened my eyes, only to be met with the same forest, and that's when I realized I wasn't dreaming. My brother was really gone. In an instant, the cave had vanished and took him with it. As I hurried over to the nearest police station, I debated whether I should mention the cave at all, but
I eventually decided against it. I knew I would look crazy, rambling about a cave that vanished and took my brother along with it, so I left it out when I explained what happened. All I told them was that one moment he was with me in the forest, and when I turned around, he was gone. They never found him. The forest was combed, and dogs were sent out to track his scent, but even the dogs seemed unable to find anything, apparently stopping in their tracks and sitting, staring at nothing. I was questioned a bit more, but I never mentioned the cave. It's been a few years now since my brother went missing. I still give tours at the popular caves around our area, and not because I still enjoy spelunking, but because since my wife and I have 2 children now, we need the extra money more than anything. While I give tours, I bring up my brother to those who would lend an ear to listen. I shared some fun stories about the things we did when we went spelunking as kids, though I didn't bring up his disappearance. It's a small thing, but I find it's the least I can do to help keep the memory of my best friend alive. However, that's not why I'm telling this story. While I miss my brother dearly, that isn't the reason why I'm writing this after all these years. Not the main reason, anyway. I'm telling this story because it's back. A few weeks ago, the cave started reappearing. At first, I thought it was after my kids, but now I think that's not the case. I think it's after me. It doesn't matter whether I'm on a trail in a forest or just outside of it. It doesn't matter whether the forest is small or large, thick or thin. I always see it. No sound comes from its gaping maw, but I find it beckoning me, urging me to find the remnants of the brother I lost all those years ago and uncover the truth. But the scariest part of all is that I almost kind of want to. My name is Clem. I grew up in a little town in South Louisiana called Chickapin, about an hour west of New Orleans and right on the edge of the deep bayou. There were channels everywhere, and you could make it from my backyard all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico by boat. We'd spent time on the water just about every day since I could remember, and we knew the waterways in Terrebonne Parish like the back of our hands. Me and my cousin Rake were about the same age, and we partnered up a lot when we were kids. There were times when we'd spend most of our day on the bayou, hunting and fishing and trapping. That's what life was. For the longest time, that's about all it was. There was one particular day, or night, should I say, that stands out above all the rest, though. A night I still have bad dreams about all these years later. It happened when we were about 12, me and Drake, and we'd gotten out on the bayou late in the evening to run some traps. Daddy and Uncle Billy pretty much let us go wherever we wanted to because they knew they could trust us. They knew we knew our way around, and they knew we could handle ourselves. We were also supposed to stay inside certain boundaries. To the south, that meant staying out of the ship canals and not portaging over any land barriers that would let us get too far from home. We usually minded those boundaries, but, well, sometimes we didn't. The night I'm talking about was one of those nights when we decided to take some liberties. There were a series of traps we'd set along a part of the bayou we couldn't get into on our little aluminum boats, unless we either skirted along the edge of the ship canals for a ways or else portaged along a small stretch of land. About 100 yards or so, once we'd paddled out to the ship canal and saw that it was clear, we decided to take our chances. The wake from even a smaller ship could swarm us if they passed too close, but we could see far enough both ways to feel comfortable. Besides, portage was always a pain, especially in the dark. We'd made it about halfway to the channel we were headed to when things took a turn. I was in the back of our boat, so I saw it first. A small freighter coming up from behind us. I got Rake's attention and pointed at the ship, and we both knew what to do without further discussion. We dug in deep, paddling as hard as we could. Still, I yelled at Rake to paddle harder as the ship drew near. I could see the edge of the channel we were headed to, as the ship's bow pulled up even with us. To tell the truth, I half expected to get wet, but we turned into our little channel just as the ship's wake reached us. We rode on top of the wave for a ways until it died down. Then we laughed and thanked our lucky stars. Semi-disaster avoided. It was a pretty clear night. There was a full moon over us with only the occasional cloud, so we could see well enough to navigate even without our flashlights. There were cypress trees all around, and the Spanish moss hung thick all around, giving the trees a ghostly air. I loved that about the bayou. It always gave me a sense that I was a part of something that wasn't quite squared away. The first trap we came to didn't have nothing, so we moved on towards the next one. It was around a bend and on a little peninsula that was just barely higher than the water. As we paddled nearer and Rake shined the light, we both saw it. 2 bright eyes shining back at us. And from the look of them, they belonged to something large. You could always feel your heart rate get up when you caught something, especially if it was bigger than a coon or a possum. I could tell this was bigger. We were eager to get there, but because we were seasoned trappers, we knew to take our time. Steady strokes do nothing to get the animal more excited or scared than it already was. We must have still been about 40 or so feet away when Rake stopped paddling, though. I stopped too, and we kept drifting slowly towards the bank. I shined my light at the trap, and finally saw what he'd already seen. It wasn't a normal animal there on the bank, at least not one we'd expect to catch. It was a gator, but not just any gator. Maybe the biggest gator I'd ever seen. It had to have been 16 to 18 feet long and 1,500 pounds, if it was a pound at all. It also wasn't caught in our trap. It was just sitting there on the bank, looking right at us, sort of grinning, like it was inviting us on up. Come on, boys, I've got room. Rake had done the right thing by not making any sudden moves, but my body didn't seem inclined to follow suit. I began paddling backwards as hard as I could, and in no time flat I'd stopped our forward progress and started us back in the way we had come. By then there was no point in Rake staying still, so he started paddling as well. He turned us around so our bow was in front, and we stayed at it. By then, though, the gator had slithered into the water and disappeared beneath the surface. Talk about your heart rate going up. My heart was rattling in my chest like that playing card I'd stuck in my bicycle spokes. Even though it wasn't common for a gator to chase after a boat, we kept going until my arms burned like they were about to fall off, and then we both stopped paddling and looked behind us. Rake stood up in the front of the boat so we could shine his light at the water back towards the peninsula without me blocking it. I saw several water moccasins swimming towards the light as they were prone to do, but I didn't see no gator. It occurred to me, though, that the light was as likely to attract a gator as it was a snake, so I yelled at Rake to put out the light. He did, but it was too late. Just as he switched it off, I saw it rise up. The top side of the gator's massive head not more than 5 feet behind us. His big eyes focused right on us. I could see the water rippling too, way back behind where his tail was swimming slowly. Good Lord, he was big. Rake saw him too, but I yelled at him anyway. I was already paddling before his butt hit the seat, and we both started digging at the water as hard as we could. It wasn't but a few seconds later, though, that something bumped up against us on the side, so hard it almost tipped us over. Rake lost his paddle and it went in the water. I didn't care. Once the boat had settled, I kept on paddling. We had a .22 caliber rifle and a .22 caliber pistol in the boat with us. I didn't figure either of them would do a bit of good against that gator's hide. But since Rake had lost his paddle, he grabbed up the pistol. The gator pushed up against the side of our boat again, but not as solid as before. It didn't cause me to break stride. There was another bump, then a while later it felt like the gator tried to come up from under the boat. It sort of lifted us up on the water, and then it went away. I paddled for about as long as I could, and then I stopped. I could see the ship canal from where I was. I told Rake that I didn't think it was wise for us to go out in the ship canal, especially since we didn't have but one paddle. Of course, we could come across something unpleasant on land if we chose to portage, but as long as we had our guns, we should be able to manage. So that's what we decided to do. In any event, we didn't need to sit where we were for very long. That gator could have gotten bored and moved on, but we couldn't be sure of that. We needed to move. Rake shined his light over to the left bank, and pretty sure he found the spot we usually used as a landing. I started moving us in that direction, but no sooner than I got us turned that way, Rake yelled at me to look out, and then fired several shots right past my shoulder. I turned just in time to see the huge gator coming at me, his whole head out of the water with his jaws wide, and just about to come over the stern. I remember thinking in that split second how big his teeth were. They were huge. Anyway, I launched myself forward towards Rake just as the animal landed its head where I'd been sitting. And all at once, the boat pitched up hard and rolled. Me and Rake landed in the bayou. The water was still deep enough to be over our heads this close to the ship channel, and I was disoriented at first, having got under in all that blackness. Of course, it didn't help that I was completely panicked. Soon enough, I remembered to stay still and look for light. I saw some pretty quick, moonbeams on the surface, and I swam up to the top. The boat was upside down, but it was just a few feet away from me. I got hold of it about the same time Rake did. I sure was glad to see him there, but I was just as aware that we were truly in mortal danger and had to get going. Rake said it too, that we had to get to land, we had to get to the bank. I said we should stay with the boat, and we did. Him on one side and me on the other, paddling towards the shore. We had just reached the point where our feet could touch the bottom when I felt something brush up against my leg, something heavy and rough. No doubt it was the gator, and its body scraped on by my thigh all the way from its front leg to its back leg. I was so scared it felt like my soul was about to shoot out of my body, and I couldn't help but freeze. I stood perfectly still. Rake asked me what was wrong, but before I could answer, the gator took hold of him and yanked him under. I know I screamed. I know it's not manly at all, but I screamed. I called his name over and over, but I couldn't see him anywhere. Him or the gator, for that matter. No sign at all. I wasn't really thinking clearly by then either, but I managed to turn the boat back over and climb in. As fate would have it, the only thing left in our boat was my paddle. No guns, no flashlights, no nothing but my paddle. And I got jammed up under my seat somehow when the gator had come crashing down on it. Needless to say, maybe, but by then I'd become hysterical. I mean, it didn't seem real. How was it possible that my cousin was out there somewhere under the water in the jaws of a huge gator? It was too awful to consider, yet that seems to be the story. That was what there was. That was all there was. And gators didn't eat you right away, neither. They took you under in a death roll until you were drowned. Then they stuffed you under a ledge or log or something and left you there to rot. But once you were ready, they'd come back for you and eat you piece by piece. For all the world and everything in it, how could that be my cousin Rake's destiny? To rot under a log and then be ate up by a huge gator. There was nothing, though. No sound but the occasional hoot of an owl and the croak of a bullfrog. and I thought I heard a big cat growl, but other than that, the bayou was quiet. Then, all of a sudden, not far from me, there came a big splash and a fuss across the surface of the water. I saw Rake. He was trying to swim away from the gator, but the gator was practically on top of him. And only a second or so later, they both went back under. This was horrible. The most horrible thing I could imagine, and I was living it. I paddled over to where they'd gone down, but there was nothing to be seen. A few seconds later, though, they came back up, more out towards the middle. I yelled out his name. He managed to look my way for a split second, and he yelled my name. But then the gator took him under again. I didn't know how I knew, but it was clear to me right then and there that hearing him call my name like that, and seeing the gator take him under, would haunt me for the rest of my life. I started towards where they'd been, but then they came up again, more towards the bank. This time, not only did he call my name, but he also screamed the word help. And screamed it he had, like nothing I'd ever seen. The sound of his voice was the embodiment of terror, and hearing it made my skin crawl all over. Then, like before, they disappeared beneath the water, and the last thing I saw was Rake's hand clawing at air, trying to find anything to grab a hold of. I desperately paddled towards them again, and I started looking, hollering for them, bending over the side of the boat so far, trying to see under the water that I almost fell out. Too long. He'd been under too long this time. There was no way he could still be alive. I came to know that in my heart, and a feeling of evil and darkness like I'd never even imagined possible began to settle over me. This was more than I could bear. I didn't see how I could find my way back to any form of sanity. I could feel it in my whole body, like a weight, like a prison, and I could barely breathe. Suddenly, and without any warning at all, something came crashing through the surface of the water right beside my boat, like it had been shot out of a cannon. Miracle of miracles. It was Rake, and he was most of the way in the boat before I could even get over and help drag him the rest of the way in. He flopped in on the boat's bottom like a big fish, and before I could fully grasp the reality of what had just happened, he was screaming at me to paddle, to get to land. He wouldn't shut up about it. And finally, I made my way to my seat and started paddling for shore. Rake was breathing hard and moaning just about every other breath. But I couldn't tend to him just then. I had to get us to shore. I was afraid to look over my shoulder to see if we were being followed, but finally I couldn't help it. Sure enough, there it was. That big gator was right behind us, no more than 3 feet back, just skimming along with nothing showing but the top of its head and back, with its tail swishing back and forth real slow. Just a second later, I ran the boat aground and hopped over Rake and out the front so I could drag it all the way up. Once I'd done it, I looked out over the water, fully expecting to see the gator coming up after us. But to my surprise, I didn't see him anywhere. I didn't quite trust it. It could have popped out of the water at any moment. But the relief I felt in that instant was indescribable. Anyway, whether the gator was coming after us or not, I had to get farther from the water, so I dragged the boat a good 20 yards inland. Only then did I dare give Rake a good look, and what I saw was ghoulish. He had blood on him in lots of places, but the thing that got to me the most was his leg, his right leg. From the knee all the way down to his foot, there was nothing but bone. No skin, no meat, just bone. The little bone in back was just hanging loose, and I could see where the big bone was almost broken too. The thing that I found so odd, though, was that his shoe was still on his foot. His leg had gone through all of that, and somehow his shoe had managed to stay on his foot. Anyway, I tried to talk to him, but he wasn't making any sense. I could see that his leg was bleeding bad from just below his knee, and I knew that he was bound to bleed to death if I couldn't find a way to stop it, or at least slow it down. Frankly, I don't know how I managed the presence of mind, but somehow right then I knew what I had to do. I took off my belt and wrapped it around his thigh right above the knee, and pulled it tight as I could, and then I wrapped it around again and tied it off. I could see the bleeding slow down, seemed like by a lot. No sooner than I got the belt cinched in place, though, I heard the low growl of a big cat, maybe the one I'd heard when I'd still been out on the water, somewhere real close. Maybe it had been watching, stalking us, waiting to see if we'd managed to escape the gator and make it to dry land. By then, no doubt, smelling all that blood was whetting its appetite. I had to admit my imagination was in fear-fueled overdrive, but there wasn't a doubt in my mind that there was a panther nearby, and that it was going to come for us. I couldn't just sit there and wait for it to attack, though, so I hopped over the boat and started dragging it, which wasn't that easy by myself in the dark with a rake lying up towards the front of it. I almost tripped several times over roots and such, but I managed to keep my balance and to keep going. I could hear it, though. I could hear the big cat pacing us, probably waiting for the right moment. I stopped to listen, and it stopped. I started back up, and it came along. It was crazy. I felt completely vulnerable, yet I was unable to do anything about it. If only our guns weren't at the bottom of the bayou. I'd made it about 3/4 of the way across, and I had stopped the rest, just for a minute. But I had to stop. That's when it happened. The panther came at me in a flash, and it knocked me back into the boat. I came down on top of Rake, and the panther came down on top of me. I knew in my heart that we'd come to the end, because there was a full-grown cat on me, and I was still just a boy, all alone without any means to protect myself. The moment was near. I could feel it. Just when my will to live was about to succumb to the panther's desire to eat, though, I heard it. It was a shot, coming from very near, and in that instant the big cat went limp and fell lifeless upon me. I scrambled over from under it and managed to find my feet in a hurry. What a strange memory. The sight of seeing Rake and that panther lying side by side in the bottom of that boat, one barely alive, the other dead as a stone. It all seemed like a dream, even then, but I knew it wasn't. Just then I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was my daddy. I could say with complete confidence that I'd never been so glad to see somebody in all my life, before or since. Him and Uncle Billy and 2 of their friends had come looking for us when we hadn't made it back for supper, and luckily for us, they had. I told them what had happened real quick, and just as quick, Daddy and Uncle Billy carried us to their boat and took us back to the house so they could get Rake to the hospital. Their friends stayed back. They had a gator to hunt and kill. Rake lost his leg below the knee, but he kept his life. I still don't understand how he managed to get away from that big gator, but he had. I can't even imagine what those few minutes must have been like for him, fighting against that beast under the dark water. Unlike me and the panther, I've always thought that maybe his will to live had been stronger than the gator's desire to eat. Maybe that's true, and maybe it's not. All I know for sure is that all these years later, I still travel all over those bayou channels, and so does Rake. And just like when we were kids, sometimes we follow the rules, and sometimes we don't.
I grew up in a quiet neighborhood, in a town that was surrounded by forest. My childhood home was much like any normal kid's childhood home, but it was anything but normal. We had a white picket fence that gated our 2-story home. It was plain and simple, like many others. The backyard was at the edge of the forest, and from a young age, I would spend a lot of time with my father and brother in the forest. We would often go hunting and fishing in the forest, or have a campfire and roast marshmallows and wieners. We spent countless hours among the trees escaping from reality and technology, but I was always told to never adventure into the forest alone. One fall afternoon, my brother and I had been playing in our backyard. My father was always on a business trip and Mom was always at work. My brother was old enough to take care of me now, so afternoons after school we would come home and he would watch me until our mom came home. That afternoon, though, was different than other afternoons. As I said before, we were playing in the backyard, just throwing the baseball back and forth to each other. I can remember we were having a casual conversation. Typical brother stuff when my brother said something that really pissed me off. Thinking back now, I can't remember what he said that made me so upset. When I went to throw the ball back towards him, I threw it with force, and it struck him in the face. He raised his hand to his forehead and started to mutter curse words under his breath. When the initial shock of the surprise hit to the face wore off, he became angry at me and started to charge in my direction. It was an accident, but that didn't matter. I was still going to pay for the consequences. I turned around and started to run in the opposite direction of my now angry brother. I headed towards the forest and bolted towards it as fast as my 2 little feet could carry me. As I got to the edge of the lawn, I didn't hesitate, even though I could hear my father's voice in my head saying, "Don't ever adventure into the forest alone." At that moment, it didn't matter, because I was hell-bent on making sure I escaped my brother. As I took my first solo steps into the forest, I looked over my shoulder while still running to see that my brother was still right behind me. He didn't stop at the boundary either, so at least we didn't break Dad's cardinal rule of going in the forest alone, even though deep down, I knew that meant without him. I continued running among the trees, and I could hear the sound of the dead fall leaves crunching under the weight of my feet. At that moment, even with my brother chasing me, I couldn't help but admire all the oranges, reds, and yellows in the trees. I loved the fall, and it was my favorite season. Fall air bared a scent unlike any of the other seasons, and as I ran from my brother, I drew every breath deep. I looked over my shoulder once more and realized that my brother was no longer chasing me. Maybe he turned around now, over the smack to the face from the ball. Just to make sure, I ran a few more feet, until I was content that he wasn't there. I stopped in a clearing and stood still and listened. I couldn't hear anything though, over the sound of my own heart beating rapidly in my chest from all the running. As I started to regain my breath and the beating in my chest went back to normal, I listened again. All I could hear was the running water of the nearby stream that we often fished in, and I could hear some woodpeckers off in the distance, but I couldn't hear my brother. As I started to look around, the forest that I had spent countless hours before started to look strange to me. While I was too busy running away, I didn't pay heed in my surroundings, and I was, without a doubt, lost. I began to shout out to my brother, but there came no response. I started to believe that this was his payback for hitting him in the face with the ball, but as I started to scream his name more, I realized that even he wasn't cruel enough to let his little brother panic in the middle of the woods alone. When I realized that he didn't hear me, I started to head back, in the direction I came from. At least I hoped it was the direction I came from, because after all the running, I lost my bearings and I didn't know up from down or left from right. As I was walking back, I heard something nearby. It sounded like a few branches snapping. I listened and expected to see a deer come out of the brush, but nothing could be seen. As I stood frozen, I listened again, and I could tell that the sound was heading in my direction and coming fast. I knew this wasn't my brother or a deer, and then worry started to set in when the thought crossed my mind that there are bears living in these woods. So once again, I started running aimlessly into the forest, going deeper and getting myself more lost. The sound of the stream was getting closer, so I knew if I followed it down, I would come on to the main road in our town. I would still be a few kilometers from home, but at least I'd be away from the bear that is pursuing me. I remained running towards safety, but I could still hear the bear behind me, charging full speed, with branches cracking off around it as it drew closer to me. I was too afraid to look over my shoulder, but
I was also too nervous not to. As I glanced over my shoulder, I could see something, but it wasn't a bear. Just as I turned my head to look back ahead, the ground fell out from underneath me. I was in trouble now. When I finally reached the bottom, I landed on my stomach, knocking every bit of air out of my lungs. I tried hard to catch my breath, but the pain hurt so much that I couldn't. I rolled over onto my back and remained there until I was able to breathe again. I rolled back over to my hands and knees and felt a faint stinging pain shoot through my hands. When I turned them over and studied them, I noticed blood on both of my palms. I must have cut them while running through the trees. I'd fallen through an old root cellar that the local natives used to use during hunting season to store their catches until they returned home. They were abandoned now, though, and haven't been used in years. Cobwebs had filled the place, covering my face as I tried to move around and find a way out. The hole above that I had fallen through was too high for me to climb out now. Then I heard it again, branches nearby cracking off. I backed into the corner of the root cellar, away from the opening and into the shadows in hopes that whatever was up there didn't see me. I could hear it as it drew closer to the hole, its footsteps loud and heavy on the ground, almost like an elephant. I stayed in the shadows, trying to hold my breath so that it couldn't hear me, and I hoped that the dirt I was now covered in was enough to shield my scent from its nose. Suddenly, it was there, at the edge of the hole where I had fallen through. It stood on two legs, and it was undeniably tall as a giant. It had ash-colored skin, with its skeleton pushing through its flesh. The creature's head had very little flesh, and mostly bone-like horns sticking out. It had pointed ears, as you would see on an animal. As I remained in the shadows, I swear I could see its eyes glowing brightly as it gazed into the hole, sniffing. I wasn't sure if it could smell me, but I could certainly smell it. It reeked like the smell of rotting fish or meat, and as it opened its mouth to let out a shrieking banshee-like scream, I could see its sharp teeth. It continued to sniff around, and then it lifted one foot and simply stepped into the hole. And even as it stood in the cellar, its head was still above ground. It leaned forward on its hands in a crawling-like position and started to creep towards me, its nostrils still flaring as it searched for the source of the scent it smelled. My scent. As it grew closer, I was now sure that its eyes were fire, because they were bright enough to light up the room. It was so close to me now that I could feel the warmth of its breath on my skin, and I could taste the smell of rotting fish. Just as it locked its piercing eyes on me, I fainted. When I awoke, my mother was shaking me frantically as I was laying on the ground. When I looked up at her, she gasped with relief because she thought I was dead. I looked around and realized I was now back in my backyard, on the boundary to the forest. My clothes were torn and full of dirt, and the blood that was on my hands was now dark and dried up. My father came running out of the house and told my mother that the ambulance was on the way. I told my parents that I was fine, but they weren't backing down from this one. I was taken about 15 kilometers by ambulance to the local hospital for a prognosis that, although I got a few cuts and bruises, I was going to live. Back at home, it was time for the interrogation. My parents asked me what happened and why I ended up unconscious in the backyard. My brother sat nervously on the couch opposite of me, because at this point, my parents didn't know about the baseball to the face or the high-speed foot chase through the forest. I decided to leave my brother out of this one, a peace offering for the now bruise that is on his forehead that has gone unnoticed by my parents. I told them I had been playing in the backyard and that I ended up going into the woods. This alone made my father sigh underneath his breath as a sign of disapproval. I then told them that I went deeper into the woods because I wanted to go to the stream that we often visited. I then added that when I was there, I heard something that I expected to be a bear, so I took off running in the opposite direction. Then I explained to them how I ended up in a root cellar. I told them about the enormous creature that I had seen, and the last thing I remembered when fainting before it got close enough to me. My parents didn't believe this for a minute, and thought that this was some elaborate lie I made up to prevent them from grounding me. They then told me to tell them the real story, and I stood my ground and told them that that was the truth, and there was no elaborate lie. They still wouldn't believe me and told me I was grounded until I told them the truth. Their focus was now on my brother, who was still glued to the opposite couch. They also gave him a grounding for not watching me when he had been instructed to do so. That night, at supper, none of us said a word. We just sat there in awkward silence as we ate the lasagna my mom had made for all of us. It was my meal, and she had made it before she found me unconscious in the backyard. I knew if she knew I was going to be grounded today, she wouldn't have made it. Once supper was finished, I helped my mom clear the table and then insisted that I do the dishes. I felt guilty for breaking my parents' trust by going into the woods without them, but I knew what I had seen in the woods earlier. I could still smell it, like its scent was permanently burned into my nostrils. That night, I can remember having nightmares about the creature chasing me. I woke up and my blankets were covered in sweat, and I found myself gasping for air. I turned over and looked at my alarm clock, and it was only 3 a.m. I got up from my bed and walked towards my room window. The moon was full tonight, and the light was shining through the window, lighting up my room. I stared out towards the woods and found myself wondering about the creature, wondering where it was and why it didn't eat me. Then I started to wonder how I got back to my yard, and part of me knew it had something to do with the monster. The next morning, my parents had already gone for the day. It was Friday, and we had the day off from school due to teacher conferences. My brother was left in charge, but my parents threatened that we were on a short leash. They told us that if anything happened today, that we had to call them right away, and under no circumstances were we to go into the forest. I, on the other hand, already knew that I was going to have to disobey this in order to get closure. I escaped the creature once, so I was certain I would do it again, right? After breakfast, I loaded up my knapsack with some snacks and a pocket knife my father had given me for my birthday. It was small, but sharp. I had no idea what I would do with it, because it was too small to defend myself against that giant. Curiosity had gotten the best of me, and I needed to find out what it was, and why it spared me. I tied the shoelaces on my hiking boots, and slipped out the back door, while my brother was in the washroom. I knew that if he had seen me, he would have stopped me. I would apologize for sneaking out once I got back. Or if I got back. I was at the boundary once again, and about to disobey my parents. I felt rebellious and brave for a kid. I was never like this before, and it was out of character for me. But I guess there comes a time in life when we need to be brave. I made my way into the depths of the woods again, trying to retrace my steps back to the root cellar. I listened for the sound of the stream that I knew was nearby, and when I finally found it, I discovered the path the creature had made the previous day through the trees. I could see several branches crumpled to the ground. I followed the path for a good 5 minutes when I finally found the cellar. Around the area, I could see footprints the creature had made, and they were unlike anything I had ever seen before. I knew that I needed to bring my parents out here to show them the markings, because only then will they believe me. To the side of the cellar, I could see another path leading deeper into the woods. I felt like I needed to follow it in hopes that it would lead me to answers I so desperately wanted. I followed them slowly, ensuring to remain as quiet as possible in hopes that the creature wouldn't hear me coming. I spent a good while walking until I made it to a group of cliffs that my father called Dead Man's Rock. There, at the base of the cliff, was a divide that I had seen many times before as a kid, but never dared to adventure near. My father told me that bears used to use it as a den many years ago to birth their cubs, but abandoned it when houses started to develop closer to the forest. Like the forest, my father also told me never to go near it because it was dangerous, and God only knows what lives inside. I stood at the entrance to the den, contemplating on going in, but before I could make up my mind, I was interrupted by the sight of two glowing eyes emerging from its darkness. I stood nervously as the eyes got closer and closer, and then as they emerged from the den, I was both scared and let down. I was let down because it wasn't the creature I'd been searching for, and I was scared because the eyes belonged to a timber wolf. I stood there, frozen in place, remembering what my father had taught me about wolves. I started to back away slowly. I had to maintain eye contact, so I couldn't look behind me to see where I was stepping. I knew I couldn't turn my back to the wolf, or it would think that it had the advantage and attack. The wolf started to growl at me, showing its sharp fangs. I continued to back away slowly, but the wolf was growing more agitated by the second. I knew this was going to end badly for me. I took a few more steps as the wolf prepared to lunge at me, but before it could, I backed into something. I could tell that it wasn't a tree. Then the smell from the previous day started to burn my nose. I looked up, and towering over me was the creature. My heart sank as I found myself trapped between two predators who could kill me without a doubt. Then the next thing I knew, the creature swung its razor-like hands, only it wasn't at me. It was at the wolf, killing it instantly in its tracks. I didn't know how to react at first, and figured that it was going to swing its hands once more, but this time killing me. I closed my eyes shut, thinking these were my final moments. My parents wouldn't have a body to mourn. Instead, they would always wonder what happened to me. I could feel it move on, passing me, and when I opened my eyes, I saw it hovering over the wolf, poking it to make sure it was dead. It then picked it up with its hands and started to feed on it. The creature ripped up the wolf clean in half, effortlessly. It then raised open half its mouth and devoured it. Then it pushed the other half towards me, as if it wanted me to eat it. I shook my head and said no. The creature looked at me and scrunched up its face and grunted as if I offended it. Once again, it gestured for me to take half of the wolf. I once again refused. With that, the creature tossed half of the body on the ground right at my feet. The creature finally accepted the fact that I wasn't going to eat the meal and reached down to retrieve the half. Then, with another quick movement of its hands, it raised the second half of the wolf to its mouth and devoured that as well, bones and all. I stood there, taking this all in, wondering what would happen next. I was convinced that the creature wouldn't eat me like it did the wolf. It offered me food, which was a good sign. I tried my best to communicate with it, but it was so pointless. It couldn't speak, even though it seemed like it understood what I was saying. I asked it what it was, with no response. I asked a few other questions, but I didn't get any reaction until I asked if there were others like it. A look of panic went across its face as it started to look around our surroundings, and with that, the creature picked me up by the collar of my shirt like a mother dog picking up her pup and started to run through the forest. I didn't know what was happening or why this sparked such a reaction from it, but this leads me to believe that there were others, but I wasn't sure if they were like this one. As we made our way through the forest, with me swinging helplessly from its grasp, I wasn't sure where we were going. We finally arrived at the opening to an old mine shaft that had been closed down long before I was born. Many miners would go missing down there and never be seen again. My parents told me that the locals would say they used to get disoriented and get lost in the shafts. We stood there at the entrance. Then the creature lifted its hands and pointed towards the opening. It raised its hands to its ears to tell me to listen. As we stood there in silence, I could hear noises coming from underground, and then it dawned on me. The locals didn't get lost down there. I don't know how, after all the time I've spent in the forest, I hadn't crossed paths with them before. The creature looked down at me, frantically, trying desperately to tell me something. It struggled, but it somehow managed to slur two words. They weren't perfect, but I knew what it meant. 2 simple words, but they made a lasting impact.
Stay away.
I knew that it was telling me that it wasn't safe here. There must be others like it lurking in those mines. Then I started to think about the wolf, and how easy the creature could rip it apart, and how it could have been me. And my focus turned to the creature, and I told it that I understood what it was trying to tell me. Then once again, it picked me up and started to make its way back into the forest. We started our journey back in the direction of my house, and I felt at ease for the first time today. This creature had no intention of hurting me. In fact, I think it was trying to protect me, like my father, from the dangers of the forest. As we continued to walk, I started to feel sad that I wasn't able to communicate more with the creature. I didn't have many friends, so I knew a part of it was somewhat like me, isolated and different than the ones we surrounded ourselves with. Darkness started to set in as we passed the root cellar once again. We were halfway to my house, but I knew that I would have some explaining to do. I was gone the entire day, and my parents were home by now. Then I started to think about my mom and how worried her and my father must be. They probably have the search and rescue out looking for me, and my face was most likely on a milk carton or 2, along with the words, "missing." Suddenly, there was a noise directly behind us that made the creature change from a walking pace into a full-on sprint. As we ran through the trees with the branches cracking as we forced our way through, I knew that whatever was behind us meant trouble, and I could see the creature tense up. We ran faster and faster, but whatever was trailing us was gaining on us, and there was no way we would outrun it. The creature glanced back behind us and started to make sounds, unlike anything I've ever heard in my life. Then similar sounds could be heard behind us, and I connected the dots. It was the ones from the mine. I could see the light bleeding through the trees from my backyard. We were nearly there, but still, it seemed like a far distance left to go. Then suddenly, we came to a complete halt. The creature lowered me to the ground and turned to face the ones that were chasing us. Then I saw them both, 2 of them, standing directly behind us within a few feet. They were the same breed of creatures, but there were so many differences between them all. They were much scarier looking than the ones I now considered a friend, and they were much bigger too. The creature looked down at me and pointed towards my home. Then it turned its back on me and started to charge at the other 2. I started to run towards my house because I knew there was nothing I could do in this situation. They would have ripped me in half like a stick of gum and wouldn't have hesitated for a moment. As I ran, I could feel the forest floor below my feet rumble, and I could hear them fighting each other. For me. One wanted to protect me. The others wanted to devour me. I made it to the boundary of my backyard and collapsed to the ground, unable to run anymore. I turned over on my back, and I could see them in the distance. There were 3 sets of glowing eyes. The creature that I've come to know looked at me one last time before running deeper into the forest, with the other 2 close behind him, like my brother had chased me only a day before. I laid there, listening for any noises. I was afraid for my friend. It put its life on the line so that I could live, and I felt like it was a debt that I could never repay. As I waited to see if it was safe, I was startled by a voice from behind me. I guess you meant the creatures of the forest. It was my father. He stood there, directly behind me, and extended his hand towards me to offer me a hand up. I stood there, not knowing what to say to him. He wasn't angry. This I could tell. I just looked at him and nodded. He told me to go inside, and that my mom was worried sick about me. Before I started to move, I looked back once more towards the trees, and my father looked at me again and said, "Don't worry, he'll be fine." I didn't go back into the woods alone ever since that day. I respected my father's rule, and I never rebelled against it again. We do, however, go fishing in the stream that we used to fish in before. And one day, while we were baiting the hooks,
The creature appeared across from us, on the opposite side of the stream. My father and I were alone, and he explained to me that there are boundaries in this forest that are established for our safety. If we respect it, we will be fine, but if we cross it, there will be consequences. The creature stood there for a short while, then turned and walked back the way it came from. After that day, I didn't see it again, and I have to admit the bond that we created that day was never broken. At night, I swear, if you listen closely, you can hear the calls cry out from amongst the trees that most would mistake for wind. But I know it's the creature, letting me know that it's okay. I've debated talking about this for a while. In fact, I've been sitting in a coffee shop around the corner from my house since 7 a.m. It's nearly 8 p.m. now. Let me start by saying that I'm not crazy, nor am I religious or superstitious. I'm a 34-year-old accountant who keeps to myself, except when spending time with my family. The reason I'm posting here is because I know some of you are good with researching, and I'm having no luck. Let me explain. I live alone in a 2-bedroom house. The neighborhood is calm and an overall pleasant place to live. However, the houses were built in the early 40s and have been continuously renovated throughout the years. This isn't a problem for me, generally speaking, but the age of the home sometimes creates drifts in rooms or creaky noises coming from the foundation. I moved in about 3 months ago. I had been living in some apartments in the city, but had been given a promotion and wanted to treat myself to an upgrade once my apartment lease ended. When I was looking for a new place, I did a lot of research. Being an accountant, I'm pretty conservative with my money, and wanted to make sure I got the most bang for my buck. This house was well under the average renting price for the square footage, and was an immediate move-in. I was sold. Now that I've gotten the backstory of how I ended up in this house out of the way, I can fast forward to what I started experiencing. Strange things. I say strange things because at this point, I wasn't really worried about anything. Like I said, I wasn't religious, nor did I believe in ghosts or demons or whatever you want to call them. It's not that I was totally against the idea. It just didn't seem realistic or scary to me. I was wrong. I guess where I'd say the strange things began was about a month ago. So 2 months after I had moved into the house. I was sleeping in my room with my TV on. I usually fall asleep watching the news, when I suddenly woke up to a knock on my window. Startled, I sat up in bed and reached for the lamp. That's when I first felt it. In the far corner of my room, the darkness was somehow darker than the other parts of the room. I couldn't see anything, but for some reason, I felt as though there was someone or something else standing just out of view. You know when you can just feel another person there because of their warmth or their breath? Well, that's what it felt like. But instead of warmth, it was extremely cold. In the time of feeling the coldness in the corner of my room, I had almost forgotten what had woken me up to begin with. I turned to the lamp again, and instead of light filling the room with the tug of the chain, there was still darkness. All that filled the room was the moonlight coming through the curtainless windows. My eyes strained across the room towards my TV, and I realized that it had turned off. I know I fell asleep with it on. Maybe the power went out, and the knock I heard was the zap of the power outage. I looked back at the dark corner of the room, then rolled over and fell back asleep, unconcerned. The next week was uneventful. Lights kept going out in random parts of my house, but I wrote it off as old wiring. I would sometimes wake up in the middle of the night to that same thing as that first night, that same feeling coming from the darkest corner of my room, and the power still not working. So I decided to call an electrician.
This is when things got worse. I had called 3 electricians, each agreeing to the job up until I gave them my address. Then they would mumble an excuse and then hang up. The 4th one reluctantly agreed and said he would be out later in the day. I took off work a little early to meet him at my house, and after about an hour of searching around, he said that nothing appeared to be wrong with the power or circuits. So I paid him some gas money and he left. Fast forward to last Friday. I had gone out to get a drink with some of my work buddies and got home about 12 a.m. The house was abnormally quiet, but I wrote it off as me coming home later than usual. I quickly got into bed and turned on the TV. A rerun of King of the Hill played on the local channel, so I let the laughter drown out the silence as I drifted to sleep. The knocks came from the window next to my bed. I hadn't completely fallen asleep yet, so I know exactly what I heard. No power zap. It was an actual knock from my window. I got up and lifted a single blade of the blinds just enough to peek outside into my backyard. It was dark, but I could see a darker shadow standing along the back fence line. As I strained my eyes to make out the figure, my TV zapped off behind me. I jumped a little with the sudden darkness that now consumed the room. As I turned around to face my bedroom, I noticed that same cold feeling radiating from the dark corner of my room. I stood, paralyzed, not from fear, but in disbelief, as an older woman emerged from the corner. She was so skinny. I could hear her bones sifting as it crept towards me. Her body hunched in an unnatural shape, and a sickening grin stretched over her cheeks, up to where her eyes should have been. In the place of her eyes are dark holes. She took one step at a time, each step pausing to move her unhinged jaw in an unnatural way, and her dark, stringy hair dropping onto the floor. She paused every time, as if to gauge what I was about to do. Suddenly, I snapped out of the trance-like state, and fear filled my body. "Stay back," I yelled towards the thing, and reached for the lamp. Light filled the room, and she vanished. Shaken, I turned back to the window and peeked outside. The shadow along the fence had taken a step closer, although I was still unable to see any details. Although I was admittedly pretty freaked out, I went back to bed and didn't think about it until the next night. For the next week, the same things would happen. Each time, both the creature in the corner and the creature outside would creep a little closer. I know it sounds crazy, but I kind of started to get used to it. I started sleeping with my lights on, and if they went out, just quickly turned my phone flashlight on and went back to sleep. Last night, however, was horribly different. I got home and, like usual, made dinner and plopped down on the couch to watch TV. After the sun had set and darkness had seeped in through my windows, I heard my office door creak open. I spun around on the couch, but nothing was there. When I stood up to go investigate, a gentle knock came from my back door. Reluctantly, I turned my head to see that the same figure in my backyard from last week was peeking into my bare windows. Its face twisted and smiling, just like the other thing in the corner of my room. However, this one was a male. His bony hand was formed into a bloody fist and left a smear of blood on the window with each knock. Terrified, I went to retrieve my phone from the charger in my room. Just as I grabbed the phone, I saw the creature in the corner twisting its way towards me. Darkness consumed my room, and with a loud shattering of glass, it consumed my entire house. I ran to the bathroom and locked myself in. Sharp cries and scratching came from outside of the locked bathroom door as I sat in the bathtub and tried to turn my phone on. I must have fallen asleep like this because when I awoke, the sun was peeking through the small bathroom window. As I slowly opened the door, a horrible, rotting smell filled the room. I grabbed my things and ran out of my house, not even bothering to clean up the shattered glass at my back door. I'm currently sitting in the coffee shop I came to this morning,
I'd been trying to research my house, but everything is requiring your password to view the information. I tried calling those electricians, but my phone is saying their numbers have been disconnected. I don't know what I'm going to do, but it's dark outside, and the coffee shop closes in 30 minutes. I don't know if I believe in ghosts or demons, but I do know that it is darker in the corners at night for a reason.
Addiction took our mother slowly, rocking her through it and sung her to sleep, sunk deep into the mattress of her bed. When her back teeth fell out, she left them on the side of the bathtub. I was 7, and I kept them in a matchbox, the missing pieces of her kept safe, so she wouldn't be lost forever. So maybe one day, we could put her back together. Our house fell down around us, and we tried our best to raise ourselves. The ceiling had water damage, and the bottom stairs had dry rot in the winters. The radiators would bleed rust. But it was still our house, and Annie made it a home. My sister Annie mothered me, with lopsided band-aids on bruised knees and lukewarm microwave meals. She told me ghost stories and didn't mind when I crawled into her bed later on, too scared to sleep alone. She taught me to dance, barefoot on the living room carpet, music channel on full volume on the TV, shaking our hips before they were fully grown. She always let me shower first so the water was hot, never complaining when she had to make do with the cold. She brushed my hair every day before school, even when I screamed and hit her when she caught the tangles. Annie was dark-haired like her father, whoever he had been, but I was blonde. Annie was desperate to be blonde too, like Marilyn Monroe, like Mom. I think she thought it would make them closer, remind Mom less of her dad. I'd give anything for her to have her hands in my hair one more time, even if it hurt. She moved to New York when I turned 18 and never came back. I still dream about her sometimes. Keeping up with our mother was impossible, and we learned from a young age we would always be left behind. It didn't make it any easier. When she was drinking light, she'd shine. She'd wake up at 3 a.m. with pancakes dripping in syrup. Sometimes when the weather was right and she'd had enough being drunk and alone, she would call our school up and tell them we had both come down with summer sickness and we'd drive to the beach instead. I remember being 9 years old in the back seat of the car, coming home after one of our ocean days, sucking the salt from my fingers. Annie had just dyed her hair blonde. Her best friend Jane, helping her, bent over our kitchen sink. From behind, I couldn't tell who was mother and who was daughter. Radio up and windows down, blowing the sky inside. When she was drinking heavily, she'd be out all night, hair piled up like a beauty queen, eyes glazed over and ringed with glitter and black. Sometimes she'd be gone a day or two. She would never tell us when. One day we'd just wake up to an empty house and the fridge packed full, post-it note on the front, with a smear of Mom's lipstick and the outline of a kiss, telling us she'd be back soon. Sometimes she'd bring guys home, filling the table with beer cans and ashtrays, smoke up to the ceiling, Mom lost in the haze. We'd sleep with pillows over our heads, trying to drown out the music that would blare until the a.m., and wake up to strangers at our kitchen table in the morning, asking us where we kept the coffee. When Mom drank too little, she fell apart. She wouldn't buy food, the refrigerator a gaping hole in the wall. She'd chain smoke, leaving cigarette burns on the wallpaper up by the stairs like the walls were sick and decaying. She barely slept, walking around with blue half-moons under her eyes, knuckles raw. She would scream at the slightest thing. I remember once when I spilled a glass of juice on the couch. She looked up at me with dead eyes and dragged me off onto the carpet and then took every single cushion off the couch and into the backyard and set them on fire. Annie went to watch a while from the window and then sat next to me on the floor, backs pressed against the skeleton of the seats, head resting in the crater of my collarbones. When Mom drank too much was the worst. She laughed too loud and too long at anything and everything, until her mouth started to shake and she started crying at the breakfast table into her cereal. Annie shut down when Mom was like this, went somewhere deep inside herself where nobody could hurt her. She'd stay up until the morning watching old black and white movies on TV, whispering the lines she knew by heart like prayers. When I was 5, I'd cry when I'd find Mom passed out cold on her bed, sure she would never wake up. Annie would wipe my tears, tell me she was only sleeping just like the princess in my storybooks. We'd sit on Mom's bed together and wait for her to wake up. When we were older, I was the one who would pick Mom up off the bathroom floor again, and Annie would put her to bed, smoothing her hair off her face and the vomit from her mouth, changing her clothes if she'd pissed herself. Watching them then, there was no doubt that Annie was the mother now. It was October, and I was 13, Annie 16. It was a Wednesday night and Mom had been gone for 2 days. She'd called us that morning from a payphone, voice slurring down the line, telling us she was having the best time with all her new friends, hoped we were doing fine. When she asked me if I was having a good birthday, I hung up on her. My birthday had been the day before. Annie had given me a pile of presents, strawberry lip glosses and glittery nail polish. I didn't ask where she got the money for them. I didn't care. We'd taken the bus to the beach with Jane, eaten the birthday cake and she had made for me. Sand getting into the frosting. It tasted like sweetness and the sea, and I savored every bite and scrape of sugar against my teeth. We watched the sun go down. Annie snapped grainy photos on her shitty Nokia as I blew out my candles, wishing over and over that Mom wouldn't come home, that she'd just stay gone this time. By that Wednesday night, Annie and I weren't speaking. Anger hung heavily between us, seeping through the floorboards. It began when she tripped at the bottom of the stairs. We'd both laughed, Annie throwing her head back, gap between her front teeth catching the light. When I'd bend to pick her up, I'd caught her breath, warm against the freckles on my cheeks. I'd let go of her arms and she fell again, hitting the floor and grinning, shaking her hair from her face. Her breath was heavy with whiskey. I couldn't start picking her up too. Couldn't watch her fall again and again, just like Mom. I knew she'd never get back up. I'd stared down at her, blonde hair fallen into her eyes, and all I could see was our mother. Then I was running, feet slamming the hallway like heartbeats turned loose. I'd run for the kitchen and tipped every bottle we had down the sink, shoving Annie back as she fought to stop me, catching liquor on her fingers as it fell. She grabbed my shoulders and made me drop the very last bottle. It smashed between us on the floor, glass shards shining like we'd dragged the stars out of the sky and broken them. Pieces we could never put back. Outside, through the open windows, the sky turned pale black. Clouds a mess of pink and cream smeared across the horizon. I cried then, watching Annie on her knees picking up the pieces. That was Annie, always trying to fix things even when it was too late. The smell of food dragged me from my room, stomach turning traitor inside my ribcage. Annie was cooking pasta. Real food, not made in the microwave. She'd set the table, Tammy Wynette singing softly from the CD player, Annie gently swaying her hips as she stirred the tomato sauce, rich and warm. As we ate in silence, with every bite I forgave her. Mom never cooked dinner, or remembered my favorite was spaghetti ever since I was a kid, or stayed sober long enough to sit up at the table. Annie wasn't Mom. We were washing the dishes when we first heard it. A moth was crawling down the inside of the pane, and I cracked the window to let it out into the dark. From the backyard came a faint sound. I tilted my head to listen as it was coming from far off. Crying. I figured it was Mika, the 2-year-old next door, having a tantrum loud enough for us to catch. Or maybe even Lucky Strike, the cat that junkies down the street begged for food like he sometimes did. I always wanted to feed him when he came around, winding over my ankles, but Annie always stopped me, saying once you started giving, they never stopped taking. Looking back, I don't think she was talking about the cat. Annie flipped the Christmas lights strung up around the porch, and we sat on the plastic beach chairs watching the skies. When we were little, we'd sit outside and Annie would tell me the names of all the constellations and the stories of how they came to be, hung up in the night sky. I had to grow up before I realized she made them all up as she went along. It was a game we'd still like to play now, making up ridiculous stories for the shapes we could pick out. Ah yes, that one is the Coors Light. It got there when God dropped it out of his convertible window and never picked it up, she said, nodding sagely and hiding her smile. Of course, I said, waving my hands and pointing up past the power lines, right next to the ashtray, left there by angels on a smoking break. Yeah, they say if you wish on it, all your dreams will come true, said Annie, grinning. She stopped laughing, voice quieter, face tilted up to all those dead stars. Let's wish, Emmy. Let's wish. So we did. The sound of crying interrupted us. It was closer this time and definitely human. We turned to each other, confused. Annie shrugged and I squinted out into the black. It sounded like a baby, lost and tired and alone. It must be Mika, I said, slowly getting to my feet. Maybe he walked around the back. Shit. Do you want to call Connie and tell her we'll bring her over? Annie didn't reply, and I sighed, rolling my eyes. Guess I'll do everything then. I stepped off the porch, grass soft against my heels. The air smelled like it might rain, fresh and clean and growing, a promise unfulfilled. Em? Annie's voice was strained. I turned to her, smiling. It died on my face when I saw the look in her eyes. Em, get inside, now. She was staring out into the dark, past me, opening the door with one hand behind her, fingers fumbling on the catch. I froze, barefoot in the dirt. I found what she was looking at. In the bushes by the back fence was a person, crouched with their knees tucked up near under their chin, arms wrapped around legs. Their mouth hung wide, softly opening and closing as he cried, like a child, lost in the dark. Not like a child, but someone pretending, mimicking the sound, opened and closed out in the blackness. Suddenly, they straightened, snapping upright, face still hidden by the black. They were tall and thin, too thin to be a normal person. Panic made me move. Animal instincts left over from the days we lived up in the trees carried me forward. I was faster than Annie, dragging her inside and slamming the door behind us, hearing it bounce on its hinges as I locked it. We watched as the person slowly walked towards the house, steps deliberate and long. Annie reached for my hand, holding me tight and turning me to face her, holding my shoulders. Don't turn around, Emmy. Don't turn around. Instinctively, I started to look over my shoulder, out into the darkness. Annie grabbed my face, hard, and shook her head. I knew then she was serious. Her voice cracked and she cleared her throat, gripping my hands tight enough to hurt, nails digging in, grounding herself. I looked down at our fingers interlocked. Both of us groaned from the same bones. I'm gonna call the cops, and everything is gonna be fine. Her voice faltered, stuttering, tears spilling over her lashes, dripping like the promise of rain. Annie never cried. Your phone's on the porch, she whispered, and bile crawled its way up my throat. Her phone was upstairs, charging. A soft tapping filled the silence. Annie turned to the window. It was the sound of someone's forehead against the glass. Slowly, over and over. They started to speed up, faster and harder, skin meeting glass until they were slamming into the window hard enough to shake the panes. The tapping stopped, and I was about to ask Annie if I could look when she screamed, followed by the sound of cracking glass and the loudest slam yet. Whoever was in our yard had just slammed their face hard enough into the window to break it. We ran upstairs, 2 at a time, skipping the one caved in with dry rot on instinct. I turned behind me once, and Annie yanked my face back before I could see it. The sound of broken glass echoed behind us as we made it to the bathroom, locking the door. A thin, wailing cry like a baby calling for its mother filled the hallway, trapped between the walls and locked doors. Annie threw her back against the door, feet jammed up against the bathtub, clutching the knife she had grabbed from the kitchen. I did the same, shoulder to shoulder. Slow footsteps started on the stairs, deliberate and casual. The crying had become mocking, almost laughter. Shrill bursts of sound and then giggles, high-pitched and abrupt, stopping before starting up again. The first door on the upstairs floor was my bedroom, and we heard the distinct sound of it slamming open. They were looking for us. What the fuck is going on? I asked Annie, not even bothering to brush away the tears that I couldn't stop falling. I watched my sister pick herself up off the floor and brace her hands on the door as we heard the sound of a second door slamming open. Mom's room. The next room on the hallway was the bathroom. Annie pulled me to my feet and handed me the knife. I shook my head and pushed it back to her, terrified of what would happen if I had to use it. Annie shoved me and pressed the knife into my hands, thumb pressing hard enough on the blade to bleed. I watched my sister's blood drip down her wrist, a winding red road, still pushing into my hands despite the pain. I took the knife. Something slammed against the wall that Mom's room shared with the bathroom. A high-pitched wail followed. I held my breath, could feel my heartbeat in the base of my throat. A wild and frantic thing. I'm gonna get my phone from my room. I shook my head violently, about to argue. Annie clamped a hand over my mouth. I could taste the blood on her hand, salty and sweet, like birthday cake by the ocean. Yes, I'm gonna get the phone, and I'm going to call the cops, and we're going to be okay. I shook my head again. It's the only way. When I go, I need you to lock the door, and you don't open it for anyone or anything. Not for me. Not for anyone. Promise me. I shook my head, and Annie pressed her hand into my mouth, crushing my teeth against my lips so it made my eyes water. Yes. Promise me, Em. Something smashed in the room next door. Annie brushed the hair off of my face, gently tucked it behind my ear. Promise, she mouthed, and unlocked the door as slowly as possible, bolts scraping gently. I watched the curve of her shoulder disappear into the black hall outside, like the moon in eclipse. And then, she was gone. I couldn't move or breathe for a second, and then I slammed the bolt shut, just as something bounced off the outside of the door. A high-pitched scream followed, handle rattling up and down hard enough to pop one of the screws. I watched it roll towards me on the tiles, and then silence. I sat with my back to the door, holding the knife and wishing I was holding Annie's hand instead. Still, silence. Nothing but me and my lungs slowly filling the room with my breath. "Em," came a voice through the door. I started, hands gripping the knife. "Honey, what's going on?" "Mom," my voice cracked. Mom, is that you?" I wrapped my arms around myself, shaking, trying to keep myself still. "Sweetie, it's okay. Just open the door. It's okay, just let me in." The handle rattled again, more gently. "Just let me in. It's all okay." She banged on the door, and I took my handle off the bolt. "Honey, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I missed your birthday. I'm sorry I'm such a terrible mother. Please." Her voice broke and she started to cry. "Just let me in, baby. I'm so sorry." I screwed my eyes shut. She sounded so sad and so lost. I just wanted her to hold me like when I was a kid and I'd come in off the swings with a scraped knee. Maybe this time she meant it. Maybe it would all be okay. My hand found its way to the bolt again. My sister's voice came through the door, warm and gentle. "Yeah, Emily, let us in. It's all okay." My hand froze on the bolt and I tightened my grip on the knife. Annie never called me by my full name. A head banged on the door, handle rattling. "Emily, let us in." Annie's voice became low and guttural, followed by the same shrill giggles from before. Mom spoke now, pleading and crying, voice getting louder and louder. "Let us in, let us in." Over and over, punctuated by her fists on the door. I thought about demons and monsters, all the bedtime stories we pray don't crawl out from under the bed. "That's not my sister, and you're not my mother." I screamed through the door, hands over my head. I climbed into the bathtub and curled into a ball, cradling myself, knife clutched to my chest. I didn't know what it was outside that door, but I knew it wasn't Danny. It wasn't the voice that yelled at me when I changed the TV channel, the one that sang me happy birthday, the one that told me I was smart even when I got bad grades, the one that read me stories about princesses that never wake up. It wasn't human. Bangs and yells came from downstairs, followed by the footsteps of people running. A low, guttural howl ripped through the house, filling the room until it felt like I was drowning in the sound, and then the door was kicked in. I screamed, covering my eyes, waiting to die. Arms found me and lifted me from the tub, carrying me from the room. I looked at the outside of the door and I was carried downstairs. It was covered in long, scraping claw marks, dragged down to the floor. Pillows ripped apart, covering the hallway, like it had snowed inside. I watched them drift slowly as men in uniforms checked each of the rooms that looked like they had been torn apart by something feral. Outside in our driveway were police cars and an ambulance. In the middle of it all was Annie, bathed in blue and red light as it washed over her, lit up in the dark like a neon angel, face aglow. I threw myself from the cop's shoulders and ran to her, holding us both together, broken pieces and all, standing under all those constellations we made up. Gentle screaming came from the ambulance, which rocked occasionally. Annie gently turned my head away, smiling so sadly it made my chest ache as I understood. Turns out there was no demon, no wild animal or bad men trying to break in. Just Mom, out of her mind on booze and drugs and everything in between, coming to the end of a week-long binge. Something had finally broken inside of her head, and this time, we couldn't put her back together, no matter how hard we tried. Sometimes you fall one last time, and you never get back up. Annie had seen her in the garden, blood dribbling from her mouth, track marks bulging from her forearm like unmapped roads, rail-thin and desperate for one more hit, one more fix. She'd searched the kitchen for all the drink I'd thrown away, and when she hadn't found it, had come to hunt for the stash she hid in the bathroom. She hadn't wanted me, just the drugs on the other side of the door, so high she could mimic Annie's voice almost perfectly. Turns out the real monsters are the ones that eat you alive, slowly. The kind that come in a bottle or a needle or at the end of a long list of reasons why you can't get out of bed in the morning. Sometimes the monsters are the ones that raise you or love you the most. But it's up to you if you let them in.